Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry sued the ministry for the false imprisonment of Sirius Black and bankrupted Cornelius Fudge. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The absence of a trial. The worst thing about Privet Drive wasn't the Dursleys. It wasn't the cramped bedroom or the suspicious looks from neighbors who'd been told Harry attended St. Brutus's secure center for incurably criminal boys. It wasn't even the oppressive July heat that turned his small room into a furnace. The worst thing was the silence. At Hogwarts, there was always noise. Students laughing in corridors, the rumble of moving staircases, Peeves causing chaos, the distant roar of Quidditch crowds. Even the dangerous moments had sound, spells crackling, voices shouting warnings, the rush of blood in his ears during a fight. Here, there was nothing. Just Harry, lying on his bed at 2 a.m, staring at the ceiling while his godfather's face played on repeat behind his eyes. Sirius falling. That look of surprise. The veil swallowing him whole. Harry squeezed his eyes shut, but it didn't help. It never helped. 3 weeks. 21 days since the Department of Mysteries. Since he'd watched Bellatrix Lestrange's curse send Sirius through that archway. Since he'd tried to follow, would have followed, if Lupin hadn't held him back. He should have been faster. Should have been better. Should have realized Voldemort was planting false visions in his head. Should have. A soft thump from outside his window made him jolt upright, wand in hand before his brain fully processed the sound. An owl. Large, official-looking, with bronze and copper feathers that caught the moonlight. It tapped impatiently against the glass, a thick envelope clutched in its talons. Harry crossed the room and opened the window. The owl swooped in, dropped its burden on his desk, and departed without waiting for a treat or response. Gringotts owls never did. The envelope was heavy cream parchment, sealed with the Gringotts crest, a gold-embossed G surrounded by crossed axes. Harry's name was inscribed in elegant script that somehow managed to look both fancy and vaguely threatening. Lord Harry James Potter, the smallest bedroom, number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey, Lord. Harry tore open the envelope. Dear Lord Potter, per the instructions filed by the late Sirius Orion Black III, you are hereby summoned to Gringotts Wizarding Bank for the formal reading of his last will and testament. This reading will occur on the 15th of July at 10 a.m. precisely. As primary beneficiary and designated heir to the noble and most ancient House of Black, your attendance is mandatory. Failure to attend will result in the vault assets being held in trust until your 17th birthday, per standard protocols. Additionally, the deceased left specific instructions that certain items be delivered to you personally and cannot be transferred through intermediary means. Present this letter to any Gringotts representative for immediate transport to the appropriate chamber. In profit and partnership, Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, London Branch. Harry read the letter twice. Then a third time. Primary beneficiary. Heir to the House of Black. He'd known, vaguely, that Sirius had left him Grimmauld Place. But this felt different. Official. The word Lord repeated in his head, refusing to make sense. He was 16. Lords were old men in paintings who looked down their noses at you. But beneath the confusion, beneath the sick twist of grief that came with seeing Sirius's name in writing, Harry felt something else. A tiny spark of something. Purpose, maybe. Sirius had planned for this. Had made arrangements, left instructions. Even knowing he might die, knowing the war was coming, he'd thought about what would happen after. Harry set the letter on his desk and made a decision. He wasn't going to that reading alone. Dumbledore arrived at Privet Drive the next morning, precisely at 9. Harry watched from his bedroom window as the headmaster strode up the garden path, magnificent purple robes swishing around his ankles, completely unbothered by the stares of passing neighbors. Mrs. Number 7 nearly walked into a lamppost. By the time Harry made it downstairs, Aunt Petunia had already opened the door and was standing frozen in the entryway, her face cycling through expressions of horror, outrage, and something that might have been fear. "Good morning, Petunia," Dumbledore said pleasantly. "You're looking well. I trust the petunias in your garden are thriving?" "You," Aunt Petunia managed. "You can't just, Vernon isn't home, a fortunate circumstance for all involved, I suspect." Dumbledore's eyes found Harry on the stairs. "Harry. I received your owl. Are you ready?" Harry nodded. He'd written to Dumbledore immediately after receiving the Gringotts letter, asking him to come. Not because he needed permission, he was done asking permission, but because he had questions. Questions that had been building for weeks, festering in the silence of his room. Why had Dumbledore avoided him all last year? Why had he waited until after Sirius died to explain about the prophecy? Why had no one told Harry about Voldemort's ability to plant false visions until it was too late? But those questions could wait. Today was about Sirius. "Thank you for coming," Harry said, descending the stairs with his Gringotts letter in hand. "I didn't want to go alone." Dumbledore's expression softened. "Of course, my boy. I should have anticipated this. The reading of a will is never an easy experience, particularly when you're still not sure it's real." Harry finished. "When part of you keeps expecting him to walk through a door and tell you it was all a mistake." The headmaster was quiet for a moment. "Yes," he said finally. "Precisely that." Aunt Petunia made a strangled sound. "Will you be taking him? For how long?" "Vernon will want to know, a few hours at most, Petunia. Harry will be returned safely." Dumbledore offered her a serene smile that contained absolutely no warmth. "My regards to Vernon. Do tell him I hope his promotion to regional director is everything he dreamed of." Aunt Petunia's jaw dropped. "How did you?" But Dumbledore had already placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The world twisted, compressed, and Harry felt the familiar horrible sensation of being squeezed through a tube. They landed in a narrow alley just off Diagon Alley. Harry stumbled, caught himself, and took a deep breath of air that smelled like roasting chestnuts and sulfur from a nearby potions shop. "I will never get used to that," he muttered. "Few do." Dumbledore straightened his robes. "The bank is a short walk from here. Before we proceed, Harry, I want you to know that whatever Sirius left you, whatever you learn today, I am here to help you process it. Grief is not a burden to be carried alone." Harry looked at him, really looked, for the first time since the Department of Mysteries. Dumbledore looked tired. Older than Harry remembered. The twinkle in his eyes was dimmer, shadowed by something that might have been guilt. "You knew him," Harry said. "Back in the First War. You trusted him." "I did." "Then why?" Harry stopped, shook his head. "Never mind. Not today." Dumbledore accepted this with a small nod, and they walked. Gringotts was as imposing as ever, white marble columns, bronze doors covered in warnings about thieves, goblins everywhere conducting business with an efficiency that made Hogwarts look chaotic by comparison. Harry presented his letter to the first available goblin, who examined it with suspicious eyes before leading them through a series of increasingly secure corridors. The deeper they went, the older the stonework became. Ancient runes were carved into the walls here, pulsing faintly with magic that made Harry's skin prickle. They stopped before a heavy iron door inscribed with the Black family crest, a shield containing 2 greyhounds, a chevron, and a sword. The motto underneath read Toujours pur. Always pure. Harry felt his jaw tighten. The goblin pressed his palm to the door. "Griphook will conduct the reading. Enter." The chamber beyond was small but luxurious, dark wood paneling, emerald green carpet, a massive fireplace that crackled despite the summer heat. A round table dominated the center of the room, surrounded by high-backed chairs that looked expensive and uncomfortable. Griphook stood waiting, and Harry recognized him immediately, the same goblin who had taken him to his vault on his first visit to Gringotts, 5 years ago. He was older now, with more silver in his hair, but his eyes were just as sharp. "Mr. Potter," Griphook said, inclining his head. "Apologies, Lord Potter." "And Dumbledore. Please, sit." They took seats across from Griphook. Harry noticed several items arranged on the table, a thick folder of parchment, a velvet pouch, a sealed letter, and something that made his breath catch. A pensieve. Smaller than Dumbledore's, made of black stone veined with silver, but unmistakably a pensieve. A thin silver thread floated inside it, a single memory. "The will itself is straightforward," Griphook began, opening the parchment folder. Sirius Black III had few living relatives, he acknowledged. "The bulk of his estate passes to you, Lord Potter, including liquid assets totaling approximately 300,000 galleons, the Black family properties, primarily number 12 Grimmauld Place and a cottage in the Welsh Hills, and all associated artifacts, heirlooms, and hereditary rights." Harry nodded numbly. The numbers didn't feel real. "Additionally," Griphook continued, "you inherit the title of Lord Black, making you head of the noble and most ancient House of Black. This grants you a seat on the Wisengamot, control over all remaining Black family assets, and authority over any Black family members who have not been formally disowned." "What about Narcissa Malfoy?" Harry asked. "Or Bellatrix Lestrange?" "Both were struck from the family tapestry by Sirius Black during his lifetime. They have no claim." Griphook's lips curled in what might have been satisfaction. Mrs. Malfoy petitioned to contest this decision. Her petition was denied. Good, Harry thought savagely. Let her rot. There were specific bequests to Remus Lupin, a sum of 10,000 galleons and the Welsh cottage, with lifetime residence rights. Griphook glanced at the parchment. To Nymphadora Tonks, 5,000 galleons and a selection of family jewelry. To the Weasley family, 10,000 galleons for, quote, being the family Harry deserved. Harry's throat tightened. "And finally," Griphook said, sliding the sealed letter and pensieve toward Harry, "these items were to be delivered directly to you, with instructions that you view the memory before reading the letter." Sirius Black was quite insistent on this order. Harry stared at the pensieve. A memory. Sirius had left him a memory. "May I ask when this memory was deposited?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Griphook consulted his notes. June 17th. 2 days before the battle at the Department of Mysteries. The room seemed to grow colder. Sirius had recorded this memory knowing he might die. Had sat down, deliberately, and preserved his thoughts for Harry. "I need to see it," Harry said. His voice came out hoarse. "Now." Griphook nodded and gestured to the pensieve. "It is keyed to your magical signature. Simply touch the surface." Harry stood. His legs felt unsteady, but he made it to the pensieve without embarrassing himself. The silver memory swirled beneath the surface, catching light that wasn't there. He looked at Dumbledore. "I'd like to do this alone." Pain flickered across the headmaster's face, but he nodded. "Of course. I'll wait here." Harry took a breath, reached out, and touched the memory. The world dissolved. He landed in a room he recognized, the kitchen at Grimmauld Place. It was nighttime, the only light coming from candles on the long wooden table. Sirius sat at the head of that table, a bottle of fire whiskey at his elbow, staring at something Harry couldn't see. No, not staring. Talking. To him. The memory Sirius was looking directly at where Harry stood, as if he could see him. "Harry," Sirius said, and his voice was rough. "If you're watching this, I'm dead. Probably something stupid and heroic, knowing me. Charging in without thinking, like a proper Gryffindor." He laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I'm sorry. God, I'm sorry. I promised James I'd take care of you, and look at me, locked up in this house, useless, while you're out there facing things no kid should face. Some godfather I turned out to be." Harry wanted to say something, to tell him it wasn't his fault, but this was a memory. Sirius couldn't hear him. "There are things I need to tell you," Sirius continued. He picked up the fire whiskey bottle, considered it, and set it back down. "Things I should have told you while I was alive, but there was never a right time. Or I was too scared. Or too angry. Take your pick." He stood and began pacing, a restless energy in his movements that Harry remembered painfully well. "You know I was arrested in 1981. You know they blamed me for betraying your parents, for killing Peter and those muggles. You know I spent 12 years in Azkaban for crimes I didn't commit." Sirius stopped pacing and faced Harry's viewpoint again. "What you don't know, what I didn't know until recently, is how it happened." Harry leaned forward. "I never got a trial, Harry. No hearing, no chance to defend myself, nothing. They just threw me in a cell and forgot about me." Sirius's hands clenched at his sides. "I always assumed it was the chaos of the time. The war had just ended, everyone was celebrating, things fell through the cracks. I told myself it was incompetence, not malice." His expression hardened. "I was wrong." Sirius walked to the table and picked up a piece of parchment that hadn't been visible before. "I've been doing research. Careful, quiet research. Looking through old records, writing to people who were there. And I found something." He held up the parchment. Harry couldn't read it clearly, memory limitations, but he could see an official seal at the bottom. "This is a copy of my imprisonment order. The document that sent me to Azkaban. It wasn't signed by Barty Crouch, like everyone assumes. It wasn't signed by any Auror or senior ministry official with authority over criminal cases." Sirius's voice dropped to something cold and dangerous. "It was signed by Cornelius Fudge." Harry felt like he'd been punched. "Fudge," Sirius repeated. "In 1981, he was junior undersecretary in the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Not a judge. Not an investigator. A paper-pushing bureaucrat with no legal authority to order anyone imprisoned. But he did it anyway. Signed the order, had me transported to Azkaban, and filed the paperwork in a way that made everyone assume proper procedures had been followed. No one checked. No one questioned it. And I rotted in hell for 12 years. Sirius set down the parchment and looked directly at Harry again. "I don't know why he did it. I've got theories, maybe someone asked him to, maybe he was trying to impress his superiors, maybe he's just a coward who saw an opportunity to look tough on dark wizards. But I don't know for certain." He stepped closer to Harry's viewpoint, his gray eyes intense. "What I do know is this. Cornelius Fudge stole 12 years of my life. He stole my chance to raise you, to be the godfather I should have been. He stole James and Lily's final gift to me, the trust they put in me to take care of you if something happened to them." Sirius's voice cracked. He paused, visibly composing himself. "I can't do anything about it, Harry. I'm a wanted man, officially, I'm still an escaped murderer. If I try to pursue this, I'll be caught and kissed before I can say a word. But you." He smiled then, a real smile, and Harry's heart broke a little more. "You're the boy who lived. The chosen one, or whatever they're calling you these days. People listen to you. And when I die, if I die, you'll inherit everything. The black fortune, the black name, the black seat on the Wisengamot." Sirius reached out as if to touch Harry's face, his hand passing through empty air. "Make them pay. Not for revenge, revenge is empty, trust me. But for justice. Because what they did to me, they've done to others. Fudge isn't the only one who abused his power, and I wasn't the only victim. If you tear open my case, you'll find others. Cases buried, evidence hidden, people thrown away because it was convenient. Burn it all down, Harry. Burn it down and build something better." Sirius stepped back. His smile turned sad. "I love you, kid. You're the closest thing to a son I'll ever have. Whatever happens, whatever you decide to do with this information, I want you to know that. I'm proud of the man you're becoming. Your parents would be too. He reached for his wand, raising it to his temple. Oh, and Harry. There's a letter with this pensive. Read it after you've watched this. It has the evidence, names, dates, everything I've found. And a name you should contact, Ted Tonks. Andromeda's husband. He's a solicitor, Muggle-born, brilliant mind. He's been waiting decades for someone to take on the ministry. He'll help you. Sirius extracted a silver thread from his temple, the memory Harry was currently watching, and deposited it in the pensieve. Goodbye, Harry. Give them hell. The memory dissolved. Harry emerged from the pensieve gasping, his face wet with tears he didn't remember shedding. Dumbledore was on his feet instantly. Harry, don't. Harry's voice was raw. He grabbed the sealed letter from the table and tore it open, scanning the contents with eyes that could barely focus through the moisture. Names. Dates. Document references. Sirius had been thorough, impossibly thorough for a man imprisoned in his own home. There were notes about Fudge's career trajectory, timeline comparisons showing he had no authority to sign imprisonment orders, references to other cases from the same period that seemed irregular. And at the bottom, circled 3 times, Ted Tonks. 14, Chestnut Lane, Tonksboro. Tell him Padfoot sent you. Harry, please. Dumbledore's voice was gentle but urgent. What did you see? Harry looked up. His grief was still there, would always be there, but something else was rising through it now. Something harder and sharper. Sirius never got a trial, he said. No hearing, no defense, nothing. Fudge signed his imprisonment order illegally. Dumbledore went very still. Cornelius. The headmaster's voice was barely above a whisper. But he had no authority, no. He didn't. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. And he did it anyway. 12 years, Professor. 12 years in Azkaban because a bureaucrat wanted to look important. Grip Hook, who had been watching in silence, spoke up. Lord Black's research aligns with Gringotts' own records. We noted irregularities in the handling of Black family assets following the 1981 imprisonment, seizures conducted without proper court authorization. At the time, we lacked standing to challenge ministry actions against wizard clients. The political climate was unfavorable. And now? Harry asked. The goblin's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. Now, Lord Potter, you are head of the Black family. You have standing. You have resources. And Gringotts has a very long memory regarding unauthorized interference with our clients' vaults. Harry turned back to Dumbledore. The headmaster looked old, older than Harry had ever seen him. There was something in his expression that might have been guilt. You knew, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I suspected irregularities, Dumbledore admitted. In the chaos following Voldemort's fall, many procedures were expedited. I assumed, you assumed he was guilty. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes. To my everlasting shame, yes. Sirius was your parents' secret keeper. When James and Lily died, when Peter was apparently killed, the conclusion seemed inescapable. I did not push for a trial because I believed one would only confirm what we already knew. You were wrong. I was wrong. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. And Sirius paid the price for my failure. For all our failures. Harry wanted to rage at him. Wanted to scream about all the years he'd spent with the Dursleys when he should have been with Sirius, about the assumptions everyone had made, about the fundamental brokenness of a system that could throw an innocent man into hell and forget about him. But the anger wouldn't help. Not right now. I'm going to pursue this, Harry said instead. Legally. I'm going to drag Fudge's name through every courtroom in magical Britain until he pays for what he did. Harry, the political implications, I don't care about politics." Harry cut him off. "Sirius asked me to do this. Not for revenge, for justice. Because he wasn't the only one. Because this system is broken, and someone needs to break it open." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. "Then I will support you. Whatever resources Hogwarts can provide, whatever political capital I possess, it is yours." He paused. "Though I should warn you, Cornelius Fudge is a cornered animal now. Voldemort's return has destroyed his credibility, but he still holds office. He will fight this with everything he has." "Good," Harry said. "I want him to fight. I want him to feel trapped and desperate and hopeless. I want him to understand exactly what Sirius felt." He gathered the pensieve, the letter, and the velvet pouch he hadn't yet opened. "I need to speak to Ted Tonks. Today, if possible." Griphook cleared his throat. "Perhaps Lord Potter would like to know what's in the pouch first." Harry paused. He'd forgotten about it. Inside the velvet pouch was a ring, heavy silver, set with a black stone carved with the Black family crest. The metal was old, worn smooth by generations of hands. "The head of House Ring," Griphook explained. "Only the acknowledged Lord Black can wear it. It serves as proof of authority and grants access to sealed Black family properties and vaults." Harry slipped the ring onto his finger. It resized instantly, fitting perfectly, and he felt a pulse of ancient magic settle into his bones. For a moment, he could have sworn he heard voices, generations of Blacks, whispering in languages dead and living. "Toujours pur. Always pure." No, Harry thought. Not anymore. Ted Tonks lived in a modest house at the end of a quiet lane in a village that straddled the boundary between Wizarding and Muggle Britain. The house itself was thoroughly unremarkable: brick walls, tile roof, a garden slightly overgrown with flowers that couldn't decide if they wanted to be magical or mundane. Harry arrived alone. He'd asked Dumbledore to return to Hogwarts, needing space to think, to process, to decide how he wanted to approach this. The headmaster had agreed reluctantly, extracting a promise that Harry would stay in touch. The front door opened before Harry could knock. Ted Tonks was a tall man, soft around the middle, with kind eyes and thinning hair the color of sand. He looked like someone's favorite uncle, the sort of man who always had butterscotch candies in his pocket and knew how to fix broken toys. "Harry Potter," Ted said. There was no surprise in his voice. "I've been expecting you. Come in." The inside of the house was warm and cluttered in a comfortable way. Books covered every surface, many of them legal texts with titles like Wizarding Precedent, A Comprehensive History and Magical Contract Law for the Practical Practitioner. A cat with fur the color of autumn leaves watched Harry suspiciously from atop a tottering pile of case files. "Tea?" Ted asked, leading Harry to a sitting room where more books had colonized the armchairs. "Please." Ted waved his wand, and a kettle began heating itself in the kitchen. "Sit, sit. Move Whiskers if she's in the way. She's got opinions about guests, but she's all meow and no scratch." Harry relocated the cat, who protested vocally, and sank into a chair that was more comfortable than it looked. "How did you know I was coming?" he asked. "Sirius sent me an owl. Months ago, actually, with instructions." Ted settled into the chair across from Harry. "Said that if anything happened to him, you'd come eventually. Told me to be ready." "Ready for what?" Ted's friendly expression didn't change, but something sharpened in his eyes. "To wage war on the Ministry of Magic, of course. To tear apart the web of corruption and incompetence that let an innocent man rot in prison for over a decade. To hold accountable every official who signed off on illegal procedures, turned blind eyes, or actively participated in covering up systematic abuses of power." He smiled pleasantly. "Milk or sugar?" Harry blinked. Milk. No sugar." The tea service floated in from the kitchen, settling on a small table between them. Ted poured with the casual ease of someone who'd done it thousands of times. I should tell you, Ted continued, handing Harry a cup, that I've spent the last 30 years preparing for a case like this. Ever since I passed the bar, wizarding bar, I mean, I've got Muggle law credentials too. I've watched ministry officials break their own laws with impunity. Wrongful imprisonments, seizure of property without due process, discrimination against Muggleborns and half-bloods, violations of treaty obligations with magical beings. He sipped his tea. The problem has never been evidence. There's plenty of evidence. The problem has been standing. In wizarding law, you can only bring certain charges if you have direct personal stake in the outcome. A Muggleborn solicitor with an axe to grind? No standing. But the head of the noble and most ancient House of Black, whose godfather was illegally imprisoned by the current Minister of Magic. Ted's smile widened. That, Mr. Potter, is what we call leverage. Harry felt something loosen in his chest. For the first time since reading Sirius's letter, he felt like this might actually be possible. Sirius's message said you'd help me. That you'd been waiting for someone to take on the ministry. I have. For longer than you've been alive. Ted set down his cup. Do you know what it's like being a Muggleborn in Wizarding Britain, Mr. Potter? The laws are stacked against us at every turn. We can't hold certain positions, can't access certain resources, can't challenge certain decisions. And when pure-blood wizards break the law, when they abuse their power, steal from the vulnerable, destroy lives for profit or convenience, they walk away. Every single time. His voice stayed calm, almost pleasant, but Harry could hear the steel underneath. I've built a career helping people navigate that broken system. Finding loopholes, exploiting inconsistencies, winning small victories where I can. But the system itself? I've never been able to touch it. Ted leaned forward. You can. You have the name, the resources, and the standing to bring a case that could set precedent for decades. What happened to Sirius Black wasn't just a tragedy, it was a crime. And if we can prove that crime in court, if we can force the ministry to acknowledge its own corruption, then other people can use that precedent, Harry finished. Other wrongful imprisonments. Other abuses of power. Exactly. Ted nodded approvingly. You understand quickly. That's good. We'll need to move fast. Fudge is weakened, but he still has allies. The moment he realizes you're coming for him, he'll start destroying evidence and intimidating witnesses. Harry thought about what Dumbledore had said. A cornered animal. I have resources, he said. The Black Fortune. And Gringotts seemed interested in helping. They mentioned irregularities with how Sirius's vaults were handled. Ted's eyebrows rose. Goblins? Involved in a legal case against the ministry? That's unusual. And potentially very useful. Goblin financial records are meticulous. If there's evidence of unauthorized asset seizure, they'll have documentation going back decades. The goblin I spoke with, Griphook, said they lacked standing to challenge ministry actions back then. Something about the political climate being unfavorable. It was. Ted stroked his chin thoughtfully. After the First War, goblin rights were actually rolled back. Punishment for some rebellions during the conflict. But times have changed. If Gringotts sees an opportunity to establish new legal precedents. He trailed off, calculations visibly running behind his eyes. Mr. Potter, I need to ask you something, and I need you to answer honestly. All right. Why are you doing this? Really? Ted's gaze was piercing. Is this about justice? Revenge? Politics? All three. Harry considered the question seriously. It deserved a serious answer. Sirius asked me to, he said finally. In the memory he left. He said not to do it for revenge, that revenge is empty. He wanted justice. Not just for himself, but for everyone else the ministry has failed. He looked down at the black family ring on his finger. But I'd be lying if I said there wasn't anger. Fudge took 12 years from Sirius. He took my chance to grow up with my godfather instead of in a cupboard under the stairs. He spent the last year calling me a liar and trying to destroy my reputation because I told the truth about Voldemort. Harry met Ted's eyes. I want justice. But I also want him to pay. I want him to lose everything he values, his position, his reputation, his wealth. I want him to know exactly what it feels like to have your life stolen by people who don't care about you. Ted was quiet for a long moment. That's an honest answer, he said finally. And it's the right one. Anger can be a useful tool if it's controlled. It's when people pretend they're not angry, when they lie to themselves about their motivations, that things go wrong. He stood and moved to a bookshelf, pulling down a thick leather folder. I've been collecting information on ministry corruption cases for years. Sirius's situation is one of dozens I've documented. If we're going to do this properly, we need to build a case that's airtight. Not just emotionally compelling, legally unassailable. How do we start? Ted opened the folder and spread papers across the coffee table. Harry saw names, dates, document numbers, a web of connections drawn in different colored inks. First, we need the official records. The imprisonment order Sirius mentioned, the case file, or lack thereof, from 1981, any documentation of supposed trial proceedings. Ted pointed to a section of notes. The ministry should have these records in their archives. They're supposed to be publicly accessible under the Wisengamot Transparency Act of 1612. Supposed to be. I've tried to access records for other cases before. The requests get lost, delayed, misfiled. Bureaucratic obstruction. Ted smiled grimly. But you're not some muggle-born solicitor poking around where you're not welcome. You're Lord Black, inquiring about your own family member's case. They can't stonewall you without creating more evidence of wrongdoing. Harry nodded slowly. This was going to be a different kind of fight than he was used to. No wands, no spells, no physical danger, at least not at first. This was about patience, documentation, strategy. What else do we need? Witness testimony. People who were there in 1981, who can confirm that no trial took place. Aurors, ministry workers, anyone who might have noticed irregularities. Ted flipped to another page of notes. Most of them are dead, retired, or too scared to talk. But not all. I have names. And Fudge himself? Eventually, yes. We'll need to depose him, get him under oath. Ted's expression was predatory. But not yet. First, we build our case so thoroughly that when we finally bring him to testify, there's no escape. Every lie he tells becomes perjury. Every excuse becomes evidence of consciousness of guilt. Harry felt a grim satisfaction settling into his bones. This was a kind of battle he'd never fought before, one where preparation mattered more than reaction, where the weapons were words and documents instead of spells. But it was still a battle. And Harry Potter didn't lose battles. When do we start? He asked. Ted Tonks smiled. Mr. Potter, we already have. The next few days passed in a blur of planning and preparation. Harry wrote letters, to Hermione, explaining everything and begging her to come help with research, to Remus, who needed to know what Sirius had discovered, to Dumbledore, requesting access to any order records from 1981. Hermione's response arrived within hours, delivered by a school owl she must have kept over the summer specifically for urgent correspondence. Harry, I'm coming. Don't do anything until I get there. This is the most important legal case in modern wizarding history and I will not let you mess it up because you didn't research the precedents properly. Also, I'm so sorry about Sirius. I know how much he meant to you. We'll make this right. I'll be at the Tonks house tomorrow morning. Tell me the address. Love, Hermione. Harry smiled for the first time in weeks. Remus's response was longer and more complicated. He was out of the country on order business, but he swore to return as soon as he could. He also included a warning: the people who benefited from Sirius's imprisonment aren't going to take this lying down. Watch your back, Harry. And trust Ted, he's one of the good ones. Dumbledore sent a brief acknowledgement and a promise to search the Order archives personally. The morning Hermione arrived, Harry and Ted were already deep in strategy discussions. She burst through the door like a force of nature, bushy hair escaping from a hasty braid, arms full of books and parchment. "I've already started preliminary research," she announced, dropping her burden on the nearest flat surface, which happened to be Ted's sleeping cat, who yowled in protest. The Wisingamot Transparency Act of 1612 requires all trial records to be accessible to the public after 10 years. Sirius was imprisoned in 1981, that's 15 years ago. If there's no trial record to access, that's itself evidence that no trial took place. Ted stared at her for a moment, then turned to Harry. "I like her. She's the reason I passed my OWLS," Harry said. Hermione waved off the comment impatiently. "I've also found references to something called the Charter of Magical Due Process from 1689. It explicitly requires that any imprisonment exceeding 30 days must be preceded by formal judicial proceedings. Not a trial necessarily, but at least a hearing before a qualified magistrate." She pulled out a thick tome and flipped to a marked page. Fudge wasn't a magistrate in 1981. He wasn't even senior enough to authorize temporary holds. Ted was already nodding. "The Charter is good, it's foundational law, part of the magical constitution. But it's rarely cited because most people don't know it exists." "Most people don't read boring legal histories for fun," Hermione said primly. "I do." Harry watched them talk, feeling a warmth spreading through his chest. This was going to work. These were the right people, asking the right questions. For the first time since Sirius fell through the veil, Harry felt something like hope. They spent the rest of the day building a formal request for records. Ted drafted the language with meticulous care, citing every relevant law and precedent. Hermione fact-checked his citations against her books, occasionally correcting minor errors with the gentle ruthlessness of someone who would die before allowing an incorrect comma. Harry's contribution was different. He was learning to read documents like a strategist rather than a student. What did each word imply? What options did specific phrasings leave open? What traps might be hidden in seemingly simple language? "The request goes to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Ted explained, sealing the final document with his solicitor's stamp. "Amelia Bones runs it. She's honest, one of the few genuinely honest people in ministry leadership. If the records exist, she'll provide them. And if they don't exist?" Harry asked. "Then she'll tell us that, in writing. And we'll have documented evidence that the ministry has no record of Sirius Black's trial." Ted smiled. "Which is exactly what we expect." The owl carrying their request departed as the sun began to set. Harry watched it disappear into the orange sky, carrying the first volley of what promised to be a long war. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now we wait," Ted said. "The ministry has 10 business days to respond to formal records requests. In the meantime, we start preparing the next phase: witness identification, evidence collection, and..." He trailed off, his expression growing serious. "And what?" "And you need to be prepared for retaliation." Ted met Harry's eyes. "Fudge will learn about this request. He has contacts everywhere. The moment he realizes what you're doing, he'll try to stop it, legally if possible, otherwise if necessary." Harry thought about Umbridge's blood quill. About being called a liar in front of the entire wizarding world. About watching Fudge deny Voldemort's return even with evidence staring him in the face. "Let him try," Harry said quietly. "I've faced worse than a politician." Ted nodded slowly. "I believe you have. But this kind of fight is different, Harry. The weapons aren't spells, they're reputation attacks, legal harassment, social pressure. They'll go after your friends, your allies, anyone associated with your case. Then we need to strike first, Hermione said. Both men turned to look at her. Publicity. If we make this public before Fudge can spin it, we control the narrative. That's risky, Ted warned. Going public too early could prejudice potential Wisengamot members, give Fudge grounds to claim we're running a smear campaign. Or, Harry interrupted, an idea forming, we could give an interview. Not about the lawsuit specifically. About Sirius. About who he really was, what he sacrificed for the Order, how the Ministry failed him. He looked at Hermione. You know that reporter, Rita Skeeter. You've got leverage on her, right? Hermione's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. As a matter of fact, she said, I do. The response from the Ministry came faster than expected. 6 days after sending their request, a thick envelope arrived bearing the official seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Ted opened it with careful hands, spreading the contents across his kitchen table. Harry and Hermione leaned in to read. Dear Mr. Tonks, in response to your formal request dated July 17, 1996, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement has conducted a thorough search of all relevant archives. We regret to inform you that no trial records exist for the case of Sirius Orion Black 3. Our archives contain only the following documentation: 1. An imprisonment order dated November 3, 1981, signed by then Junior Undersecretary Cornelius Fudge 2. A transportation manifest recording Mr. Black's transfer to Azkaban on November 4, 1981 3. A warden's intake form from Azkaban Prison, also dated November 4, 1981. No judicial proceedings of any kind, hearing, trial, or formal arraignment, appear in our records. The department is unable to explain this omission. Enclosed, please find certified copies of the documents listed above. Director Amelia Bones has requested a meeting with you and your client at your earliest convenience. Respectfully, Jonathan Rowe, Senior Records Clerk, Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Silence hung in the kitchen. Harry picked up the imprisonment order, the original document that had stolen Sirius's life. It was a simple form, filled out in neat bureaucratic handwriting. Name, Sirius Orion Black. Charge, murder, 13 counts, conspiracy to commit murder, association with he who must not be named. Evidence, witness testimony, see attached. Sentence, life imprisonment, Azkaban Fortress. Authorizing official, Cornelius Fudge, Junior Undersecretary, DMLE. There was no attached witness testimony. No case file reference. No judge's signature. Nothing but Fudge's name, scrawled at the bottom in careless black ink. That's it, Harry said. His voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. That's the document that destroyed his life. Yes, Ted said quietly. And it's also the document that's going to destroy Cornelius Fudge's. Hermione was already taking notes, her quill scratching furiously. Amelia Bones wants a meeting. That's good, it means she takes this seriously. It also means she probably already knows this is going to be explosive. We should meet with her, Ted agreed. She could be an ally, or at least a neutral party. She runs the department that will have to investigate its own historical misconduct. Harry looked at the imprisonment order again. Such a small thing to contain so much cruelty. Set up the meeting, he said. I want to look Fudge in the eye when this all falls apart around him. But first. He smiled, and there was nothing pleasant in it. First, I think it's time to give Rita Skeeter an exclusive. The meeting with Amelia Bones was scheduled for the following week. The interview with Rita Skeeter happened 3 days before that. Harry had insisted on conducting it at Grimmauld Place, Sirius's home, where his presence still lingered in every room. Hermione had arranged everything, leveraging her knowledge of Rita's illegal animagus form to ensure the reporter's cooperation. Rita arrived precisely on time, her acid green quick quotes quill hovering eagerly at her shoulder. She looked different than Harry remembered, less predatory, more wary. Being trapped in a jar for a year had apparently taught her some caution. Mr. Potter, she said, settling into a chair across from him. "I must say, I was surprised by your invitation. Our previous interactions weren't exactly cordial." "No," Harry agreed. "They weren't. But I need someone who can tell a story that people will actually read. You're the best at that." Rita preened slightly despite herself. "Flattery, Mr. Potter." "Truth." Harry leaned forward. "I'm going to tell you about Sirius Black. The real Sirius Black, not the murderer from the headlines, not the escaped convict. My godfather. The man who spent 12 years in Azkaban for crimes he didn't commit, who died fighting to protect me, and who never got justice in his lifetime." The quick quotes Quill began scribbling. Rita silenced it with a flick of her wand. "I think," she said slowly, "I should hear this myself first." Harry talked for 2 hours. He told her about Sirius's friendship with his father. About Peter Pettigrew's betrayal. About the night his parents died, and the false narrative that had condemned an innocent man. About 12 years of dementors, of cold and despair and hopelessness. About the Department of Mysteries. About Bellatrix Lestrange. About the veil. And finally, about the memory Sirius had left. About the imprisonment order. About Cornelius Fudge. By the end, Rita Skeeter wasn't taking notes anymore. She was just listening, her acid green glasses slightly crooked, her expression unreadable. "If you print this," Harry said quietly, "you'll make enemies. Fudge still has power. People who benefited from Sirius's imprisonment will come after you. And people who've been waiting for someone to challenge ministry corruption will rally to my defense," Rita finished. She smiled, and for once it seemed almost genuine. "Mr. Potter, I've spent my career writing stories that sell papers. Stories about scandals and celebrities and manufactured drama. But this." She gestured vaguely. "This is the kind of story that changes things. That matters." She stood, straightening her robes. "Your interview will run in the Daily Prophet the day after tomorrow. I suggest you be ready for what comes next." Harry nodded. "I will be." After she left, Hermione emerged from the kitchen where she'd been listening. "Do you trust her?" she asked. "No," Harry said. "But I trust her ambition. And right now, we're the most ambitious story in Britain." The article hit like a reductor curse to a glass window. Boy Who Lived reveals, Godfather never received trial ministry corruption exposed. Fudge signed a legal imprisonment order, they stole his life, Potter's exclusive interview inside within hours, Grimmauld Place's mailbox was overflowing. Letters poured in, some supportive, many skeptical, a few threatening. The Daily Prophet's offices were reportedly besieged by ministry officials demanding retractions, while owls carrying subscription cancellations battled with owls carrying new subscriptions. Cornelius Fudge released a statement calling the allegations baseless slander and promising a full investigation. The statement was so formulaic, so desperately defensive, that it only made things worse. And then came the others. Not readers. Survivors. They wrote to Harry through Ted's legal office, through the Daily Prophet, through any channel they could find. People whose family members had been imprisoned without trial during the First War. People who tried to investigate irregularities and been stonewalled. People who'd stayed silent for 15 years, afraid to speak, until they saw the boy who lived telling the same story. By the time Harry and Ted walked into the Ministry of Magic for their meeting with Amelia Bones, they weren't just representing one wrongful imprisonment. They were representing dozens. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement was located on level 2 of the ministry, a warren of cubicles and offices buzzing with activity. Aurors in dark robes moved with purpose through the corridors, their wands at the ready even inside headquarters. Amelia Bones met them personally. She was a square-jawed witch with close-cropped gray hair and a monocle that seemed surgically attached to her face. Her robes were plain, her manner was direct, and she looked at Harry with an expression that was neither friendly nor hostile, merely assessing. Lord Black. Mr. Tonks. She gestured them into her office. Please, sit. The office was smaller than Harry expected, dominated by filing cabinets and a battered desk covered in documents. There were no personal items visible, no photographs, no awards, nothing to suggest a life outside these walls. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us, Ted began. I didn't have much choice, Amelia said bluntly. Your interview has created a firestorm. Half the Wisingamot is demanding answers, the other half is demanding I shut you down. And I'm stuck in the middle, trying to determine what actually happened. She fixed Harry with a penetrating stare. I read the documents, Lord Black. The imprisonment order, the lack of trial records. I've had my people searching the archives for 3 days. You want to know what we found? Harry nodded. Nothing. No case file. No evidence log. No witness statements. No judicial authorization of any kind. Amelia's voice was flat. In 40 years of law enforcement, I've never seen anything like it. A man was sent to Azkaban for life based on one signature, a signature from an official with no authority to make such a decision. Then you believe us, Hermione said. She'd insisted on coming, citing her role as research consultant, and neither Harry nor Ted had argued. I believe the documents, Amelia corrected. Whether that belief translates to action is complicated. She leaned back in her chair. You need to understand what you're asking for. If this case proceeds, if you're allowed to bring charges against former Minister Fudge, you'll be setting a precedent that could upend 20 years of ministry operations. Isn't that the point? Harry asked quietly. If the ministry spent 20 years abusing its power, shouldn't that be exposed? Perhaps. But exposure isn't the same as justice. Amelia's eyes were hard. I've spent my career trying to reform this institution from within. Slowly, carefully, building alliances and picking battles. What you're proposing is a frontal assault. The walls might come down, but you'll be standing in the rubble. Ted spoke up. With respect, Director Bones, careful reform hasn't worked. Sirius Black was innocent. Others were innocent too. We've already received testimony from families affected by similar irregularities. How many more victims need to suffer while we proceed slowly and carefully? Amelia was silent for a long moment. You're right, she said finally. And that's why I'm going to do something I've never done before. She stood and moved to one of the filing cabinets, extracting a thick folder. This is everything my department has on the 1981 imprisonments. Not just Sirius Black, all of them. 67 people were sent to Azkaban in the 6 months following Voldemort's fall. 31 of them never received trials. Harry's stomach dropped. 31. 31. Some were guilty, caught in the act, confessed freely. Others. Amelia shook her head. Others were like your godfather. Swept up in the chaos, convicted by assumption, forgotten. I've known about this for years. I've tried to raise concerns through proper channels. No one wanted to hear it. She placed the folder on the desk between them. Take it. Build your case. And when you bring it to the Wisingamot, I'll testify on your behalf. Her eyes met Harry's. Sirius Black deserved better. So did the others. Maybe it's time someone actually did something about it. Harry took the folder. It was heavier than he expected, literally and metaphorically. Why? He asked. Why help us? You could lose everything. Amelia smiled grimly. Because my brother Edgar was one of the 31, Mr. Potter. He was a war hero. He fought Death Eaters for 5 years, lost his wife and children to Voldemort's followers. And when the war ended, some bureaucrat decided he'd been suspiciously effective and must have been a spy. Her voice was steady, but Harry could see the old anger behind her eyes. Edgar spent 3 years in Azkaban before they acknowledged the mistake. He never recovered. Died 2 years later. They said it was dragon pox, but it wasn't. The Dementors had already taken everything worth living for. She sat back down, squaring her shoulders. So yes, Lord Black. I'll help you tear this system apart. Because I've been waiting for someone with the power to do it for a very long time. The walk out of the ministry felt different than the walk in. Harry had entered as a grieving teenager on a quest for justice. He was leaving as something more, the figurehead of a movement he hadn't anticipated, carrying evidence of corruption far deeper than he'd imagined. 31 people. 31 lives destroyed by bureaucratic convenience. And Amelia Bones, the head of magical law enforcement, had been waiting for years for someone to do something about it. Well, Ted said as they emerged into the sunny atrium. That wasn't what I expected. No, Harry agreed. It was better. Hermione was already flipping through the folder Amelia had given them. These records are incredible. Half of these cases don't have any documentation at all, just names and sentence dates. The ministry didn't even pretend to follow proper procedure. Which means more victims, more witnesses, more evidence, Ted said. And more people willing to testify. This isn't just about Sirius anymore, Harry. This is about the entire post-war justice system. Harry thought about Sirius's message. Burn it all down and build something better. Good, he said. That's what Sirius would have wanted. They were halfway across the atrium when Harry felt someone watching him. He turned, scanning the crowd of ministry workers and visitors. There. Near the fountain. Cornelius Fudge stood frozen, surrounded by a cluster of aides, staring at Harry with an expression of pure terror. Their eyes met across the crowded space. Harry didn't look away. He let Fudge see exactly what was coming, the cold determination, the absolute certainty. He let the former minister understand that there would be no mercy, no compromise, no escape. Then Harry smiled, turned, and walked out of the Ministry of Magic. The real battle was just beginning. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, Discovery. The war room took shape in Ted Tonks's dining room over the course of 3 days. Andromeda had given up trying to reclaim the space after the second filing cabinet arrived. Now she simply brought tea at regular intervals and occasional sandwiches that went cold on their plates while Harry, Hermione, and Ted pored over documents that spread across every available surface like a paper plague. Cross-reference complete on the Rosier case, Hermione announced, adding another parchment to a stack that had grown taller than Crookshanks. No trial record, no evidence file, sentenced to life imprisonment based on, she squinted at her notes, known association with dark wizards and suspicious behavior during questioning. That's it. That's the entire legal justification. Ted made a note in his master ledger. That brings us to 17 confirmed cases of imprisonment without trial, plus another 8 probables pending verification. 17 families, Harry said quietly. He was reading through witness statements from the children of the imprisoned, grown adults now, most of them, who'd spent their lives wondering if their parents had truly been monsters. 17 groups of people who never got answers. Some of them were guilty, Ted reminded him gently. Evan Rosier, for instance, he was killed resisting arrest a few months after the war ended. Multiple Aurors witnessed him casting unforgivables. Then he should have been tried and convicted based on that testimony. Harry set down the statement he'd been reading. At least then his family would know. They'd have closure, evidence, something real instead of just assumptions. Hermione looked up from her work. That's actually an important point for our case. We're not arguing that everyone imprisoned was innocent. We're arguing that everyone deserved due process. The guilty and the innocent alike. Exactly. Ted pulled out a fresh sheet of parchment. The legal principle is called procedural justice. It's not about outcomes, it's about process. Even if the ministry had correctly identified every Death Eater, their failure to follow proper procedures violated fundamental rights. Harry thought about that. It felt strange, almost uncomfortable, to argue for the rights of people who'd served Voldemort. But then he remembered Sirius, remembered how easy it had been for everyone to assume guilt, how quickly an innocent man had been forgotten. If the process can be corrupted for the guilty, he said slowly, it can be corrupted for the innocent too. That's the point, isn't it? Once you start making exceptions, there's no protection for anyone. Ted smiled. You'd make a good solicitor, Lord Black. Don't encourage him, Hermione muttered. He's got enough careers to choose from already. The fireplace flared green before Harry could respond. Andromeda's head appeared in the flames, her expression tight with controlled worry. Ted. Harry. You need to come to the sitting room. Now. Nymphadora Tonks stood in the middle of her parents' sitting room, still wearing her aura robes, her hair cycling through colors so fast it made Harry's eyes hurt, purple to red to black to bright orange and back again. Her wand was clenched in her white-knuckled fist. They're investigating me, she said before anyone could speak. Internal affairs. They claim I've been sharing sensitive information with outside parties hostile to ministry interests. What? Andromeda's voice was sharp. On what grounds? The interview. Harry's interview. Tonks turned to face him, and Harry couldn't read her expression, anger, fear, something else he couldn't name. Rita Skeeter quoted sources within the Aura department confirming that Sirius Black never received a trial. They think I was the source. Were you? Ted asked calmly. No. I didn't even know the details until I read the bloody paper like everyone else. Tonks ran a hand through her chameleon hair. But that doesn't matter. Fudge is looking for scapegoats, and I'm an obvious target. My family's representing Harry. My cousin was the imprisoned party. I've made no secret of my opinions about how the ministry handled things. Harry felt his stomach clench. This was exactly what Ted had warned about, retaliation against allies, pressure applied to anyone associated with the case. Can they actually do anything to you? Hermione asked. If you didn't leak information, they can put me on administrative leave pending investigation. They can search my home, my correspondence, my memories if I consent to legitimacy. Tonks laughed bitterly. Which I won't, but refusing makes me look guilty. Then we go public first, Harry said. Everyone turned to look at him. We get ahead of this. Release a statement saying the ministry is retaliating against Aura Tonks because of her family's involvement in a legitimate legal case. Make it clear that any action against her is politically motivated. That could make things worse, Ted said carefully. It puts a target on Dora's back. There's already a target on her back. Harry met Tonks's eyes. You said it yourself, Fudge is looking for scapegoats. Whether we stay quiet or not, they're going to come after you. At least this way, everyone knows why. Tonks studied him for a long moment. Her hair settled into a deep, determined purple. He's right, she said. If I try to play defense, they'll bury me in procedure while the investigation drags on for months. But if we expose what they're doing. She smiled grimly. Let's see how internal affairs likes being investigated by the court of public opinion. Ted was already reaching for parchment. I'll draft a statement. Hermione, can you contact Rita Skeeter? Already composing the owl in my head. Hermione headed for the door. I'll emphasize the timing. Investigation announced 3 days after Harry's interview. Even the dullest reader will see the connection. As she left, Harry turned to Tonks. I'm sorry. I didn't mean for this to blow back on your family. Don't. Tonks's voice was firm. Sirius was my cousin. The only member of the Black family besides Mum who ever gave a damn about me. What they did to him, she broke off, jaw tightening. I've been wanting to fight back for years. I just never had the ammunition. Now you do, Harry said. Now we all do. Tonks glanced at her parents. I should go. I'm technically still on duty, and disappearing for too long will give them more ammunition. She headed for the fireplace, then paused. Harry. When this goes to the Wisengamot, I want to testify. Not as an Auror. As family. We'd be honored to have you, Ted said. Tonks nodded once, threw flu powder into the flames, and vanished. Andromeda sank into a chair, her composure finally cracking. This is going to destroy her career. Everything she's worked for, or it's going to make her a hero, Harry said quietly. An Auror who stood up against ministry corruption when everyone else looked away. That's the kind of person who becomes head of department someday. Andromeda looked at him with something approaching wonder. You really believe that, don't you? I have to. Harry thought about Sirius, about the choices his godfather had made, about the price he'd paid for standing up against his family's darkness. If I didn't believe good people could win by doing the right thing, what would be the point of any of this? The next morning brought two developments. First, Rita Skeeter's follow-up article hit the newsstands. Ministry launches witch hunt against Auror Tonks targeted for family's legal challenge, pure retaliation, says legal expert. The article was devastating. Rita had outdone herself, weaving together the timeline of events in a way that made the ministry's actions look petty, vindictive, and deeply corrupt. She'd even managed to get quotes from anonymous Aurors who expressed concern about the precedent being set. Second, a formal summons arrived for Harry, demanding his presence at the Ministry of Magic to answer questions from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement about potential violations of the Official Secrets Act. Ted read the summons 3 times before speaking. They're not serious about charging you. This is intimidation. They want you in a room where they can pressure you, threaten you, maybe trick you into saying something they can use. Then I won't go. You have to. Ignoring a formal summons gives them grounds for arrest. Ted set the parchment down. But you won't go alone, and you won't answer any questions without me present. And we're going to use this opportunity. Harry raised an eyebrow. Use it how? They've invited us into the ministry. That means we have legitimate reason to be there. Ted's smile was sharp. I think it's time we exercised your rights under the Wisengamot Transparency Act. The records office is just down the hall from the DMLE interview rooms. The Ministry of Magic was busier than Harry had ever seen it. Witches and wizards crowded the atrium, many of them clutching copies of the Daily Prophet and whispering to each other. Harry caught fragments of conversation as he and Ted made their way to the security checkpoint. Can't believe they never had a trial. My uncle always said black was set up, political persecution, that's what it is. The security wizard examined Harry's wand with exaggerated slowness, clearly hoping to create a scene. Harry waited in patient silence, refusing to give him the satisfaction. Lord Black. The wizard finally handed back his wand. Interview room 7. Level 2. Thank you. Harry started toward the lifts, then paused. Actually, I need to make a stop first. The Hall of Records, Level 3. The wizard's eyes narrowed. That's not on your summons. No, it's on my citizen's request under the Wisengamot Transparency Act. Harry pulled out a folded parchment, the formal records request they'd prepared the night before. I'm entitled to access certain documents as head of the Black family. Unless you're telling me the ministry is refusing to honor its legal obligations. He said it loudly enough for the nearby crowd to hear. Several people turned to watch, and Harry saw quick quills appear among what he now realized were at least 3 reporters. The security wizard's face reddened. Of course not. The Hall of Records is available to any citizen with proper authorization. Wonderful. We'll stop there first, then proceed to interview room 7. Harry smiled pleasantly. I'd hate to keep the DMLE waiting any longer than necessary. The lift ride to level 3 was silent and tense. Ted kept his expression professionally neutral, but Harry caught the gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. That was well done, Ted murmured as they exited. The reporters will have that exchange in tomorrow's papers. Boy who lived forced to assert rights at ministry checkpoint. It's perfect. I'm learning, Harry said. Politics isn't that different from Quidditch, really. You have to see the whole field, anticipate what your opponents will do, and be willing to take a bludger if it means scoring a goal. An interesting analogy. Remind me to use it in my opening statement. The Hall of Records was a vast, dimly lit chamber filled with towering shelves that stretched up into darkness. Thousands, maybe millions, of files were crammed into every available space, organized by some arcane system that probably made sense to the goblins who'd originally designed it. A bored-looking clerk sat at a desk near the entrance, reading a romance novel with a cover featuring a shirtless wizard wrestling a dragon. "Help you?" she asked without looking up. "I'm here to access records under the Wisengamot Transparency Act." Harry placed his request on her desk. Specifically, all documentation related to criminal cases from November 1981 through May 1982, including but not limited to trial transcripts, imprisonment orders, evidence logs, and judicial authorizations. The clerk finally looked up. Her eyes went to Harry's forehead, widened, and then narrowed with something like resigned annoyance. "That's a lot of records." "Yes, it is. It'll take time to locate everything." "I have time." Harry settled into a chair across from her desk. "We'll wait." The clerk stared at him for a long moment, clearly hoping he'd give up and leave. Harry stared back, perfectly calm. "Fine," she muttered, shoving her novel into a drawer. "But don't blame me if it takes hours. The filing system from that era is a nightmare." She disappeared into the stacks. Ted took the seat next to Harry. "She's going to stall as long as possible," he said quietly. "Probably alert her superiors that we're here." "I know. That's why I asked for everything from that entire period, not just Sirius's case." Harry leaned back in his chair. "If they refuse to give us the files, that's obstruction. If they give us the files, we might find evidence of other irregularities. Either way, we win." Ted was quiet for a moment. "Sirius chose well when he named you his heir." Before Harry could respond, the door to the Hall of Records banged open. Dolores Umbridge stood in the entrance, flanked by two wizards in the dark robes of hit wizards. Her smile was as sweet and poisonous as ever, her pink cardigan a jarring splash of color against the dim surroundings. "Mr. Potter," she said, her girlish voice echoing off the stone walls. "How delightful to see you again. I'm afraid there's been a misunderstanding about your summons. You were expected in interview room 7, not here." Harry rose slowly, keeping his hands visible and away from his wand. "No misunderstanding, Madam Umbridge. I'm exercising my legal right to access public records. The summons can wait." "I'm afraid it can't." Umbridge's smile widened. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement has questions that require immediate answers. Surely your little research project can be postponed." "Actually, it can't." Ted stepped forward, positioning himself between Harry and the hit wizards. "My client is within his rights to access these records before any interview. Attempting to prevent him from doing so would constitute obstruction of a citizen's lawful activities." Umbridge's smile flickered. "And you are?" "Ted Tonks. Mr. Potter's legal counsel." Ted produced his credentials. "I notice you've brought hit wizards to escort my client to a voluntary interview. That's rather unusual, isn't it? One might almost call it intimidating. Standard procedure when dealing with persons of interest in sensitive matters. Is my client under arrest?" "Not at present." "Then he's free to complete his business here before the interview." Ted's voice was pleasant but unyielding. "Unless the ministry wishes to formally charge Lord Black with a crime. I'm sure the reporters in the atrium would be fascinated to learn that the boy who lived was arrested while attempting to access public records about his godfather's illegal imprisonment." The silence that followed was thick enough to cut with a knife. Umbridge's face had gone pink, not with embarrassment, Harry knew, but with barely suppressed rage. She'd expected him to be intimidated, to meekly follow her to whatever trap she'd prepared. Instead, he was making her look petty and heavy-handed in front of witnesses. "Very well," she said finally, her voice stripped of its usual sweetness. "Complete your research. But don't take too long, Mr. Potter. The department's patience has limits." She turned and swept out, her hit wizard escort trailing behind her. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "That was close," he admitted. "No, that was a victory." Ted was already making notes. "She wanted to drag you into that interview room before you could gather more evidence. The fact that she backed down means she's worried about public perception. That's leverage we can use." The clerk emerged from the stacks, arms full of folders. Her eyes darted to the door where Umbridge had just exited, then back to Harry. "I found the records you requested," she said, her voice notably more cooperative than before. "All of them. There's quite a lot." She deposited the folders on her desk. The pile was enormous, easily 2 feet high. "There's more in the back," she added. "I'll need a few hours to retrieve everything." Harry looked at the mountain of documents, feeling overwhelmed for a moment. Then he remembered Sirius's face in the pensieve, remembered the cold certainty in his godfather's voice. "Burn it all down." "Take your time," Harry said. "We'll be here." They spent 4 hours in the Hall of Records. Ted handled the formal cataloging, documenting each file they received and noting any gaps or irregularities. Harry read through the actual contents, searching for patterns, connections, anything that might strengthen their case. What he found made him sick. Case after case followed the same pattern. A name accused of dark activity. An imprisonment order signed by mid-level bureaucrats with no judicial authority. No trial, no hearing, no chance for the accused to present a defense. Just a one-way ticket to Azkaban and a file that gathered dust for 15 years. Some of the imprisoned had been Death Eaters, genuine monsters who'd tortured and killed. Their files at least contained some documentation, witness statements, evidence of dark mark identification, confessions obtained under circumstances Harry didn't want to examine too closely. But others. Marcus Webb, Harry read aloud. Accused of providing financial support to Death Eater activities. No evidence presented. No witnesses. Sentenced to 10 years in Azkaban. He looked at Ted. What happened to him? Ted checked his ledger. Released in 1989 after a review board determined there was insufficient cause for continued imprisonment. No compensation, no formal exoneration. He died 2 years later, suicide, according to ministry records. There's a note in his file, Harry said, his voice tight. From someone named Rookwood. It says, Webb investigation to be suspended, subject no longer relevant to departmental concerns. What does that mean? Ted took the file, frowning. Augustus Rookwood. He was an unspeakable, Department of Mysteries. What would an unspeakable have to do with a financial crimes case? I don't know. But his name keeps appearing. Harry pulled out several other files. Here, he's mentioned in the Sirius Black file too. A handwritten note recommending that S. Black be secured without trial. And here, in the Travers case, signing off on something called Protocol 12. Protocol 12. Ted's frown deepened. I've never heard of that. Neither have I. Harry set the files aside. But Rookwood was exposed as a Death Eater in 1995. He was in Azkaban until the mass breakout this January. Which means he was working inside the Ministry, inside the Department of Mysteries, while Voldemort was active. Ted's voice was grim. If he was manipulating imprisonment decisions during the First War, then some of these people might have been targeted specifically, Harry finished. Not because they were guilty, but because they knew something. Or were inconvenient to Death Eater operations. The implications were staggering. They'd started this investigation looking for bureaucratic incompetence and corruption. They might have stumbled onto something far worse, deliberate sabotage of the justice system by an enemy agent. We need to be very careful with this, Ted said slowly. If we're right, we're not just challenging Fudge anymore. We're potentially implicating the entire post-war ministry structure in a conspiracy. Good. Harry's voice was hard. The bigger this is, the harder it'll be for them to bury it. Ted looked at him for a long moment. You've changed, Harry. Since this started. I watched my godfather die. I found out he spent 12 years in prison because of a piece of paper signed by a coward. Harry met Ted's eyes. People keep telling me I'm supposed to be a hero, supposed to save the wizarding world. Fine. Maybe this is how I do it. Not with a wand, with the truth. Before Ted could respond, the door opened again. This time it wasn't Umbridge. Amelia Bones entered alone, her expression troubled. She took in the scene, Harry surrounded by files, Ted with his ledger, the clerk watching nervously from behind her desk, and sighed. I heard about your encounter with Dolores, she said. I've come to escort you to interview room 7 personally. The DMLE questions are a formality, I'll make sure of that. But you need to go through the motions, or they'll find other ways to make trouble. We found something, Harry said. Something important. He handed her the files with Rookwood's notations. Amelia's face went pale as she read. Protocol 12, she murmured. I haven't heard that phrase in years. You know what it is? Amelia was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was careful. During the First War, the Department of Mysteries developed procedures for handling prisoners who possessed sensitive information. Information that couldn't be allowed to become public, even in a trial setting. Procedures, Ted repeated flatly. You mean methods for making people disappear? I mean methods for protecting national security. Amelia's tone was sharp. At least, that's how it was justified at the time. I was a junior Auror, I wasn't privy to the details. But I heard rumors. People who were arrested and simply, never appeared in the system. No trial, no imprisonment record. Just gone. Harry felt cold. Are you saying some of these prisoners might not have gone to Azkaban at all? I'm saying I don't know what happened to them. Amelia set down the files. And I'm saying you've stumbled onto something that goes far beyond Cornelius Fudge's incompetence. If Protocol 12 was used on innocent people, if Rookwood was manipulating it for Death Eater purposes, then the entire post-war justice system was compromised from the inside, Harry finished. Amelia nodded slowly. You need to be very careful, Lord Black. The people who implemented these protocols are still alive. Many of them are still in positions of power. They won't react kindly to having their secrets exposed. I don't care how they react. Harry stood, gathering the most important files. My godfather spent 12 years in hell because of these secrets. Other innocent people died because of these secrets. I'm not going to let them stay buried just because powerful people might get upset. For a moment, Amelia's stern expression softened into something almost like respect. Your parents would be proud, she said quietly. James and Lily fought the same fight, in their own way. They believed in justice too. Did you know them? We worked together, briefly. Before everything fell apart. Amelia straightened, her professional mask sliding back into place. Come. Let's get this interview over with. The sooner you satisfy the ministry's questions, the sooner you can get back to burning their house down. The interview was exactly what Ted had predicted, a fishing expedition disguised as a formal inquiry. The DMLE interrogator, a thin-faced wizard named Thickness, asked leading questions about Harry's sources, his motivations, his associations with known criminals. Harry answered everything with careful precision, volunteering nothing, admitting nothing that wasn't already public knowledge. Ted objected constantly, challenging every question that overreached, demanding clarifications, forcing Thickness to justify each line of inquiry. By the end, the interrogator looked exhausted and frustrated. "I think we're done here," Ted said finally, after Thickness had spent 10 minutes trying to get Harry to admit that someone inside the DMLE had helped him access records. "Unless you plan to actually charge my client with something." Thickness glared at them both. "This isn't over, Potter. The minister is taking a personal interest in your activities." "Good." Harry stood. "Tell the minister I'm taking a personal interest in his activities too. Specifically, his activities in November of 1981. He walked out before Thickness could respond. That evening, Grimmauld Place played host to an unusual gathering. Andromeda had insisted on using the Black family home for their strategy session, arguing that its protections made it the most secure location available. Harry had agreed, partly because she was right, and partly because it felt appropriate. This had been Sirius's home. His fight should be planned here. Ted spread his notes across the long dining table while Andromeda served tea. Hermione arrived via Floo, immediately gravitating toward the files Harry had brought from the ministry. Remus Lupin appeared an hour later, looking worn but determined, having finally returned from whatever order mission had kept him away. "I came as soon as I could," Remus said, gripping Harry's shoulder. "I'm sorry I wasn't here sooner." "You're here now." Harry gestured to a chair. "That's what matters." The fireplace flared again, and Nymphadora Tonks stumbled through, her hair a defiant shade of electric blue. "I'm officially on administrative leave," she announced, brushing soot from her robes. "Pending investigation into my concerning associations. They've suspended my wand privileges and reassigned my cases." "I'm sorry, Dora," Andromeda said softly. "Don't be. This means I can help full-time without worrying about conflicts of interest." Tonks dropped into a chair next to Remus. "Besides, the other Aurors are furious on my behalf. Half the department thinks this investigation is politically motivated. Internal Affairs is going to have a hard time finding anyone willing to testify against me." Ted cleared his throat. "Now that everyone's here, let's discuss where we stand." He outlined their progress, the files from the Hall of Records, the pattern of irregular imprisonments, the mysterious Protocol 12, and the recurring presence of Augustus Rookwood's name throughout the documentation. "Rookwood was a Death Eater spy," Remus said grimly. "We found that out during the First War, too late to stop him. He was one of Voldemort's most valuable agents because he had access to Department of Mystery's secrets." "But what would he want with imprisonment records?" Hermione asked. "If he was gathering information for Voldemort, why interfere with criminal cases?" "To protect other Death Eaters," Tonks suggested. "Make sure they didn't go to trial where they might be questioned under Veritaserum." "Some of them, maybe." Harry shook his head. "But that doesn't explain Sirius. He wasn't a Death Eater, he was hunting them. Why would Rookwood want to keep him from getting a trial?" Silence fell as everyone considered the question. "Because of what Sirius knew," Remus said finally, his voice hollow. "Harry, your godfather was brilliant at investigation. Before your parents went into hiding, Sirius was the one who identified Rookwood as a probable spy. He compiled evidence, documented suspicious activities, built a case. But Rookwood wasn't arrested until 1995, Hermione pointed out. Because Sirius's evidence disappeared." Remus's hands were clenched on the table. "After James and Lily died, after Sirius was arrested, everything he'd gathered just vanished. I tried to find it, tried to tell people what Sirius had discovered, but no one would listen. They'd already decided he was guilty. Rookwood made sure of that." Harry's voice was flat with cold fury. "He framed Sirius, not just to hide Peter Pettigrew's betrayal, but to bury the evidence against himself. And then made sure Sirius never got a trial where he might have a chance to tell anyone what he knew." Ted made a note. "It's circumstantial, but it fits. Rookwood had means, motive, and opportunity. Can we prove it? Andromeda asked. We can prove Rookwood's involvement in Sirius's case. His handwritten recommendations are in the file. Ted pulled out the relevant documents. What we can't prove yet is that he was acting as a Death Eater agent rather than simply an overzealous official. Then we need to find someone who can testify to his activities, Hermione said. Someone who worked with him in the Department of Mysteries. Most of them are dead or in Azkaban, Tonks pointed out. The Unspeakables took heavy casualties during the First War, and the ones who survived aren't exactly chatty about their work. What about the other end? Harry asked. The Death Eaters who escaped prosecution. Some of them must know how Rookwood operated, who he protected, what information he passed along. You want to interview Death Eaters? Remus sounded skeptical. I want to find the truth. Harry met his eyes. If that means talking to people I despise, so be it. Sirius would have done the same. Remus was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right. He would have. There is one person who might know something, Andromeda said reluctantly. Someone with inside knowledge of how the old pureblood families protected themselves during the First War. Who? Andromeda's expression was pained. My sister. Narcissa. Malfoy Manor loomed against the grey morning sky, its iron gates adorned with serpents that seemed to watch Harry as he approached. He'd come alone, despite Ted's protests. This wasn't a legal visit, it was a family matter. As head of House Black, Harry had authority over any family members who hadn't been formally disowned. Narcissa Malfoy, née Black, was technically under his jurisdiction. It was a thin pretense, and everyone knew it. But it gave Harry an excuse to be here, and it gave Narcissa an excuse to receive him. The gates swung open silently. Harry walked up the long drive, past manicured gardens and peacocks that screamed at his approach. The front door opened before he could knock. A house elf bowed low. Lord Black is expected. Mistress waits in the drawing room. The interior of Malfoy Manor was everything Harry expected, expensive, ostentatious, and deeply uncomfortable. Dark portraits watched him pass with expressions of aristocratic disdain. The floors were polished marble. The air smelled of old money and older secrets. Narcissa Malfoy sat beside a fire that did nothing to warm the room. She was beautiful in the cold way of marble statues, perfectly composed, perfectly still, utterly unreadable. Lord Black. Her voice was silk over steel. An unexpected honor. Mrs. Malfoy. Harry didn't sit. Thank you for seeing me. I had little choice. You are, as you've no doubt been informed, technically my head of house. A flicker of something, resentment, amusement, crossed her face. A situation I find deeply ironic, given our history. I'm not here to discuss history. I'm here to discuss the future. Harry met her eyes. Specifically, your future, and your son's, if the information you provide proves valuable. Narcissa's composure cracked slightly. You're here about the lawsuit. I'm here about Augustus Rookwood. The name landed like a stone in still water. Narcissa's face went carefully blank, too carefully, too quickly. I don't know anyone by that name. That's strange, because he was at your wedding. Harry pulled out a photograph he'd found in the Ministry archives, a society page from 1972, showing Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy surrounded by well-wishers. Rookwood was visible in the background, smiling blandly at the camera. He was also a regular guest at your Christmas parties throughout the 70s and early 80s. At least until his arrest. Narcissa said nothing. Your husband served the Dark Lord, Harry continued. So did Rookwood. They must have known each other, worked together, shared information. What I want to know is this, did Rookwood tell your husband about his plans for Sirius Black? You're asking me to incriminate my husband. I'm asking you to tell me the truth. Harry stepped closer. Your husband is currently in Azkaban for his actions at the Department of Mysteries. Your son is a suspected Death Eater who barely escaped arrest. The Malfoy name is mud, and every day that passes makes it harder for your family to recover. He let that sink in before continuing. Help me, and I might be able to help you. As head of House Black, I have influence over the Wizengamot. I can argue for leniency in Lucius's case, can provide cover for Draco if he chooses to step away from the Dark Lord's service. Harry paused. Refuse me, and I'll use every resource at my disposal to ensure the Malfoy family faces the full consequences of their actions. Not just Lucius's current charges, everything. Every bribe, every threat, every dark artifact in your cellar. I'll burn it all down. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. Harry couldn't read her expression, but he saw something calculating behind her eyes, a survivor's instinct, weighing options, assessing threats. You've changed, she said finally. The boy who faced the Dark Lord in a graveyard was brave but foolish. Desperate. You're neither of those things now. Loss does that to a person. Yes. Something flickered in her eyes, grief, perhaps, or understanding. It does. She rose and walked to the window, looking out at the grey gardens. I will tell you what I know, she said quietly. Not because of your threats, Lord Black, but because I am tired. Tired of secrets, tired of fear, tired of watching my family destroy itself in service to a madman who cannot be trusted to protect us. She turned to face him. Rookwood was not merely a spy. He was the Dark Lord's architect within the Ministry, the one who ensured that loyal servants avoided prosecution while enemies were neutralized. Sirius Black was a particular priority. The Dark Lord feared him. Feared him. Why? Because Sirius was close to uncovering the truth about Pettigrew. About the spy within your parents' circle. Narcissa's voice was clinical, detached. Rookwood learned of this and moved to eliminate the threat. He arranged for Pettigrew to fake his death in a way that would incriminate Sirius. He ensured that no trial would occur where Sirius might have a chance to present evidence or demand Veritaserum. He buried everything. Harry felt cold. Rookwood arranged the framing. Not just the aftermath, the actual framing. Yes. Pettigrew was too stupid to have managed it alone. Rookwood provided the plan, the timing, the bureaucratic cover. Narcissa met his eyes. Your godfather was not merely a victim of incompetence, Lord Black. He was deliberately destroyed because he was a threat to the Dark Lord's operations. And my parents? Were they targeted because of what Sirius knew? Narcissa hesitated. I don't know. Truly. But it would not surprise me. Rookwood was methodical. If Sirius had shared his suspicions with James and Lily, they would have been priorities as well. Harry stood very still, processing this. His parents might have died not just because of Pettigrew's betrayal, but because Sirius had gotten too close to the truth about Rookwood. The conspiracy was deeper than he'd imagined. I need proof, he said finally. Names, dates, documents. Anything that can substantiate what you've told me. I can provide some. Letters, records of meetings, financial transactions. Narcissa returned to her seat. But the most damning evidence is not in any archive. It's in the memories of those who participated. Whose memories? Rookwood's own. Before his arrest in 1995, he was known to store copies of his memories in a secure location. Insurance, in case his masters ever turned on him. Narcissa smiled thinly. Even the most loyal servants of the Dark Lord understood the value of leverage. Where are these memories? I don't know exactly. But Lucius might. She paused. For that information, I'll need something concrete in return. Not promises, action. My husband's sentence reduced. My son's freedom guaranteed. Harry considered this. He was making a deal with a woman who'd stood by while her husband tortured and killed, who'd raised her son to become a Death Eater, who'd probably participated in atrocities he couldn't imagine. But she was also offering him the key to unraveling everything. Proof that Sirius's imprisonment was deliberate. Evidence of a conspiracy that went to the heart of the Death Eater organization. The truth about why his parents had to die. "I can't guarantee anything," he said finally. "But I can promise to argue for leniency if the information proves valuable. And I can promise that if Draco comes to me, truly renounces the Dark Lord and provides assistance, I'll do everything in my power to protect him." "That's not enough. It's what I have." Harry met her eyes. "Take it or leave it." The silence stretched. Finally, Narcissa nodded. "Very well. I'll arrange for my husband to be receptive to your questions during your visit to Azkaban. And I'll provide what documentation I have." She rose, signaling the meeting was over. "One more thing, Lord Black." Harry paused at the door. "The Dark Lord knows about your lawsuit. He finds it amusing, anything that destabilizes the Ministry benefits him." Narcissa's expression was unreadable. "But if you become too successful, if you threaten to expose his operations rather than simply embarrass his enemies, that amusement will end. Be careful. You're playing a game with stakes you don't fully understand." "I understand them better than you think," Harry said. "I've been playing this game my whole life. I just didn't know the rules until now." He left Malfoy Manor with a list of names, a promise of documentation, and the beginning of a plan to visit Azkaban. Behind him, Narcissa Malfoy watched from the window, her expression thoughtful. The Ollery at Grimmauld Place had been unused for years, but it still functioned. Harry sent 3 letters that evening. The first went to Ted Tonks, summarizing his conversation with Narcissa and outlining their next steps. The second went to Amelia Bones, requesting authorization for a prisoner interview at Azkaban. Harry cited his status as head of House Black and his legitimate legal interest in information related to family matters. The third went to an address he'd found in Sirius's old correspondence, a cottage in Yorkshire where a retired Auror named Alastair Moody was reportedly living in paranoid seclusion. Moody had been present during many of the post-war arrests. He'd questioned Sirius after his capture. If anyone remembered irregularities from that time, it would be him. The responses came the next morning. Ted's reply was enthusiastic. The Narcissa meeting had provided exactly the kind of leads they needed, and he was already researching legal precedents for introducing Death Eater testimony in civil proceedings. Amelia's response was more guarded. She'd approved the Azkaban visit, but warned Harry that Lucius Malfoy was unlikely to cooperate willingly. The Dementors had been removed from the prison following Fudge's fall from grace, but Lucius remained defiant and dangerous. Moody's reply was the most surprising. "Potter, knew you'd come asking eventually. Surprised it took this long. Come to the cottage. Tonight. Come alone. Tell no one where you're going. I have information you need. But you won't like it. Constant vigilance." Harry stared at the letter for a long time. Moody was famously paranoid, but he'd also been one of the most respected Aurors in British history. If he had information about Sirius's case, it could be invaluable. But the instruction to come alone, tell no one, that felt wrong. It felt like a trap. Then again, Moody's paranoia was legendary. He probably gave these instructions to everyone, just on principle. Harry made his decision. He told Hermione where he was going, just in case, and apparat to Yorkshire as the sun began to set. Moody's cottage looked like it had been designed by someone with a deep mistrust of everything. The windows were covered with metal shutters. The door was reinforced with what appeared to be goblin-forged steel. Strange devices whirred and clicked on the roof, scanning for threats. Harry approached slowly, hands visible, wand sheathed. He'd learned enough about Moody to know that any sudden movements could trigger a lethal response. "That's far enough, Potter." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry stopped. "I'm here because you invited me. I know why you're here. Question is whether you're really you." A pause. What form does your Patronus take? A stag. Like my father's. What did Barty Crouch Jr. say to you after the third task of the Triwizard Tournament? Harry's jaw tightened at the memory. He told me he'd been watching me all year. Helping me win so I could get to the graveyard. Another pause, longer this time. Then the door swung open. Get inside. Quickly. The interior of the cottage was somehow even more paranoid than the exterior. Every surface was covered with detection devices, defensive enchantments, emergency escape mechanisms. Moody himself sat in a reinforced chair, his magical eye spinning wildly as it tracked Harry's movements. Sit, Moody growled. And don't touch anything. Harry sat on a chair that immediately scanned him for dark artifacts, concealed weapons, and polyjuice residue. A light turned green, and Moody relaxed slightly. You're looking into Black's case, Moody said. It wasn't a question. I am. You were there when he was arrested. I was. Moody's scarred face was unreadable. Worst mistake of my career, letting that happen. Harry leaned forward. What do you mean? I mean I knew something was wrong. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry while his normal eye stared at the wall. Black didn't act like a guilty man. He was laughing when we found him, sure, but it wasn't the laugh of someone who just murdered his best friends. It was the laugh of someone who just realized the universe had a sick sense of humor. Did you say anything? Try to investigate. Course I did. Wrote 3 reports recommending a formal interrogation under Veritaserum. All 3 were rejected. Moody's voice was bitter. Crouch wanted convictions, not complications. The war was over, people wanted to celebrate, and Black was a perfect villain. Pure-blood traitor who'd sold out his best friend to the Dark Lord. Nobody wanted to hear that maybe, just maybe, we'd got the wrong man. And Rookwood? Moody's eye stopped spinning. Both eyes focused on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. What do you know about Rookwood? I know he was a Death Eater spy. I know he recommended that Sirius be imprisoned without trial. I know his name keeps appearing in files that should have nothing to do with him. Harry met Moody's gaze. What I don't know is why. Moody was silent for a long moment. Then he rose and limped to a cabinet, extracting a thick folder bound with dark leather. I've been keeping this for 15 years, he said, setting the folder on the table between them. Waiting for someone with the power and the will to do something about it. Harry opened the folder. Inside were photographs, documents, handwritten notes, a complete dossier on Augustus Rookwood's activities within the ministry. I suspected him for years, Moody continued. Too many coincidences. Prisoners who knew things dying before they could talk. Evidence disappearing. Investigations being shut down just when they were getting somewhere. Rookwood was always nearby, always had an explanation, always just helpful enough to avoid suspicion. You built a case against him. Tried to. Got shut down every time. Superiors told me I was paranoid, seeing conspiracies everywhere. Moody laughed bitterly. They weren't wrong about the paranoid part. But they were wrong about Rookwood. Harry flipped through the documents. There were connections here, links between Rookwood and dozens of cases that had been mishandled, prisoners who'd been silenced, investigations that had gone nowhere. This is incredible, Harry said. Why didn't you take this public? With what authority? I was a retired Auror with a reputation for seeing dark wizards under every bed. Rookwood had friends in high places, the Malfoys, the Knots, half the pure-blood aristocracy. They would have buried me. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry. But you're different. You're the boy who lived, head of House Black, and currently the most famous person in Wizarding Britain. They can't bury you without everyone noticing. Harry closed the folder. I'll need to verify this information. Cross-reference it with what we've already found. Do what you need to do. I'll testify if it comes to that. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. Been waiting a long time to see Rookwood pay for what he did. For Black, for the others, for every good Auror who died because that bastard was feeding information to the enemy. Harry stood, tucking the folder under his arm. Thank you. This changes everything. It changes nothing until you win. Moody limped to the door. Remember, Potter, the Ministry's not your only enemy. The Death Eaters who benefited from Rookwood's protection are still out there. Some of them are in Azkaban, but others are free. Walking around, pretending to be respectable citizens, waiting for the Dark Lord to call them back to service. I know. Do you? Moody's magical eye spun to look behind Harry, through the walls, scanning for threats. You're poking at a hornet's nest. Some of those hornets are going to sting back. Harry thought about Narcissa's warning. About the Dark Lord watching his lawsuit with amusement. About all the powerful people who had reasons to want this investigation shut down. Let them try, he said. I've survived worse. Moody studied him for a long moment, then nodded slowly. You know what, Potter? I actually believe you might. The attack came 3 days later. Harry was at the Tonks residence, reviewing documents with Ted and Hermione, when the wards screamed. Not alarms, wards didn't have alarms. They screamed, a psychic howl that meant someone was trying to force their way through by main strength rather than subtlety. Down! Ted shouted, throwing himself at Hermione just as the front window exploded inward. Harry rolled behind a heavy bookcase, wand in hand, as masked figures poured through the shattered window. Death Eaters, at least 5 of them, maybe more. Their robes were black, their masks silver, their movements coordinated with military precision. Potter, one of them shouted. The Master wants a word. Harry responded with a stunning spell that caught the speaker in the chest, sending him crashing backward through the broken window. Another Death Eater stepped into his place, wand raised. The next few seconds were chaos. Spells flew in every direction. The bookcase Harry was using for cover caught fire from an incendiary curse. Ted was dueling 2 attackers at once, his solicitor's robe smoking from a near miss. Hermione had taken position behind an overturned table, firing hexes with impressive accuracy. And then Tonks arrived. She came through the back door like a storm given human form, her wand blazing. 2 Death Eaters went down before they even knew she was there. A third turned to face her and caught a bodybind curse that left him frozen in mid-curse. Harry, she shouted. Get behind me. Harry didn't argue. He moved, covering Tonks's flank as she advanced on the remaining attackers. They worked together instinctively, their spells complementing each other, driving the Death Eaters back toward the shattered window. Retreat, one of the masked figures shouted. This isn't worth. He didn't finish the sentence. Harry's stunning spell dropped him like a stone. The remaining Death Eaters disapparated, leaving their fallen comrades behind. The sudden silence was almost more shocking than the battle had been. Is everyone all right? Tonks demanded, scanning the room with her wand still raised. I'm fine, Hermione said shakily. Ted. Ted was bleeding from a cut on his forehead, but he was smiling. Just a scratch. You know what this means, don't you? Harry looked at the unconscious Death Eaters, at the destroyed living room, at his friends who'd nearly died defending him. They're scared, he said. Scared enough to try something stupid. Exactly. Ted's smile widened. We've got them running. Now we just have to finish the job. Tonks was already binding the fallen Death Eaters with conjured ropes. These masks aren't charmed against identification. We'll know who they are within the hour. Let me guess, Harry said. Minor figures. Expendable. Nobody who can actually tell us anything useful. Probably. But they'll have wands, and wands can be analyzed for recent spells. If any of them have cast unforgivables. Tonks's expression hardened. That's guaranteed Azkaban time. No trial needed. No. Harry's voice was sharp. They get trials. Every single one of them. Tonks looked at him in surprise. That's the whole point, isn't it? Harry gestured at the destroyed room, at everything they'd been fighting for. If we start doing what they did, imprisoning people without due process, even people we know are guilty, then we're no better than Fudge. No better than Rookwood. The system has to work for everyone, or it doesn't work at all. Silence. Then Ted started to laugh. Lord Black, he said, I think Sirius would be very proud of you right now. Harry thought about his godfather, about the memory and the pensieve, about all the lost years that could never be recovered. I hope so, he said quietly. I really hope so. The captured Death Eaters were identified within hours, Marcus Flint's father, a low-level enforcer named Yaxley, and two men Harry didn't recognize but whose names appeared in Moody's dossier as suspected Rookwood associates. Their capture made headlines. Rita Skeeter ran a special evening edition, Death Eaters Attack Boy Who-lived attempt to silence legal investigation, they're afraid of the truth, Potter declares. The public response was overwhelming. Within days, Harry received hundreds of letters expressing support. Ministry officials who'd been sitting on the fence suddenly found reasons to publicly endorse his cause. Even some pure-blood families who'd initially opposed the investigation began quietly reaching out, exploring the possibility of cooperation. But the most important development came from an unexpected source. A letter arrived at Grimmauld Place, delivered by a house elf Harry didn't recognize. The seal on the envelope was unfamiliar, a stylized G surrounded by axes. Inside was a single sheet of parchment, written in the precise hand of someone accustomed to legal documents. Lord Black, your recent activities have attracted the attention of Gringotts Wizarding Bank. We note with interest your challenge to ministry practices during the post-war period, particularly regarding the irregular seizure of assets from accused persons. We believe we may have information relevant to your investigation. Specifically, records indicating that assets seized from the Black family vault in 1981 were not deposited into ministry accounts as officially recorded, but were instead transferred to private parties through channels that Gringotts was required to facilitate under duress. If you wish to pursue this matter, Director Ragnarok will meet with you at your convenience. In Profit and Partnership, Griphook Senior Account Manager Black Family Accounts. Harry read the letter 3 times. The goblins were offering to help. Not out of sympathy or moral conviction, goblins didn't operate that way, but because Harry's investigation had revealed something that threatened their interests too. Assets transferred under duress. Private parties benefiting from illegal seizures. The ministry using Gringotts as an unwilling accomplice in their corruption. If Harry could prove this, he wouldn't just be challenging one politician's misconduct. He'd be exposing a pattern of institutional abuse that the goblins had been forced to participate in against their will. And goblins, Harry knew, had very long memories when it came to being forced into anything. He smiled, setting the letter aside. Ted, he called. We need to schedule another meeting at Gringotts. I think our case just got a lot bigger. The meeting with Ragnarok took place 3 days later, in the same private chamber where Harry had first learned of his inheritance. The director of Gringotts was smaller than Harry expected, most goblins were, but his presence filled the room. He wore robes of deep crimson trimmed with gold, and his eyes glittered with intelligence that made Harry feel distinctly outmatched. Lord Black. Ragnarok's voice was like gravel sliding over stone. Thank you for responding to our invitation. Thank you for extending it. Harry took the seat across from the director. Ted sat beside him, notebook ready. Griphook's letter mentioned information about asset transfers from the Black family vault. Among other things. Ragnarok gestured, and a thick file materialized on the table. Gringotts maintains meticulous records, Lord Black. We have documented every transaction involving your family's accounts since the vault was first established in 1247. That's thorough. We are a thorough people. Ragnarok opened the file. In November of 1981, following the imprisonment of Sirius Black, the Ministry of Magic issued a seizure order for Black family assets. This order was signed by Cornelius Fudge in his capacity as junior undersecretary. "We know about the seizure order," Ted said. "It was illegal. Fudge had no authority to authorize it without a court judgment." "Correct. But that is not the most interesting aspect of this transaction." Ragnarok pulled out several documents. The seized assets, approximately 50,000 galleons in liquid gold, plus various artifacts and properties, were supposed to be deposited into a ministry holding account pending resolution of criminal proceedings. "Were supposed to be." They were not. Ragnarok's expression was utterly neutral, but Harry could hear satisfaction in his voice. "Our records show that the gold was transferred instead to 3 private accounts, in roughly equal portions." Harry leaned forward. "Whose accounts?" Ragnarok laid 3 documents on the table. Harry recognized the format. They were Gringotts transfer receipts, each one stamped and authenticated. The first receipt showed a transfer to an account registered to Cornelius Fudge. The second showed a transfer to an account registered to Lucius Malfoy. The third showed a transfer to an account registered to Augustus Rookwood. "They stole from him," Harry breathed. "They put Sirius in prison, and then they divided up his family's money like vultures picking at a corpse. The metaphor is apartment." Ragnarok gathered the documents. At the time, Gringotts was required to honor ministry seizure orders under the terms of the Treaty of 1612. "We processed the transfers as instructed, noting our objections in internal records that were not accessible to ministry auditors." "Why didn't you report this?" Ted asked. "Surely the irregular nature of the transfers." "Report to whom?" "The ministry that issued the orders. The Wisengamot controlled by the same pure-blood families that benefited." Ragnarok's lips curled back, revealing sharp teeth. "Goblins have learned through centuries of experience that wizard justice is selective, Mr. Tonks. We document. We remember. We wait." "Wait for what?" "For an opportunity like this one." Ragnarok fixed Harry with his glittering gaze. "Lord Black, your investigation has created a situation that Gringotts finds advantageous. If you can prove in court that ministry officials illegally seized assets using Gringotts as an unwilling intermediary, you establish a legal precedent that protects us from similar abuses in the future. And potentially opens the door for Gringotts to pursue its own claims," Harry realized. "Against the ministry, against the families that benefited." "You are perceptive." Ragnarok inclined his head. "We have no interest in human politics. But we have considerable interest in being compensated for services rendered under duress, and in preventing future coercion." Ted was scribbling furiously. "This changes everything. The financial records prove conspiracy, Fudge, Malfoy, and Rookwood working together to profit from an illegal imprisonment. It's not just incompetence or political convenience anymore. It's embezzlement, fraud, and criminal conspiracy. And it explains why they were so determined to keep Sirius from getting a trial," Harry added. "If he'd been able to defend himself, if anyone had looked closely at the paperwork, the theft would have been discovered," Ragnarok finished. "Your godfather was silenced not because of what he knew about the Dark Lord's spy, though that was certainly a factor. He was silenced because 3 powerful men had already decided to profit from his destruction, and they couldn't afford to have their scheme exposed." Harry stared at the transfer receipts. 50,000 galleons. A third of his family's liquid wealth, stolen by the very people who had imprisoned his innocent godfather. Fudge had taken money he had no right to. Malfoy had accepted payment for helping destroy a man's life. And Rookwood had collected his 30 pieces of silver for orchestrating the entire thing. "I want to pursue this," Harry said. His voice was steady, but his hands were shaking. "Not just for Sirius. For everyone else they've done this to. How many other families lost assets to illegal seizures? How many other people were robbed by the ministry while they sat helpless in Azkaban cells?" Ragnarok smiled, a terrifying expression on a goblin face. "We were hoping you would say that, Lord Black." Gringotts has records of 63 irregular asset transfers during the post-war period. 51 of them were never properly authorized, and 47 show the same pattern of private enrichment disguised as official seizure. 47 cases. Ted looked stunned. That's not corruption. That's systematic looting. Yes, Ragnarok agreed. And now you have the evidence to prove it. He slid the thick file across the table to Harry. We will support your investigation in whatever way we can. Financial records, testimony regarding coerced transactions, expert witnesses on wizarding banking law. Ragnarok stood, signaling the end of the meeting. In exchange, we ask only that you pursue these claims to their conclusion. No settlements that bury the evidence. No compromises that leave the system intact. Burn it down, Lord Black, and let something honest grow in its place. Harry took the file. It was heavy with stolen lives, destroyed families, justice denied. You have my word, he said. We'll see this through. All of it. Ragnarok nodded, something like respect flickering in his ancient eyes. Then Gringotts stands with you. May your enemies' gold flow into your vaults, and may their names be forgotten while yours endures. The carriage ride back from Gringotts was silent. Ted read through the goblin records, occasionally making sounds of disbelief. Harry stared out the window at Diagon Alley, watching witches and wizards go about their daily business, unaware that their entire system of justice was built on theft and lies. We need to be careful how we release this, Ted said finally. The financial evidence is devastating, but if we move too quickly, we'll give them time to coordinate a defense. Then we don't give them time. Harry turned from the window. We file everything at once. The imprisonment claims, the financial fraud, the conspiracy charges. Hit them with so many accusations that they can't keep track of which lies they're supposed to be telling. That's risky. If any of our claims don't hold up, they'll use it to discredit everything else. Then we make sure every claim holds up. Harry met Ted's eyes. You said it yourself, we've got documented evidence, goblin testimony, retired Aurors willing to speak, families who've been waiting 15 years for answers. This isn't speculation anymore. It's proof. Ted was quiet for a moment, then nodded slowly. You're right. And politically, there's never been a better time. Fudge is weakened, Umbridge is distracted by her own scandals, and public opinion is overwhelmingly on our side. He smiled grimly. If we're going to burn down the system, this is our chance. Harry looked out the window again. Somewhere in these crowds were people who'd been hurt by ministry corruption. Families who'd lost everything. Children who'd grown up not knowing if their parents were monsters or victims. Then let's burn it down, he said. And see what rises from the ashes. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, The Wizengamot. The morning of the preliminary hearing dawned grey and heavy, the kind of London summer day that couldn't decide if it wanted to rain or simply sulk. Harry stood before the mirror in his bedroom at Grimmauld Place, adjusting robes he'd never expected to wear. They were formal Wizengamot robes, deep black with silver trim, the black family crest embroidered over his heart. Andromeda had produced them from somewhere in the house's endless storage rooms, explaining that every Lord Black for 300 years had worn these robes when addressing the assembly. You look like your grandfather, she said quietly from the doorway. Harry turned. I never knew my grandfather. Charles Potter. He married Doria Black, my great-aunt. Andromeda crossed the room and adjusted his collar with practiced hands. He was a Wizengamot member too. Fought against the first wave of blood purity laws in the 50s. Lost, mostly, but he fought. What happened to him? Dragon pox, 1979. Your grandmother died the same year. Andromeda stepped back, examining her work. You have his jaw. And his stubbornness, from what I can see. Harry thought about that, about grandparents he'd never known, about a family history that had been stolen from him along with everything else. Did Sirius know them? He adored them. Used to spend holidays at Potter Manor instead of Grimmauld Place whenever he could manage it. Andromeda's expression softened. Your grandfather was one of the few adults who treated Sirius like a person instead of an heir. I think that's partly why Sirius loved your father so much, James reminded him of Charles. The weight of the robes felt heavier suddenly. Not just fabric, generations of history, expectations, responsibilities he'd never asked for but couldn't escape. I'm not sure I can do this, Harry admitted. Stand up in front of the entire Wisingamot and pretend I know what I'm doing. You don't have to pretend. Andromeda took his hands, her grip firm and warm. You've faced down the Dark Lord himself, Harry. You've survived things that would have broken most adults. A room full of politicians should be easy by comparison. Politicians don't throw killing curses. No. They throw worse things, laws, precedents, procedural challenges. Andromeda smiled grimly. But you have something they don't expect. You have the truth, and you have people willing to fight for it. That's more than most reformers ever get. Harry squeezed her hands once, then let go. Let's go make some history. The Wisingamot chamber was larger than Harry remembered from his trial the previous year. 50 curved benches rose in concentric circles around a central floor, each bench occupied by witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. The gallery above was packed with spectators and reporters, their quick quotes quills scratching furiously. Magical flames burned in bronze braziers along the walls, casting flickering shadows that made the ancient stone seem alive. Harry entered through the main doors, Ted Tonks at his side. The conversation in the chamber died instantly. Every eye turned toward them, some curious, some hostile, some carefully neutral. Lord Black. The voice came from the Chief Warlock's podium, where Albus Dumbledore sat in robes of deep purple. You may take your seat. Harry's seat. The Black family seat. It was in the second row, positioned between the Longbottom seat, empty, as Augusta Longbottom had not yet arrived, and the Greengrass seat, occupied by a stern-faced wizard who didn't acknowledge Harry's presence. The chair itself was ancient oak, carved with serpents and ravens, the Black family motto inscribed along the armrests. Harry sat. The chair seemed to recognize him, the magic embedded in the wood warming slightly against his back. Before we proceed with today's agenda, Dumbledore continued, Lord Black has requested an opportunity to address the assembly regarding a matter of personal privilege. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Personal privilege was an old right, rarely invoked. It allowed a Wisingamot member to speak on matters directly affecting their family without going through normal procedural channels. Harry rose. Thank you, Chief Warlock. He descended to the central floor, feeling the weight of dozens of gazes pressing down on him. The marble was cold through his shoes. The magical flames seemed to burn brighter, illuminating him like an actor on a stage. Members of the Wisingamot, Harry began, I come before you today to speak about justice. Not abstract justice, not philosophical debates about what our laws should be, but specific, concrete justice for a specific man. My godfather. Sirius Orion Black. The murmurs grew louder. Harry pressed on. Many of you knew Sirius. Some of you called him friend. Others called him criminal, murderer, traitor to his blood. Harry let his gaze sweep across the chamber. All of you believed he received a fair trial before being sentenced to life in Azkaban. You were wrong. He pulled a document from his robes, the imprisonment order, enlarged and enchanted for visibility. This is the only legal authorization for Sirius Black's imprisonment. No trial transcript exists because no trial occurred. No judicial review was conducted because no judge ever examined the case. One signature, one piece of parchment, condemned an innocent man to 12 years of torture. Harry held up the document so everyone could see it. The signature belongs to Cornelius Fudge. In 1981, he was Junior Undersecretary for Magical Law Enforcement, an administrative position with no judicial authority. He had no legal right to authorize imprisonment. He did it anyway. Point of order. The shout came from halfway up the chamber, where a heavy-set wizard in expensive robes was rising to his feet. The former minister is not here to defend himself against these accusations. This is slander, Lord Parkinson, Dumbledore interrupted gently. Lord Black is speaking under personal privilege. He may not be interrupted except on matters of immediate procedural concern. Parkinson's face reddened, but he sat down. I'm not here to slander anyone, Harry continued. I'm here to present facts. Documented, verified facts that anyone in this chamber can examine. He gestured, and Ted rose from the gallery, carrying a thick folder. My counsel has prepared copies of all relevant evidence. Imprisonment orders, financial records, witness statements. Everything will be made available to the full Wizengamot. Ted descended to the floor and began distributing packets to each row of benches. Harry watched as members opened the folders, watched their expressions shift from skepticism to confusion to, in some cases, horror. What you're holding, Harry said, is proof that Sirius Black was not the only victim of illegal imprisonment during the post-war period. 31 individuals were sent to Azkaban without any form of judicial process. Some were guilty of terrible crimes. Others were innocent, swept up in the chaos, convicted by assumption, forgotten. He paused, letting the number sink in. 31 people. 31 families destroyed. And not one of them received the due process that our laws guarantee. This is ancient history. Someone shouted from the upper benches. The war was chaos, the war ended 15 years ago. Harry's voice cut through the chamber like a blade. In 15 years, no one thought to check whether proper procedures had been followed. No one wondered why so many prisoners had no trial records. No one asked questions. He turned slowly, meeting eyes throughout the chamber. Or did some of you know? Did some of you benefit from the chaos, from the asset seizures, from the convenient disappearances of people who might have been inconvenient? The silence that followed was absolute. I'm not here to accuse anyone without evidence, Harry continued, softening his tone. I'm here to ask for justice. For Sirius. For the others who suffered. For the families who still don't know if their loved ones were guilty or innocent. He turned to face Dumbledore. I formally request that the Wizengamot authorize a full investigation into irregularities in post-war criminal proceedings. I request that affected families be given access to all relevant records. And I request that any official found to have violated their legal duties be held accountable, regardless of their current position or political connections. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable, but Harry thought he saw something like approval in those blue eyes. Thank you, Lord Black. The Wizengamot will consider your request. Dumbledore turned to address the full chamber. Is there a motion to proceed with Lord Black's petition? So moved. The voice came from Amelia Bones, who had risen from her seat in the third row. Given the evidence presented, I believe a formal investigation is warranted. Seconded, said a witch Harry didn't recognize, from somewhere in the upper benches. Third, added Griselda Marchbanks, ancient and formidable, from her position near the front. Dumbledore nodded. The motion is before the body. Discussion. What followed was 2 hours of argument, procedural challenges, and political maneuvering. Harry watched from his seat, learning more about wizarding politics in that single morning than he had in 5 years at Hogwarts. The opposition, led by Lord Parkinson and several other pure-blood traditionalists, argued that reopening old cases would destabilize the ministry, undermine public confidence, and set dangerous precedents. They demanded that any investigation be limited in scope and controlled by ministry-appointed officials. The supporters, rallying around Amelia Bones and Griselda Marchbanks, argued that justice demanded a full accounting. They pointed to the evidence Harry had provided, citing specific cases and specific irregularities that couldn't be explained away. And in the middle sat the undecided majority, witches and wizards who wanted to do the right thing but feared the consequences, who saw the corruption but worried about being associated with Harry Potter's crusade. Ted had predicted this. They'll try to find a middle path, he'd said. Something that looks like action without actually changing anything. Our job is to make that middle path impossible. The moment came when Lord Greengrass, the stern-faced wizard who'd sat next to Harry without acknowledgement, rose to speak. I have heard the arguments on both sides, Greengrass said, his voice carefully neutral. I am not convinced that a full investigation is necessary. However, I am troubled by the evidence Lord Black has presented. Perhaps a compromise is possible, a limited review of the most concerning cases, conducted by a small committee of trusted officials. This was the middle path. The compromise that would bury everything in procedure while appearing to take action. Harry rose before anyone could second the motion. Lord Greengrass raises an interesting point, he said, keeping his voice calm. A limited review by trusted officials. Tell me, who would you trust? Greengrass frowned. I'm sure appropriate individuals could be identified, like Cornelius Fudge, who signed illegal imprisonment orders. Harry interrupted. Or Barty Crouch, who authorized the use of unforgivable curses on suspects. Or perhaps some of the Aurors who arrested people without investigation, then testified at trials that never happened. You're suggesting the entire system is corrupt. I'm suggesting that the system failed. Badly. Repeatedly. And that putting the same system in charge of investigating itself is not reform, it's theater. Harry turned to address the full chamber. You want to know who I trust? I trust Director Bones, who gave me access to evidence that implicates her own department. I trust Griselda Marchbanks, who's been demanding accountability since before I was born. I trust the families who've waited 15 years for answers and are still waiting. He paused, letting his words settle. What I don't trust is a committee that can be packed with political appointees, that meets behind closed doors, that produces a report no one reads and changes nothing. We've had 15 years of that. It's time to try something different. Greengrass sat down without responding. The chamber buzzed with whispered conversations. Dumbledore raised his hand for silence. We have two motions before the body. Lord Greengrass's proposal for a limited committee review, and Director Bones's motion for a full investigation with independent oversight. We will now vote. The voting was conducted by wand, green sparks for yes, red for no. Harry watched the lights flash throughout the chamber, trying to count, trying to predict the outcome. The vote on Lord Greengrass's proposal, Dumbledore announced. 31 in favor. 19 opposed. Harry's heart sank. The compromise was going to pass. The motion fails, Dumbledore continued. 40 votes are required for passage on matters of this magnitude. Harry blinked. He'd forgotten that rule. Major decisions required a supermajority, not a simple plurality. The vote on Director Bones's motion. 37 in favor. 13 opposed. Also short of 40. But closer. Dumbledore's expression remained neutral. Neither motion has achieved the required majority. The matter will be tabled for reconsideration at the next session. Point of order. Amelia Bones was on her feet again. If neither motion passes, what is the status of Lord Black's formal complaint against former Minister Fudge? A formal complaint? Lord Parkinson sounded incredulous. This was a general petition. This was a personal privilege statement regarding illegal actions taken against Lord Black's family. Bones's voice was sharp. Under Section 47 of the Wisengamot Charter, such statements may include formal complaints requiring judicial response. The filing fee has been paid. The documentation has been submitted. Regardless of today's vote, the complaint proceeds through standard legal channels. Harry turned to look at Ted, who was smiling broadly. This had been the backup plan all along. If the Wisengamot voted for a full investigation, excellent. If they didn't, the formal complaint would still move forward, and every hearing, every deposition, every piece of evidence submitted would become part of the public record. They couldn't stop this. They could only delay it. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Director Bones is correct. Lord Black's formal complaint will be processed according to standard procedures. Cornelius Fudge will be notified and given opportunity to respond. He paused. If there are no other matters, this session is adjourned. The chamber erupted into chaos. Reporters scrambled for the exits, eager to file their stories. Politicians clustered in groups, whispering furiously. Harry remained in his seat, watching, processing. A hand touched his shoulder. "Well done," Amelia Bones said quietly. "You didn't get everything you wanted, but you got something better, you made them vote. Every member of this chamber is now on record. The ones who voted against investigation, the ones who tried to hide behind compromise, they'll have to explain themselves to the public. And the formal complaint moves forward next week. Fudge will be required to appear for deposition." Amelia's expression was grim but satisfied. "He's been avoiding you, trying to manage this through proxies. That ends now. You'll have him under oath, on record, answering questions he can't lie about without committing perjury." Harry nodded slowly. "Thank you. For the motion, for the support. I know it's not easy, don't thank me." Amelia cut him off. "I told you before, this is personal for me too. My brother. My family." She straightened, her professional mask sliding back into place. "I need to go manage the aftermath." "But Harry. Watch your back. The vote showed who your enemies are. They know they're exposed, and exposed people do desperate things." She walked away, disappearing into the crowd of departing Wisengamot members. Harry sat alone in his family's ancient seat, watching the chamber empty, thinking about what came next. 1 week until Fudge's deposition. 1 week to prepare for the most important interrogation of his life. He was going to make it count. The week passed in a blur of preparation. Ted Tonks transformed Grimmauld Place's library into a war room, covering the walls with charts showing connections between suspects, timelines of criminal proceedings, financial flows documented by Gringotts. Hermione produced research on precedents for deposing former officials, filling notebooks with citations and case studies. Remus arrived 3 days before the deposition, having finally completed his order mission abroad. He brought news and a warning. "The Death Eaters are watching," he said, settling into a chair in the library. "Not actively moving against you, not yet, but watching. Voldemort finds your lawsuit amusing, apparently. He told his followers to leave you alone for now." "Why?" Harry asked. "Because anything that weakens the ministry benefits him. He doesn't care about justice or corruption, he cares about power. If you tear down the institutions that might oppose him, you're doing his work for him." Harry felt cold. "So I'm helping Voldemort by pursuing this?" "Not necessarily." Remus leaned forward. "The question is what happens afterward. If you tear down the corruption and build something stronger, something better, that doesn't help him at all. But if you just destroy without building, if the chaos never resolves into something stable, then he wins regardless of who's in charge." Harry understood. "We need to think about what comes after. Not just who gets punished, but what replaces the system we're exposing." "Exactly. And that's where you have an advantage most revolutionaries lack." Remus smiled slightly. "You have Hermione." From her position at the research table, Hermione looked up with an expression of surprise. "Me? You've been studying governance structures for years, not formally, but practically. Every time you complained about ministry regulations, every time you researched old laws to find loopholes, you were learning how the system works. And how it could work better." "I've had some ideas," Hermione admitted. "About transparency requirements, about independent oversight, about separating judicial functions from political ones. But those are just theoretical, then make them practical." Harry crossed to stand beside her. "Start drafting proposals. Reform ideas, new procedures, whatever you think would fix the problems we're exposing." We'll need something to offer when the old system collapses. Hermione's eyes brightened with that particular gleam she got when facing a challenge worthy of her abilities. I'll need help. Legal expertise, historical research, examples from other magical governments. Ted can help with the legal aspects, Harry said. And I'll write to the ICW, there must be other countries that have faced similar problems, develop solutions we could adapt. This is ambitious, Remus observed. You're not just trying to get justice for Sirius anymore. You're trying to remake Wizarding Britain. Someone has to. Harry thought about everything he'd learned in the past weeks, the depth of corruption, the scope of abuse, the countless victims who'd never received acknowledgement. The system that put Sirius in Azkaban isn't broken. It's working exactly as designed, protecting the powerful, crushing the vulnerable. We can't fix that with one lawsuit. We have to change how the whole thing operates. Remus studied him for a long moment, something unreadable in his expression. You sound like James, he said finally. That's exactly the kind of thing he would have said. And then he would have done something reckless to try to make it happen. Is that a warning? It's an observation. Remus rose, moving to examine the charts on the wall. James was brilliant and brave and idealistic. He was also impatient and sometimes arrogant. He assumed that being right meant he could act without considering consequences. It got him into trouble more than once. And got him killed in the end. Perhaps. Or perhaps he died because he trusted the wrong person, and no amount of caution could have prevented that. Remus turned to face Harry. My point is that you need to be careful. Not cautious, careful. Think 3 steps ahead. Consider how your enemies might respond. Build alliances before you need them, not after. Harry nodded slowly. That's what Sirius would have wanted too. He said to pursue justice, not revenge. Revenge is emotional, it doesn't plan ahead. Exactly. Remus's expression softened. I'm proud of you, Harry. For what that's worth. Sirius would be too. The fireplace flared green before Harry could respond. Tonks's head appeared in the flames, her hair a vivid shade of orange that clashed spectacularly with the green fire. Harry. We've got a problem. What kind of problem? Fudge's lawyers just filed a motion to dismiss the complaint. They're claiming you lack standing because you weren't directly harmed by Sirius's imprisonment, you were an infant at the time. Harry felt his stomach drop. Can they do that? They're trying. The hearing is tomorrow morning. Tonks's expression was grim. Ted's already on his way to the ministry to file a response, but we need to prepare for the possibility that they'll delay everything for weeks while this gets argued. Harry looked at Hermione, at Remus, at the war room they'd built around the conviction that justice was inevitable. Then we prepare, he said. For everything. The standing hearing took place in a small courtroom adjacent to the main Wisengamot chamber. Harry arrived early, finding the room already half filled with spectators and journalists. Cornelius Fudge sat at the defendant's table, flanked by 2 lawyers in expensive robes. He looked diminished, thinner than Harry remembered, with dark circles under his eyes and a nervous twitch in his hands. But when his gaze met Harry's, there was still defiance there. Fear, yes, but defiance too. The presiding judge was a witch Harry didn't recognize. Griselda Marchbanks had recused herself due to her public support for the investigation. Her replacement was a thin-faced wizard named Tiberius Ogden, who looked at both parties with equal displeasure. This hearing will determine whether Lord Potterblack has legal standing to bring a civil complaint against former Minister Fudge regarding the imprisonment of Sirius Orion Black, Ogden announced. Counsel for the defendant may present their argument. Fudge's lead lawyer, a smooth-voiced wizard named Caractacus Burke, rose with practiced confidence. The facts are straightforward, Your Honor. Lord Potter was 15 months old when Sirius Black was imprisoned. He suffered no direct harm from that imprisonment, nor was he in any position to suffer harm. While the death of Lord Black in 1996 was unfortunate, it occurred during combat against Death Eaters, a situation entirely unrelated to any actions my client may or may not have taken 15 years prior. Burke produced a stack of parchments. We've prepared precedents demonstrating that standing in civil complaints requires direct, proximate harm. The complainant must be someone who actually suffered due to the defendant's actions. An infant cannot suffer from the imprisonment of a relative he barely knew. Therefore, Lord Potter lacks standing, and this complaint should be dismissed. Ogden made notes. Counsel for the complainant. Ted rose. He looked calm, far calmer than Harry felt. Your Honor, the defense fundamentally misunderstands the nature of this complaint. Lord Potter Black is not bringing this action as a random citizen concerned about due process. He is bringing it as the legally recognized head of House Black, on behalf of the Black family as a whole. Ted produced his own stack of documents. The Black family suffered enormous harm from Sirius Black's illegal imprisonment. Financial assets were seized without authorization. Family properties were placed under ministry control. The family's political standing was destroyed, its seat on the Wisengamot left vacant, its voice silenced. He paused for effect. These harms were not abstract or theoretical. They were concrete, documented, and ongoing for 15 years. But Lord Potter was not head of House Black during that period, Burke interjected. He only inherited the title after Sirius Black's death, which is precisely why he is standing now, Ted countered. Under Section 212 of the Wisengamot Charter, the head of a noble house may bring action to remedy harms suffered by that house, regardless of when those harms occurred. This is not a novel principle, it has been used by pure-blood families for centuries to recover property lost during conflicts, seek compensation for historical wrongs, and challenge actions taken against deceased family members. Ted laid a document before Judge Ogden. Here is the most recent example. In 1987, Lord Malfoy, the current defendant's ally, successfully brought a complaint regarding property seized from his family during the Grindelwald conflict. The seizure occurred in 1944, decades before Lord Malfoy was born. Yet the court found he had standing as head of House Malfoy to seek restitution. The silence in the courtroom was profound. The defense cannot have it both ways, Ted continued. Either heads of houses can bring action for historical harms, in which case Lord Potter Black has standing, or they cannot, in which case Lord Malfoy's 1987 victory should be overturned and his compensation returned to the ministry. Burke's face had gone pale. He whispered urgently with Fudge, who looked equally distressed. Furthermore, Ted said, pressing the advantage, there is the question of direct harm to Lord Potter personally. Sirius Black was his legally designated guardian. When Black was imprisoned, that guardianship was terminated without any judicial review. Harry Potter was subsequently placed with Muggle relatives who, according to substantial documentation, subjected him to years of neglect and abuse that would never have occurred had his rightful guardian been available. Harry felt the courtroom's attention shift to him. He kept his expression neutral, refusing to show the discomfort that stirred whenever his childhood was discussed publicly. The harm is not abstract, Ted concluded. It is not theoretical. It is documented, specific, and directly traceable to the defendant's illegal actions. Lord Potter Black has standing. This motion to dismiss should be denied. Ogden was silent for a long moment, reviewing the documents both lawyers had submitted. The defense's motion is denied, he said finally. Lord Potter Black has demonstrated sufficient standing to proceed with his complaint. The deposition of former Minister Fudge will occur as scheduled, 3 days from now. Burke started to object, but Ogden silenced him with a look. I will not hear further argument on this matter. The defense has had ample opportunity to prepare their case. If they are unprepared, that is not the court's concern. He gathered his papers. This hearing is adjourned. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. 3 days. Then they would finally have Fudge under oath. The night before the deposition, Harry couldn't sleep. He wandered through Grimmauld Place, past portraits of ancestors who either sneered at him or pretended he didn't exist, through rooms full of dark artifacts and darker memories. Eventually, he found himself in Sirius's old bedroom. It had been cleaned since Harry inherited the house, but traces of Sirius remained. Gryffindor banners on the walls, now faded. Photographs of the Marauders, frozen in moments of laughter and friendship. A leather jacket hanging in the closet, still smelling faintly of motorcycle exhaust and rebellion. Harry sat on the bed, holding a photograph of Sirius and James from what looked like their 7th year at Hogwarts. They were wrestling with a quaffle, both laughing, utterly carefree. "I'm trying," Harry said to the photograph. "I'm trying to do what you asked. But it's so complicated. Every time I think I understand what's happening, there's another layer. Another conspiracy. Another person who benefited from your suffering." The photograph Sirius threw an arm around photograph James's shoulders, grinning at something outside the frame. "Tomorrow I finally get to question Fudge. Get him under oath, force him to answer for what he did." Harry set the photograph on the bedside table. "But I'm scared. Not of him, he's pathetic. I'm scared I'll lose control. That I'll forget about justice and just want to hurt him. The way he hurt you." No response came. The photograph continued its silent loop. "Remus says I should think 3 steps ahead. Consider consequences. Be careful." Harry lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling. "But sometimes I just want to burn it all down and let someone else worry about what comes after." He thought about Narcissa's warning. About Voldemort watching with amusement. About all the powerful people who wanted this investigation to disappear. "You said to burn it down and build something better," Harry murmured. "I'm working on the burning part. I hope I can figure out the building before it's too late." He fell asleep there, in his godfather's bed, surrounded by photographs of people who'd loved Sirius and been loved in return. In the morning, he woke with a clarity he hadn't felt in weeks. Today, Fudge would answer for his crimes. And Harry would make sure the world was listening. The deposition chamber was smaller than the Wisengamot Hall but no less imposing. A single table dominated the center of the room, with chairs arranged for witness, questioner, and court recorder. Magical orbs floated near the ceiling, recording everything for the official transcript. A section of seats along one wall held observers, limited to 10, due to the sensitive nature of the proceedings. Harry recognized most of the observers: Amelia Bones representing the DMLE, Griselda Marchbanks as an interested Wisengamot member, Rita Skeeter with her quick quotes quill, present by Harry's specific invitation, and several family members of other victims who'd traveled from across Britain to witness this moment. Cornelius Fudge entered last, flanked by his lawyers. He'd made an effort to look respectable: formal robes, carefully combed hair, a demeanor of wounded dignity. But his hands trembled slightly as he took his seat, and his eyes darted around the room like a trapped animal seeking escape. "We are here to take the deposition of Cornelius Oswald Fudge in the matter of Black versus Fudge," the court recorder announced. "The witness will be questioned under oath. Any false statement is perjury and will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law." A quill floated before Fudge, glowing faintly with truth-compelling magic. "State your name for the record." "Cornelius Oswald Fudge." The words came out slightly strained. The quill was already working, making it uncomfortable to shade the truth. "And your position in November of 1981? Junior Undersecretary for Magical Law Enforcement." Ted Tonks rose. "Thank you for appearing today, Mr. Fudge. I'll try to make this as straightforward as possible." He placed the imprisonment order on the table before Fudge. "Do you recognize this document?" Fudge's face went slightly pale. Yes. It appears to be an imprisonment order. Is that your signature at the bottom?" A long pause. Burke leaned in to whisper something, but the truth-compelling quill made evasion difficult. "Yes," Fudge said finally. "That appears to be my signature." "Did you sign this document on or about November 3, 1981? I would have to check records to confirm the exact date, Mr. Fudge. Ted's voice hardened. You're under oath. Did you sign this document? Another pause. Fudge's hands gripped the edge of the table. Yes. I signed it. And did you have legal authority to authorize the imprisonment of Sirius Black without judicial review? Burke shot to his feet. Objection. Counsel is asking the witness to offer legal opinions. I'm asking the witness about his own understanding of his authority at the time he took action, Ted countered. That's entirely appropriate. The court recorder considered briefly. Overruled. The witness will answer. Fudge looked cornered. The truth-compelling quill hovered, waiting. I believed, at the time, that emergency circumstances justified. Mr. Fudge. Did you have legal authority, yes or no? The quill pulsed. Fudge's face contorted as he tried to resist. No, he finally gasped. No, I did not have explicit authority. But, thank you. No further questions on this point. Ted made a note. Now, regarding the seizure of Black family assets following the imprisonment. Were you aware that funds from the Black Vault were transferred to private accounts rather than ministry holding accounts? I had no knowledge of any. The quill pulsed again, harder this time. Fudge actually winced. I may have been aware of certain arrangements. What arrangements? Burke intervened again. My client will not incriminate himself regarding potential financial irregularities. He asserts his right against self-incrimination under Section 44 of the Wiesengemot Charter. Ted smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Mr. Fudge is welcome to assert his rights. But the jury in this civil proceeding will be permitted to draw adverse inference from his refusal to answer. Ted turned to face the observers. The former minister refuses to explain where Sirius Black's money went. The record will reflect that. Fudge's lawyers huddled together, whispering urgently. Fudge himself looked increasingly desperate. Let's move on, Ted said. Mr. Fudge, were you aware that Augustus Rookwood, subsequently convicted as a Death Eater spy, provided recommendations regarding Sirius Black's case? Rookwood was a respected member of the Department of Mysteries. I had no reason to suspect. I'm not asking about your suspicions. I'm asking whether Rookwood was involved in the decision-making regarding Black's imprisonment. Fudge hesitated. He may have offered advice. What kind of advice? He suggested that Black's knowledge of certain ministry operations made a public trial inadvisable. The chamber went very quiet. A Death Eater spy, Ted said slowly, advised you to deny an innocent man his legal rights, and you followed that advice without question. I didn't know he was a spy. No one knew, someone knew. Ted's voice was like ice. Someone in the Department of Mysteries gave Rookwood access to sensitive operations. Someone approved his recommendations without verification. Someone allowed a servant of Voldemort to manipulate the justice system from within. That wasn't and you, Mr. Fudge, were the signature on the page. The bureaucrat who made it all official. Ted leaned forward. Whether from corruption or incompetence, you enabled this. You stole 12 years from an innocent man, destroyed a family's wealth and reputation, and left a child to be raised by people who didn't want him. Objection. Burke shouted. Counsel is badgering the witness. Sustained, the recorder said. Mr. Tonks, please limit yourself to questions. Ted straightened. My apologies. Mr. Fudge, I have just one more question for now. He pulled out another document, one Harry recognized from the Gringotts files. This is a transfer receipt showing that approximately 16,000 galleons from the Black family vault were deposited into an account in your name. Can you explain this transaction? Fudge's face went from pale to gray. I don't. The receipt is dated November 5, 1981. 2 days after you signed the imprisonment order. The transfer was processed through Gringotts under your personal authorization code. Ted set the document before Fudge. Did you receive 16,000 galleons from the Black family vault? The truth-compelling quill began to glow more intensely. I assert my right against self-incrimination, Fudge said, his voice barely above a whisper. So noted. Ted gathered his documents. No further questions at this time. Harry watched Fudge slump in his chair, watched the former minister's carefully constructed dignity crumble into something small and broken. There was no satisfaction in it. Not really. This was the man who destroyed Sirius's life. Who'd taken money to look the other way while innocent people rotted in prison. Who'd spent the last year calling Harry a liar and trying to destroy his credibility. And all Harry felt was tired. Justice, he realized, wasn't about making enemies suffer. It was about making sure they couldn't hurt anyone else. The deposition is adjourned until tomorrow morning, the recorder announced. Mr. Fudge is required to remain available for further questioning. As the chamber emptied, Amelia Bones approached Harry. That was devastating, she said quietly. The financial evidence alone could result in criminal charges. Will it? That depends on the Wisengamot. But with this testimony on record, it will be difficult for even his allies to protect him. Amelia's expression was grim but satisfied. You've done good work, Harry. Sirius would be proud. Harry watched Fudge shuffle out, surrounded by lawyers, a broken man clinging to the remnants of his power. It's not over yet, he said. This is just the beginning. The deposition continued for 3 more days. Ted methodically walked Fudge through every document, every decision, every moment where he'd chosen convenience over justice. The truth-compelling quill made evasion nearly impossible. Fudge could refuse to answer, invoking his rights, but the pattern of refusals told its own story. By the end, the picture was clear. Cornelius Fudge had been a cog in a larger machine of corruption, but a willing cog. He'd accepted money. He'd followed advice from people he should have questioned. He'd signed documents he should have challenged. And when Sirius Black had escaped Azkaban, when the truth about Peter Pettigrew had begun to emerge, Fudge had doubled down. He'd sent Dementors after Sirius. He'd refused to reopen the case. He'd denied any possibility of innocence right up until the moment Sirius died. The final day of deposition brought the most damaging revelation of all. Mr. Fudge, Ted said, I want to ask about events in June of 1994. Specifically, about the night Sirius Black was captured at Hogwarts and subsequently escaped. Fudge's face went rigid. On that night, Professor Dumbledore informed you that Sirius Black was innocent. That Peter Pettigrew was alive and had been hiding as a rat. That the true betrayer of the Potters had been captured and could testify. Ted paused. How did you respond? The situation was confused. Professor Dumbledore offered to present Pettigrew as evidence. 3 students, including Lord Potterblack, had witnessed Pettigrew alive. How did you respond? Silence. You ordered the Dementor's kiss to be administered immediately, Ted continued. Before any investigation could occur. Before any testimony could be taken. You wanted Sirius Black silenced, and you didn't care whether he was innocent or guilty. That's a mischaracterization, is it? Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you tried to murder an innocent man to prevent the truth about your corruption from emerging. Burke was on his feet again, but the damage was done. Every person in that chamber understood what Fudge had attempted. The deposition is concluded, the recorder announced. Transcripts will be provided to all parties and filed with the Wisengamot. The civil trial is scheduled for September 15th. Harry sat very still as the chamber emptied around him. September 15th. 6 weeks away. 6 weeks until Cornelius Fudge faced judgment for what he'd done. 6 weeks until justice, real justice, finally became possible. That evening, Harry stood before the Black family tapestry in the drawing room at Grimmauld Place. The damage was extensive. burn marks where disowned family members had been removed, threads unraveling from age and neglect, the magic that maintained it flickering weakly. Sirius's name had never been restored. His mother had burned him off in 1977, and no one had cared enough to fix it. Harry raised his wand. Reparo familias. The spell was old. Hermione had found it in a book of pureblood family magic, of all places. It was meant to restore tapestries, to heal the wounds that family conflicts left in the magical record. The burned spot where Sirius's name should have been began to glow. Threads rewove themselves, colors returning to faded fabric. And slowly, letter by letter, the name reformed. Sirius Orion Black 1959–1996 beloved son, brother, friend. Innocent Harry hadn't added that last word. The tapestry had done it on its own, responding to the truth of the magic, the weight of what had been proven. It's done, he said quietly to the empty room. Or at least, it started. The trial will determine the rest. He thought about the weeks ahead, the preparation, the testimony, the political maneuvering that would try to derail everything. He thought about Fudge, broken but still dangerous. About Rookwood, who remained in Azkaban but whose schemes were still being untangled. About Voldemort, watching from the shadows, waiting to see who emerged weakened. I'll finish what you started, Harry promised the name on the tapestry. Whatever it takes. The portrait of Walburga Black, which had been mercifully silent for once, suddenly coughed. The half-blood defile the sacred. Harry flicked his wand, and heavy curtains slammed shut over the portrait. Some things, he reflected, would take more than magic to fix. The weeks before the trial passed quickly. Harry divided his time between preparation with Ted, research with Hermione, and meetings with the growing coalition of families who'd suffered under ministry corruption. What had started as a lawsuit about Sirius had become a movement, dozens of people demanding accountability, sharing stories, building a case for systematic reform. The opposition wasn't idle either. Lord Parkinson gave interviews questioning Harry's motives. The Daily Prophet, still partially under ministry influence, ran articles suggesting the lawsuit was politically motivated. Anonymous sources claimed Harry was being manipulated by goblins, by Death Eaters, by Dumbledore, by anyone whose involvement might discredit the cause. Harry responded by giving interviews of his own. By visiting families in person, listening to their stories, making clear that this wasn't about him, it was about justice for everyone who'd been failed by a broken system. You're becoming a politician, Hermione observed one evening, as they reviewed press coverage at Grimmauld Place. Gods, I hope not. I mean it as a compliment. Mostly. Hermione set aside the paper she'd been reading. You're learning to manage narratives, build coalitions, respond to attacks strategically instead of emotionally. Those are political skills. They're survival skills, Harry corrected. The ministry's been trying to destroy me since I was 11. I'm just finally fighting back in ways they don't expect. And winning. Don't forget that part. Hermione smiled. The trial starts in 1 week. Are you ready? Harry thought about everything they'd assembled, testimony from dozens of witnesses, financial records from Gringotts, documentary evidence of systematic corruption, expert analysis of legal procedures violated. It was the strongest case Ted had ever built, he'd said. Maybe the strongest case anyone had built against ministry misconduct in a century. Ready as I'll ever be, Harry said. But there's something I need to do first. What? Dumbledore testified at the preliminary hearing. He admitted he never pushed for Sirius to get a trial. Harry's expression hardened. I've avoided confronting him about it, there's been too much else going on. But I need to understand why. Really understand, not just accept his explanation. Hermione nodded slowly. No. This is something I have to do alone. He left Grimmauld Place that night, apparating to the gates of Hogwarts for a conversation he'd been dreading for weeks. Dumbledore's office was unchanged from Harry's last visit, the same cluttered shelves, the same silver instruments whirring on their tables, the same sense of ancient wisdom and deeper secrets. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. "Harry. I've been expecting you. Have you? The trial begins next week. You've been remarkably focused on preparation, remarkably disciplined about not letting personal matters distract you." Dumbledore gestured to a chair. "But you couldn't proceed without addressing the question that's been haunting you." Harry sat. "Why didn't you fight for him?" No preamble, no careful build-up. Just the question that had burned in his chest since watching Sirius's memory. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "The simple answer is that I believed he was guilty," he said finally. "Sirius was the secret keeper. James and Lily died. Peter was apparently killed trying to confront him. The evidence seemed overwhelming. You're Albus Dumbledore. You've seen through deceptions that fooled everyone else. How could you not see through this one?" "Because I didn't want to." The words came out heavy with old grief. "Sirius was like a son to me, Harry. When I believed he'd betrayed the Potters, it broke something inside me. I couldn't bear to look closely, to investigate, to discover that my judgment of character, my belief that I knew Sirius Black, had been so catastrophically wrong. So you let him rot in Azkaban because facing the truth was too painful?" "Yes." Dumbledore didn't flinch from the accusation. "I made a choice to believe the comfortable lie rather than pursue the uncomfortable truth. And Sirius paid the price for my cowardice." Harry stared at the man he trusted, admired, followed for 5 years. "You should have known. You should have asked questions. You should have demanded a trial, at minimum, even if you thought he was guilty, he deserved that much." "You're absolutely right." The agreement caught Harry off guard. "I have made many mistakes in my life, Harry. This is among the worst." Dumbledore's eyes were bright with something that might have been tears. "I cannot undo what was done. I cannot give Sirius back the years he lost, or give you the childhood you should have had. All I can offer is this, my complete support for your cause, and my promise to testify at the trial with full honesty about my failures. Testimony won't fix anything. No. But it might help prevent others from making the same mistakes." Dumbledore rose slowly, moving to look out the window at the darkened grounds. "You've done remarkable work, Harry. The coalition you've built, the evidence you've gathered, the way you've navigated political obstacles, it's extraordinary. Sirius would be proud. Everyone keeps saying that. Because it's true." Dumbledore turned to face him. "You came here angry, and rightfully so. But I suspect you also came seeking something else. Permission, perhaps, to let go of the anger and focus on what comes next." Harry considered this. Was that what he wanted? Permission? No. He wanted understanding. He wanted to know that the people who'd failed Sirius recognized their failures, felt the weight of them, would carry that weight for the rest of their lives. "I don't forgive you," Harry said finally. "I'm not sure I ever will. Nor should you. Forgiveness isn't required for justice, or for moving forward. But I understand. I understand that fear makes people do terrible things, that the aftermath of war makes good people make bad choices, that everyone failed Sirius in their own way." Harry stood. "And I understand that making sure it never happens again is more important than punishing everyone who contributed." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "That is a wisdom beyond your years, Harry. It's not wisdom. It's exhaustion." Harry moved toward the door. "I'm tired of being angry. I'm tired of finding new people to blame. I want to fix things, not just break them." "Then you've already succeeded where most revolutionaries fail. They tear down without thought of building. You're doing both simultaneously." Harry paused at the door. "Will you testify? About everything, your role, your failures, your choice not to investigate?" "Yes. Completely and honestly." "Good." Harry opened the door. "The trial starts Monday. Don't be late." He left without looking back, feeling something loosen in his chest. Not forgiveness. Not absolution. Just, completion. The end of one chapter, so another could begin. The trial awaited. And Harry was finally ready to face it. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, Enemies and Allies. The Tonks residents stood silent in the pale light of early morning. Harry had arrived just after dawn, unable to sleep, his mind churning with trial preparation and testimony schedules. Hermione was already there, of course. She'd practically moved in over the past week, transforming the dining room into a command center of legal documents, witness lists, and color-coded timelines. Ted was reviewing opening statements at the kitchen table, muttering to himself about precedents and procedural challenges. Andromeda moved between rooms with tea and quiet efficiency, the calm center of their small storm. It felt almost peaceful. Almost safe. The wards screamed at 6:47 a.m. Harry was on his feet before the sound registered consciously, wand in hand, years of survival instinct overriding thought. The scream wasn't a metaphor, the protective enchantments around the property were literally shrieking, a psychic alarm that meant someone was forcing through by brute magical strength. Down! Ted shouted, throwing himself toward Hermione. The front wall of the house exploded inward. Harry dove behind an overturned table as debris flew past his head. Through the dust and chaos, he saw them, black robes, silver masks, at least 5 figures pouring through the shattered wall where the window had been. Death Eaters. Potter, one of them bellowed. The Dark Lord sends his regards. Harry responded with a stunning spell that caught the speaker square in the chest. The Death Eater flew backward, crashing into his companions, but 2 more were already raising their wands. Crucio. Harry rolled, the unforgivable missing him by inches, scorching the floorboards where he'd been standing. He came up firing, Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Reducto, spells he'd learned in the DA, spells that had saved his life in the Department of Mysteries. The room dissolved into chaos. Ted was dueling 2 attackers simultaneously, his solicitor's robes smoking from near misses. The man fought better than Harry would have expected, crisp, efficient spellwork that kept his opponents off balance. Hermione had taken cover behind a reinforced bookshelf, launching hexes with impressive accuracy. But they were outnumbered. More Death Eaters were forcing through the breach in the wards, and Harry could see coordinated movement. These weren't random attackers, they were executing a planned assault. Get Harry out! Ted shouted. He's the target. A curse caught Ted in the shoulder, spinning him around. He went down hard. Dad! The scream came from the back of the house, and suddenly Tonks was there, bursting through the kitchen door like a force of nature. Her wand blazed with fury. 2 Death Eaters dropped before they even registered her presence. A third turned to face her and caught a body bind that left him frozen mid-curse. Harry! Behind me! Harry moved without thinking, years of combat instinct taking over. He and Tonks fought back to back, their spells complementing each other. She took the high threats, he covered the flanks, together they carved a path through the chaos. There's too many. Hermione shouted from her position. We need to. The front door exploded off its hinges. Remus Lupin stood in the doorway, wand raised, and for a moment Harry saw the wolf beneath the man, something feral and dangerous in his eyes that made even the Death Eaters hesitate. Get away from them, Remus said quietly. His first spell took out 3 attackers simultaneously, a wave of force that sent them crashing through what remained of the front wall. His second created a barrier of silver fire that cut off the reinforcements trying to enter. Retreat! One of the masked figures shouted. This isn't worth. He didn't finish. Harry's stunner dropped him like a stone. The remaining Death Eaters disapparated, leaving their fallen companions behind. The sudden silence was almost more shocking than the battle had been. Is everyone all right? Tonks demanded, already moving toward her father. Ted was sitting up, clutching his shoulder. Just a graze. I'll be fine. Hermione? Fine. Shaken, but fine. Hermione emerged from behind the bookshelf, her hair wild, her wand still raised. They were organized. This wasn't random, they knew exactly where to hit, exactly when we'd be vulnerable. Harry looked around the destroyed living room. The attack had lasted maybe 2 minutes, but the damage was extensive, walls destroyed, furniture shattered, the careful organization of their war room scattered across the floor. They were after me, he said quietly. The trial starts in 4 days. They wanted to stop it. Or stop you from testifying, Remus added, lowering his wand. Dead witnesses can't give evidence. Tonks was already binding the fallen Death Eaters with conjured ropes. These masks aren't charmed. We'll know who they are within the hour. Harry knelt beside one of the unconscious attackers and pulled off the silver mask. The face beneath was unfamiliar, a heavy-set man with a crooked nose and the remnants of a dark mark visible on his forearm. Nobody Harry recognized, nobody important. Expendable, he said. Voldemort sent his disposable soldiers. Which means he wanted to send a message, not necessarily succeed. Remus examined another fallen attacker. If he'd wanted you dead, he would have sent his best. So this was a warning? Or a test? Tonks straightened, her expression grim. Seeing how well protected you are, what kind of response you can muster? Gathering intelligence for a more serious attempt later. Harry thought about that. Voldemort was watching his lawsuit with amusement, Narcissa had said. But amusement could turn to concern if the lawsuit threatened to expose too much. We need to increase security, Ted said, accepting Andromeda's help to stand. Not just here, everywhere. The courthouse, Grimmauld Place, anywhere Harry might be during the trial. I'll coordinate with Mad-Eye, Tonks said. He's paranoid enough to actually be useful in situations like this. And I'll contact the Order, Remus added. We need people watching Harry around the clock until the trial concludes. Harry listened to them plan, feeling a strange mixture of gratitude and frustration. These people were risking their lives to protect him, to support his cause. But every escalation meant more danger for everyone involved. We should use this, he said suddenly. Everyone turned to look at him. The attack. We should use it. Harry gestured at the destroyed room, at the unconscious Death Eaters. Go public before the Ministry can spin this. Death Eaters attack family home to silence witnesses. It proves everything we've been saying about how threatened powerful people feel by this case. Hermione's eyes lit up with understanding. Rita Skeeter. We give her an exclusive. Exactly. Pictures of the damage, testimony from everyone present, names of the attackers once we identify them. Harry's mind was racing now, turning disaster into opportunity. We make this the story everyone's talking about the day the trial starts. Ted was nodding slowly. It's risky. Drawing more attention could provoke more attacks. We're past the point of avoiding attention. Harry met his eyes. They attacked us. They tried to kill us. Hiding won't make them stop, but exposing them might make others think twice about trying again. Tonks laughed, a sharp, surprised sound. You know what? He's right. Every time they attack and fail, they look weaker. Every time we expose them, more people realize what we're fighting against. Then let's not waste this opportunity. Harry pulled out his wand and began systematically documenting the damage, photographs of the destroyed walls, the unconscious attackers, the evidence of coordinated assault. Someone contact Skeeter. I want this in tomorrow's paper. The Daily Prophet headline the next morning was everything Harry could have hoped for. Death Eaters attack Boy W.H. Olive's legal team desperate attempt to silence Ministry corruption trial, they're afraid of the truth, Potter declares Rita Skeeter had outdone herself. The article painted a vivid picture of the attack, the coordinated assault, the heroic defense, the clear implications that powerful forces were trying to prevent the truth from emerging. Photographs showed the damaged house, the bound Death Eaters being led away by Aurors, Harry standing amid the rubble with defiant determination. Public response was immediate and overwhelming. Letters poured into the prophet, most supporting Harry's cause. Ministry officials who'd been quietly hoping the trial would fail suddenly found themselves defending against accusations of complicity. Even some pure-blood families who'd opposed the investigation began making cautious statements about the importance of legal process and rule of law. "You've done something remarkable," Amelia Bones told Harry during a security briefing 2 days before the trial. "You've made opposing you politically toxic. Anyone who attacks the investigation now looks like they're siding with Death Eaters. That wasn't the plan." "Maybe not, but it's the result." Amelia's expression was a mixture of admiration and concern. "You should know that the Horror Corps is divided. Some see you as a threat to institutional stability. Others see you as the first person in years actually trying to fix what's broken. I've had to reassign 3 investigators because I couldn't trust them not to sabotage the case." "Are we safe for the trial?" "As safe as I can make you. I've personally vetted every security officer who'll be in the courtroom. Mad-Eye Moody is coordinating external protection. He's paranoid enough to anticipate almost any threat." Amelia paused. "But I can't guarantee anything. The people you're threatening have resources, connections, desperation. Cornered animals are dangerous." Harry thought about Fudge, broken and defensive in the deposition chamber. About Lucius Malfoy, rotting in Azkaban but still connected to a network of influential allies. About Voldemort, watching from the shadows, waiting to see which way events would turn. "I know," he said. "I've been dealing with cornered animals my whole life." The morning of the trial dawned clear and bright, a mockery of the tension coiled in Harry's chest. He dressed carefully in his Wisengamot robes, the black family crest a weight against his heart. Hermione arrived at Grimmauld Place with a final briefing packet, her eyes bright with nervous energy. Remus and Tonks waited downstairs, both armed and alert, ready to escort Harry to the ministry. "Remember," Ted said as they gathered in the entrance hall, "today is about establishing the facts. Opening statements, preliminary testimony. The dramatic confrontations come later. I know the plan. Plans change. Stay flexible, stay calm, and don't let them provoke you." Ted met Harry's eyes. "You've done incredible work getting us here. Now let the evidence speak." They apparat to the ministry as a group, landing in a secured area that Amelia had arranged. Even so, the walk to the courtroom required passing through crowds of onlookers, some supportive, some hostile, all intensely curious. Harry kept his expression neutral, his pace steady. He'd learned from the deposition, from his Wisengamot appearance, that showing emotion was a weapon your enemies could use against you. Better to project calm confidence, let them wonder what you were thinking. The courtroom was the same chamber where Harry's own trial had been held, just over a year ago. The same tiered seating, the same central floor, the same weight of judgment pressing down from the ancient stone. But this time, Harry wasn't the defendant. Cornelius Fudge sat at the defense table, surrounded by lawyers, looking diminished and desperate. His supporters filled one section of the gallery, pure-blood families, ministry officials, people with obvious reasons to fear what this trial might reveal. Harry's supporters filled the opposite section. Families of wrongful imprisonment victims, reform advocates, journalists, and ordinary citizens who'd followed the case from its beginning. They outnumbered Fudge's supporters by at least 2 to 1. All rise for the presiding magistrate. Griselda Marchbanks entered through a side door, moving with the careful dignity of extreme age. She'd been appointed specifically for this trial, a respected elder with no obvious political ties, known for fairness and an absolute intolerance for procedural games. "Be seated." Marchbanks took her position at the high bench, surveying the chamber with sharp eyes. "We are here for the trial of the civil complaint brought by Lord Harry James Potter Black against Cornelius Oswald Fudge, regarding actions taken in November of 1981. The charges include illegal imprisonment, abuse of authority, conspiracy to deprive rights, and financial fraud." She turned to Ted. "Counsel for the plaintiff may present opening statements." Ted rose, and Harry felt a surge of pride at how confident he looked, the Muggle-born solicitor who'd waited 30 years for this moment, finally getting his chance to challenge the system that had marginalized him. Madam Magistrate, members of the court. This case is not complicated. Ted moved to the center of the floor, his voice carrying clearly to every corner of the chamber. In November of 1981, Sirius Black was arrested on suspicion of betraying James and Lily Potter to Lord Voldemort, and of murdering Peter Pettigrew along with 12 Muggles. These were serious accusations. If true, they warranted the harshest penalties our law provides. He paused, letting the weight of the accusations settle. But Sirius Black was never tried. Never given the opportunity to present a defense, to question witnesses, to challenge the evidence against him. Instead, he was sent directly to Azkaban based on a single piece of paper, an imprisonment order signed by Cornelius Fudge. Ted held up the document, now familiar to everyone who'd followed the case. Mr. Fudge was Junior Undersecretary for Magical Law Enforcement at the time. An administrative position. He had no judicial authority. No legal right to order imprisonment without trial. Yet he signed this document, and Sirius Black spent 12 years suffering the torment of Dementors for crimes he did not commit. Ted began to pace, his movements drawing the eye of every person in the chamber. The defense will argue that this was an honest mistake. That the chaos of the post-war period excused procedural shortcuts. That Mr. Fudge acted in good faith based on the information available. He shook his head. The evidence will show otherwise. The evidence will show that Mr. Fudge received 16,000 galleons from the Black family vault, money illegally seized and distributed without any court authorization. The evidence will show that Mr. Fudge was advised by Augustus Rookwood, a Death Eater spy, to deny Sirius Black his legal rights. The evidence will show that when Professor Dumbledore offered to present proof of Black's innocence in 1994, Mr. Fudge ordered the Dementor's kiss to be administered immediately, before any investigation could occur. Ted stopped in the center of the floor, facing the magistrate directly. This was not honest incompetence. This was deliberate injustice, motivated by corruption and enabled by a system that allowed powerful people to abuse their positions without accountability. The plaintiff seeks damages for the harm done to his family, yes. But more importantly, he seeks acknowledgement. Acknowledgement that what happened to Sirius Black was wrong. That it should never have happened. And that those responsible must answer for their actions. Ted returned to his seat. Harry felt the chamber vibrating with tension, supporters energized, opponents worried, everyone aware that the next few days would reshape Wizarding Britain one way or another. The defense may present opening statements, Marchbanks announced. Caractacus Burke rose, his expression smooth and confident. Madam Magistrate, members of the court. You have heard counsel for the plaintiff paint a picture of corruption and conspiracy. A dramatic narrative, certainly. But narratives are not evidence. Burke moved to the center of the floor with practiced ease. The facts are simple. In November of 1981, the wizarding world was in chaos. Lord Voldemort had just been defeated, but his followers remained at large. The ministry was overwhelmed with arrests, investigations, emergency measures to secure the peace. He gestured toward Fudge. Cornelius Fudge was a dedicated public servant trying to maintain order during the most dangerous period in modern history. When Sirius Black was arrested, caught at the scene of a massacre, surrounded by witnesses, laughing while bodies lay around him, Mr. Fudge processed the paperwork like thousands of other urgent cases during that period. Burke's voice took on a tone of reasonable concern. Were procedures followed perfectly? Perhaps not. But perfection was impossible under those circumstances. Every official in the ministry was working 18-hour days, processing cases as quickly as possible to ensure dangerous individuals were secured. Mr. Fudge acted in good faith, based on information that appeared overwhelming. He shook his head sadly. The plaintiff wants you to believe this was a conspiracy. That Mr. Fudge deliberately targeted an innocent man for profit. But where is the proof? Financial transactions that can be explained by normal administrative processes. Advice from a colleague who, years later, turned out to be compromised. Decisions made under impossible pressure that, with hindsight, might have been handled differently. Burke turned to face Harry directly. Lord Potterblack lost his godfather. That is a tragedy, and no one disputes it. But tragedy is not the same as culpability. Mr. Fudge did not kill Sirius Black. Death Eaters killed Sirius Black. The plaintiff's grief is understandable, but it should not be weaponized against a man who did his best during the worst of times. He returned to his seat. Harry kept his expression neutral, refusing to show how much Burke's words had angered him. "Thank you, counsel." Marchbanks made a note. "We will now proceed with the plaintiff's first witness. Mr. Tonks." Ted rose. "The plaintiff calls Albus Dumbledore." A murmur swept through the chamber as Dumbledore emerged from a side room. He moved slowly, looking every year of his considerable age, and took the witness stand with quiet dignity. "Professor Dumbledore," Ted began, "you were Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot in 1981. Is that correct?" "It is." "And you were acquainted with Sirius Black?" "I was. He was one of my students, and later, a member of the Order of the Phoenix, an organization dedicated to fighting Voldemort during the First War." "Did you believe Sirius Black was guilty of the crimes he was accused of?" Dumbledore was silent for a moment. "Yes. To my lasting shame, I did." "Why?" "Because I had been told that Sirius was the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. When they died, and when Peter Pettigrew was apparently killed confronting Sirius, the conclusion seemed inescapable." "Did you push for a trial? An investigation? Any formal proceeding where Mr. Black might have defended himself?" Another pause, longer this time. "No. I did not." "Why not?" "Because I was a coward." Dumbledore's voice was heavy. "I believed Sirius was guilty, and I could not bear to examine that belief closely. A trial would have required me to question my own judgment, to face the possibility that I had failed to see the truth about someone I cared for. I chose to accept the comfortable lie rather than pursue the uncomfortable investigation." The chamber was absolutely silent. "Professor Dumbledore, in June of 1994, you became aware that Peter Pettigrew was alive. That he, not Sirius Black, had betrayed the Potters. Is that correct?" "Yes. Harry Potter and his friends witnessed Pettigrew revealed. I had direct evidence that Sirius was innocent." "What did you do with that information?" "I informed Minister Fudge. I offered to present Pettigrew as evidence, to have him questioned under veritaserum, to demonstrate beyond any doubt that Sirius Black had been wrongfully imprisoned." "And how did Minister Fudge respond?" "He refused. He ordered the Dementor's Kiss to be administered to Sirius immediately, before any investigation could take place." "Did he give a reason?" "He said that Sirius had clearly confounded us all. That a werewolf and 3 children could not be trusted as witnesses. That the matter was closed." Dumbledore's voice carried a weight of old grief. He was more concerned with avoiding embarrassment than pursuing justice. Ted let the testimony settle before continuing. "One final question, Professor. Looking back at the events of 1981 and 1994, at your own actions and the actions of Minister Fudge, what is your assessment of how the system failed Sirius Black?" Dumbledore turned to face the chamber directly. "The system failed because those of us with power to challenge it chose not to. I failed because I prioritized my own comfort over justice. Minister Fudge failed because he prioritized his career over the law. And the institutions that should have caught these failures, the Wizengamot, the Auror Corps, the judicial system itself, failed because they were designed to protect the powerful, not to pursue the truth." He paused, his blue eyes sweeping across the assembled witnesses. "Sirius Black was innocent. He suffered 12 years of torture for crimes he did not commit. And he died still labeled a criminal by the ministry that destroyed his life. Nothing I say today can undo that harm. But perhaps, if this trial achieves what it should, it can prevent others from suffering the same fate. Ted nodded slowly. No further questions. Burke rose for cross-examination, but his efforts were largely futile. Dumbledore answered every question with devastating honesty, refusing to be led into contradictions or minimizations. By the time he stepped down, the damage was done. The most respected wizard in Britain had testified that the system had fundamentally failed, and that Fudge bore direct responsibility. The first day of testimony concluded with witness statements from retired Aurors who'd been present during the post-war period. Several confirmed that they'd questioned the lack of trials for certain prisoners, but had been told to stay silent. Others described pressure from superiors to process cases quickly, without concern for proper procedure. By the time Marchbanks adjourned for the day, Harry could see the momentum shifting. Even some of Fudge's supporters looked troubled, their certainty eroding under the weight of testimony they couldn't easily dismiss. "Good first day," Ted said as they gathered outside the courtroom. "Tomorrow we present the financial evidence. That's when things get really interesting." Harry nodded, but his mind was elsewhere. The trial was going well, better than expected, even. But something about the Death Eater attack still bothered him. They'd been organized. Coordinated. Someone had known exactly when to strike, exactly how to breach the wards. Someone with inside information. "Ted," Harry said quietly, "who knew our security arrangements for the Tonks house?" Ted frowned. "Just family. And Amelia Bones, she helped coordinate with the Auror Corps." "Anyone else?" "Anyone who might have mentioned it casually, or filed paperwork that could have been accessed." I'm not sure." "Why?" "The attack was too precise. They knew exactly when our wards would be weakest, exactly where to hit." Harry's jaw tightened. "Someone told them." Ted's face went pale. "You think we have a leak?" "I think we need to find out." Quietly. Without alerting whoever it might be. Harry glanced around the crowded ministry corridor. "Can you compile a list of everyone who had access to our security information? I want to know who we can trust, and who we can't." Ted nodded, his expression grim. "I'll have it by tomorrow morning." Harry watched him go, feeling the weight of suspicion settling onto his shoulders. They were close to victory, he could feel it. But victory meant nothing if their enemies could strike from within. The battle in the courtroom was only half the fight. The other half was happening in shadows, and Harry intended to win both. That night, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was alone in Grimmauld Place. Hermione had returned to the Tonks house to help Andromeda with repairs, and Remus was coordinating security for the next day. The house felt oppressively quiet, its ancient walls pressing in with memories of Sirius. The fireplace flared green without warning. Harry had his wand raised before the flames finished forming, but the face that appeared was not one he expected. "Lord Black." Narcissa Malfoy's voice was tightly controlled. "I apologize for the intrusion. I need to speak with you. Urgently." Harry didn't lower his wand. "We have nothing to discuss." "We have everything to discuss. There's been a development, something you need to know before tomorrow's testimony." "Then send an owl." "This cannot be trusted to owls." Narcissa's eyes flickered with something that might have been fear. "Please, Lord Black. Lives depend on this." Harry considered. Narcissa had provided valuable information before, testimony about Rookwood's role, documentation of how the old pure-blood families had operated. But she was also Lucius Malfoy's wife, a woman who'd stood by while Death Eaters tortured and killed. "Speak," he said finally. "But stay in the fire. I'm not inviting you through." Narcissa inclined her head. "As you wish. I've just come from visiting my husband in Azkaban. He was unusually forthcoming today. Desperate, really. The news of your trial has reached even the prisoners, and Lucius fears what might be revealed." Fears what specifically? He told me about the night your godfather was arrested. Details he's never shared before, details he was saving as leverage, in case he ever needed protection from the Dark Lord's other servants. Harry felt his heart rate increase. What details? The framing of Sirius Black wasn't just Rookwood's initiative. It was ordered directly by the Dark Lord himself. Narcissa's voice dropped. Your godfather had discovered something in his investigation of ministry infiltration. Something about a prophecy. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. The prophecy. The thing that had led to the battle at the Department of Mysteries, to Sirius's death. What did Sirius know? He knew the Dark Lord was searching for something in the Department of Mysteries. He didn't know what, the prophecy itself was still secret, but he was getting close. Too close. Narcissa's eyes met Harry's through the flames. Rookwood was ordered to ensure Sirius was silenced before he could share his suspicions with anyone who might investigate further. That's why he was framed so quickly. Why there was no trial. Exactly. A trial would have given Sirius opportunities to speak, to share what he'd learned. Even if he'd been convicted, his testimony might have alerted others to the Dark Lord's interest in the department. Narcissa paused. The entire conspiracy, the false framing, the illegal imprisonment, the theft of Black family assets, it was all orchestrated to protect Voldemort's search for the prophecy. Harry's mind was racing. This changed everything. The trial was focused on Fudge's corruption, on bureaucratic abuse of power. But if they could prove that Death Eaters had deliberately manipulated the justice system as part of Voldemort's larger operations. Can Lucius testify to this? Officially? He's willing to. In exchange for consideration, reduced sentence, protection for our family. Narcissa's composure cracked slightly. The Dark Lord is displeased with Lucius's failure at the Department of Mysteries. We have reason to believe that once the Dark Lord no longer needs Azkaban as a recruiting ground, he intends to make an example of those who disappointed him. So Lucius wants to switch sides. Lucius wants to survive. As do I. As does Draco. Narcissa's voice hardened. I don't pretend moral righteousness, Lord Black. I've done terrible things, enabled worse. But my son is 16 years old, and he's being pressed to take the dark mark. I will do anything, to prevent that. Harry remembered Draco at school, the sneering bully, the casual cruelty, the pure-blood supremacist rhetoric. But he also remembered a moment on the astronomy tower, during their 5th year, when Draco had looked genuinely frightened. Not of Harry, of something else. Someone else. What do you want from me? Protection. For all 3 of us. In exchange, Lucius will testify about Rookwood's operations, about the Death Eater infiltration of the Ministry, about everything he knows regarding the Dark Lord's plans. Narcissa's voice dropped. And I'll provide something else. Something you need. What? The location of Rookwood's memory archives. The insurance he kept against the Dark Lord's other servants. Narcissa smiled grimly. I found out where he hid them. They contain evidence of every corrupt deal, every dirty secret, every crime committed by Death Eaters inside the Ministry. With those memories, you can prove everything, not just about your godfather's case, but about the entire network of corruption that's been protecting the Dark Lord's servants for decades. Harry stared at her through the flames. This was either the breakthrough he needed or an elaborate trap. Narcissa Malfoy had every reason to lie, to manipulate, to advance her family's interests at any cost. But she also had every reason to be desperate. Voldemort didn't forgive failure. The Malfoys were exposed, vulnerable, their influence crumbling. If she was telling the truth. I need to think about this. Think quickly. The Dark Lord is watching your trial. If it continues to go well, if you establish precedents that threaten his operations, he won't remain amused for long. Narcissa's face was pale in the green flames. The attack on your solicitor's home was a test. The next attack will be much more serious. I know. Then you know you need allies. Even uncomfortable ones. Narcissa's eyes met his. Contact me when you've decided. But don't wait too long. My husband's information has a limited shelf life, and the Dark Lord has ways of ensuring silence even in Azkaban. The flames died, leaving Harry alone in the dark house. He stood there for a long moment, processing everything he'd learned. The conspiracy against Sirius went deeper than corruption, it connected directly to Voldemort's plans, to the prophecy, to everything that had shaped Harry's life. And now he had a choice: trust a woman who'd enabled Death Eater atrocities, or turn away from information that could expose the full scope of the corruption he was fighting. He thought about Sirius. About what his godfather would have done. Burn it all down. Build something better. Harry pulled out parchment and a quill, and began writing a very careful letter. The second day of testimony opened with the financial evidence. Griphook took the witness stand, the first goblin to testify in a wizarding court in over a century. His presence alone was a statement, a visible symbol of how far Harry's coalition had expanded. Mr. Griphook, Ted began, please describe your role at Gringotts. Senior Account Manager for the Black Family Accounts. I have held this position for 37 years. And in that capacity, you have access to records of all transactions involving Black family assets? I do. Gringotts maintains meticulous documentation of all financial activities. It is our nature. Please describe the transactions that occurred following Sirius Black's imprisonment in November of 1981. Griphook produced a thick folder of documents. On November 4, 1981, the Ministry of Magic issued a seizure order for Black family assets. The order was signed by Cornelius Fudge. Gringotts was required to honor this order under the terms of the Treaty of 1612. What assets were seized? Approximately 50,000 galleons in liquid gold, plus various artifacts and properties. And where were those assets supposed to go? According to the seizure order, they were to be deposited into a ministry holding account pending resolution of criminal proceedings against Sirius Black. Were they deposited into that account? No. Griphook's voice was flat. The assets were instead divided among 3 private accounts. Ted displayed enlarged copies of the transfer receipts. Please identify these accounts for the court. The first, receiving approximately 16,000 galleons, belonged to Cornelius Fudge. The second, also 16,000 galleons, belonged to Lucius Malfoy. The third, the remaining 18,000 galleons, belonged to Augustus Rookwood. Murmurs erupted throughout the chamber. Burke was on his feet immediately. Objection. This testimony is speculation, it is documented fact, Griphook interrupted coldly. Goblins do not speculate. We record. The transfer receipts bear authenticated signatures from all 3 recipients. Marchbanks silenced Burke with a look. The witness may continue. Thank you. Griphook sorted through his documents. I should note that these transfers were processed under duress. Gringotts objected internally to the irregular nature of the transactions, but we lacked standing to challenge ministry orders at that time. Has Gringotts's position changed? It has. Thanks to Lord Black's investigation, we now have evidence that the Treaty of 1612 was violated. The ministry coerced us into participating in what amounts to theft under the guise of legal seizure. Griphook's eyes glittered with something ancient and dangerous. Gringotts has a very long memory regarding such violations. The testimony continued for hours. Griphook methodically walked through every irregular transaction, every violation of procedure, every piece of evidence showing that Fudge, Malfoy, and Rookwood had personally profited from Sirius Black's destruction. By the time cross-examination began, even Burke seemed to recognize that the financial evidence was devastating. His questions were perfunctory, probing for inconsistencies that didn't exist. Goblin record-keeping was legendary for its precision, there was no angle of attack. When Griphook stepped down, Ted called his next witness, a retired ministry accountant who'd processed the original seizure paperwork. I knew something was wrong, the old witch testified, her voice trembling. The transfer authorizations, they weren't standard forms. Handwritten amendments, signatures in the wrong places. I asked my supervisor, and she told me not to question it. Said it came from higher up. Did you ever report your concerns? Who would I report to? The people signing off on it were the same people who'd investigate any complaints. The witch looked down at her hands. I felt guilty about it for 15 years. When I saw Lord Black's interview in the paper, I knew I had to finally speak up. More witnesses followed, clerks who'd noticed irregularities, orers who'd been told to stay quiet, family members of other prisoners who'd experienced similar financial victimization. Each testimony added another layer to the pattern of systematic corruption that Harry was exposing. And then came the testimony that changed everything. The plaintiff calls Lucius Malfoy. The chamber exploded into chaos. Burke was on his feet, shouting objections. Fudge's face went pale as chalk. The gallery erupted in shocked whispers and outraged exclamations. Order! Marchbanks's voice cut through the noise. The court will come to order. Silence fell, tense and expectant. Mr. Tonks, please explain. Lucius Malfoy is currently incarcerated at Azkaban for his participation in the battle at the Department of Mysteries last June. However, he has agreed to testify in exchange for consideration regarding his sentence. Ted produced a document. The agreement was negotiated with Director Bones and approved by the Wisengamots Emergency Judicial Committee. Burke sputtered. This is outrageous. Testimony from a convicted Death Eater is testimony from someone with direct knowledge of the conspiracy we're investigating, Ted interrupted. Mr. Malfoy was one of the recipients of the stolen black assets. He was also intimately connected to Augustus Rookwood's operations within the ministry. Marchbanks examined the agreement document. The agreement is in order. The witness may be presented. The side door opened, and Lucius Malfoy was escorted in by two aurors. He looked nothing like the proud aristocrat Harry remembered. Months in Azkaban had hollowed his cheeks, dimmed his platinum hair, stripped away the veneer of superiority. His wrists were bound with magical restraints, and he walked with the shuffling gait of someone who'd forgotten how to hold himself upright. But his eyes were still sharp. Still calculating. Mr. Malfoy, Ted began, you received 16,000 galleons from the Black family vault in November of 1981. Is that correct? Yes. Lucius's voice was hoarse but clear. How did you come to receive this money? Rookwood arranged it. He said it was compensation for services rendered, assistance in ensuring that Sirius Black was properly handled. What services did you provide? I used my connections in the ministry to prevent any investigation into Black's arrest. Several officials who might have asked questions were discouraged from doing so. Lucius's lips twisted. It wasn't difficult. Most of them were happy to look the other way in exchange for their own considerations. And why was it so important that no one investigate Black's case? Lucius was silent for a long moment. Because the Dark Lord ordered it. Sirius Black had discovered that the Department of Mysteries was being watched. He was getting too close to understanding what we were looking for. A trial would have given him a platform to share his suspicions. What were you looking for? A prophecy. I didn't know the details, only the Dark Lord knew the full contents. But we knew it existed, and we knew it was connected to Harry Potter. Lucius glanced at Harry for the first time. Black was a threat because he was smart enough to piece things together. Removing him protected our operation. The chamber was absolutely silent. So Sirius Black was framed, Ted said slowly, not just for bureaucratic convenience or personal profit, but as a deliberate operation ordered by Voldemort himself. Yes. Rookwood handled the ministry side. I handled the political cover. Others handled the physical aspects. Lucius's voice dropped. The Dark Lord was quite pleased with how smoothly it went. He considered it a model for future operations. Were there other cases like Black's? Other people targeted and imprisoned to protect Voldemort's interests? Many. Rookwood had a system. Anyone who got too close to Death Eater operations, anyone who might testify to things we wanted hidden, he found ways to neutralize them. Sometimes through legal manipulation, sometimes through. Lucius trailed off. Sometimes through murder. Yes. The testimony continued for another hour. Lucius described in clinical detail how the Death Eater network had infiltrated the Ministry, how they'd used corruption and violence to protect themselves, how Fudge and others had either participated willingly or been too cowardly to resist. By the time cross-examination began, there was nothing Burke could do. Every challenge was met with documented evidence. Every attempt to discredit Lucius's testimony was undermined by corroborating records from Gringotts, from the Ministry archives, from the growing mountain of evidence Harry's team had assembled. When the second day concluded, Harry knew they had won. Not just the trial, though that was increasingly certain. They had won something larger. They had proven, beyond any doubt, that the system had been corrupted from within. That innocent people had suffered to protect Death Eater operations. That the most powerful institutions in Wizarding Britain had been used as tools for darkness. The question now was what to do with that victory. That night, Harry met Narcissa Malfoy in person. She came to Grimmauld Place through a fluke connection Harry had temporarily unsealed, arriving in the drawing room where the Black family tapestry hung with Sirius's name restored. "Your husband did well today," Harry said. "Lucius is nothing if not practical." Narcissa examined the tapestry, her expression unreadable. He knew testimony was his only value. Without it, he has nothing to bargain with. And you? What do you have to bargain with? Narcissa turned to face him. The location of Rookwood's archives. As promised. She handed him a piece of parchment with an address written in elegant script. This is a property owned by the Rookwood family for generations. Warded heavily, nearly impossible to breach without blood authorization, but Rookwood was careful. He created a backdoor in case he ever needed to access it quickly. What's the backdoor? A phrase in gobbledygook. The wards were originally created by Gringotts, before relations between goblins and the Rookwood family soured. Narcissa's lips curved slightly. I doubt he realized the irony of trusting goblin magic to protect his secrets. Harry examined the parchment. How do I know this isn't a trap? You don't. But consider, what would I gain from betraying you now? My husband has already testified. The Dark Lord already considers our family traitors. My only hope, Draco's only hope, is that your victory is complete enough to protect us. Protection isn't the same as forgiveness. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm asking for survival. Narcissa's composure cracked slightly. Do you know what the Dark Lord does to the families of those who disappoint him? Not just death, that would be merciful. He makes examples. He destroys everyone connected to the failure, slowly and publicly, to ensure no one else considers betrayal. Harry thought about what he knew of Voldemort. About the cruelty, the calculated terror, the way he used fear to maintain control. I can't promise anything, he said finally. But if your information is good, if the archives contain what you say they contain, I'll speak to Dumbledore. To Amelia Bones. We'll find some way to protect you. Narcissa nodded, some of the tension draining from her shoulders. That's all I ask. The chance to protect my son. She moved toward the fireplace. One more thing, Lord Black. The Dark Lord is planning something. I don't know what. Lucius and I have been excluded from his inner circle since the Department of Mysteries. But there's movement. His followers are being positioned for something significant. When? Soon. Perhaps days, perhaps weeks. But soon. Narcissa paused at the fireplace. Be careful. You've done remarkable damage to his operations. He won't let that go unanswered. She threw flu powder into the flames and vanished. Harry stood alone in the drawing room, holding a piece of parchment that might contain the key to destroying Voldemort's network of corruption, or might be a trap that would get him killed. He thought about Sirius. About the choices his godfather had made, the risks he'd taken. Burn it all down. Harry made his decision. The raid on Rookwood's archive happened 2 nights later. Harry led a small team, himself, Tonks, Moody, and 3 Aurors that Amelia trusted completely. They approached the property at midnight, the ancient manor house looming against a clouded sky. Wards are exactly as described, Moody growled, his magical eyes spinning wildly. Goblin craft, old and powerful. Standard breach would take hours. Harry stepped forward and spoke the phrase Narcissa had given him. The wards shimmered and parted like curtains. Well, Tonks said. That's either very convenient or very suspicious. Constant vigilance, Moody muttered. Spread out. Check for secondary traps. They moved through the house in practiced formation, clearing room by room. The manor was empty, abandoned for years, judging by the dust. No portraits moved, no house elves appeared, no sign of recent habitation. The archive room was in the basement, behind a door sealed with dark magic. I can break this, Harry said, examining the wards. Give me a minute. The others took defensive positions while Harry worked. Curse breaking wasn't his specialty, but he'd learned enough from Bill Weasley's stories and Hermione's research to handle basic protections. The door opened. Inside was a pensieve, larger than any Harry had seen, carved from black stone and filled with swirling silver memories. Around it, shelves held hundreds of small vials, each labeled with names and dates. Merlin, Tonks breathed. There must be 20 years of memories here. Harry approached the pensieve and examined the labels on the nearest vials. Fudge, C. 1981 to 1995, Financial Arrangements Malfoy, L. 1978 to 1995, Political Coordination Ministry, Various, Blackmail Materials Prisoners, Interrogation Records Death Eater Operations, Planning Sessions. This is everything, Harry said quietly. Every dirty deal, every crime, every secret Rookwood collected over 2 decades of spy work. It's also evidence, Moody said. Proper evidence, not just testimony. Memories can be verified, authenticated, presented in court. Harry pulled the vial labeled with Sirius's name. Black, S. 1981, Framing Operation, we take everything, he said. Copy everything. Then we let Amelia decide what can be used in court and what needs to go to the Wizengamot. They worked through the night, cataloging and duplicating memories with painstaking precision. By dawn, they had copies of the entire archive secured in multiple locations. And Harry had something else. A memory labeled simply, The Dark Lord, 1981, Prophecy Discussion. He would view that one later, in private. But he already suspected what it would show. The night his parents were targeted. The beginning of everything that had shaped his life. The trial concluded 3 days later. The evidence from Rookwood's archive was devastating, memories showing explicit corruption, deliberate framing, systematic abuse of power stretching back decades. Fudge broke down on the stand when confronted with his own words, recorded in crystal clarity, discussing how to profit from Sirius Black's destruction. Griselda Marchbanks delivered the verdict personally. In the matter of Black versus Fudge, this court finds for the plaintiff on all charges. Cornelius Fudge is hereby found guilty of illegal imprisonment, abuse of authority, conspiracy to deprive rights, and financial fraud. The chamber erupted, but Marchbanks wasn't finished. Furthermore, based on evidence presented during these proceedings, this court recommends that criminal charges be brought against Mr. Fudge for actions constituting corruption, theft, and conspiracy to commit murder through denial of due process. She turned to face Fudge directly. Your actions caused immeasurable harm, not just to Sirius Black and his family, but to the fundamental principles of justice that our society depends upon. You had opportunities to do the right thing. You chose instead to profit from injustice. That choice has consequences. Marchbanks paused, her ancient face severe. The plaintiff is awarded full restitution of all black family assets illegally seized, plus damages totaling 250,000 galleons for suffering, harm to reputation, and deprivation of rights. These damages are to be paid from Mr. Fudge's personal assets. If personal assets are insufficient, which I suspect they will be, remaining amounts may be recovered through seizure of property and ongoing garnishment. She gathered her notes. Additionally, this court establishes the following precedent: any imprisonment exceeding 30 days requires documented judicial authorization from a qualified magistrate. Any official who violates this requirement is personally liable for damages. No claim of emergency circumstances or political pressure shall excuse violation of fundamental rights. The gavel fell. This court is adjourned. Harry found himself alone in the courtroom after everyone else had left. The chamber was silent now, empty seats stretching up into shadows. The magical flames had been extinguished, leaving only dim light filtering through high windows. He walked to the center of the floor, the place where testimony had been given, where secrets had been revealed, where justice had finally been served. "We did it," he said to the empty room. To Sirius. To everyone who'd suffered. It didn't feel like victory. It felt like exhaustion, like the end of something that had consumed him for months. But it also felt like a beginning. The system hadn't been destroyed, not entirely. But it had been cracked open. The precedents established today would ripple outward, affecting cases for decades to come. Other families would use Harry's victory to pursue their own claims. Other reformers would build on the foundation he'd laid. And Voldemort's network of corruption had been exposed. Not completely, some threads remained hidden, some players still free. But the exposure was significant. The ministry officials who'd collaborated with Death Eaters were now documented, prosecuted, ruined. Harry thought about what came next. The war wasn't over. Voldemort was still out there, gathering strength, planning his return to power. The attack on the Tonks house had been just the beginning, more violence would come. But Harry wasn't the same person who'd walked into that first Gringotts meeting, grieving and angry and looking for someone to blame. He'd learned things in these months of legal warfare. How to build coalitions. How to use information as a weapon. How to fight battles that couldn't be won with spells alone. He would need all of those skills in the war to come. The door to the courtroom opened. Hermione and Remus stood silhouetted against the light from the corridor. "Harry." Hermione's voice was gentle. "Everyone's waiting. There's going to be a celebration at Grimmauld Place." Harry took one last look around the chamber. "Thank you," he thought. To Sirius. To everyone who'd helped. To the memory of his parents, who died fighting the same darkness he now stood against. Then he walked toward his friends, toward whatever came next. The trial was over. The real war was just beginning. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The True Price Victory, Harry discovered, tasted like exhaustion and cold tea. The celebration at Grimmauld Place had lasted until the early hours of the morning. Dozens of people had crowded into the ancient house: Ted and Andromeda, Hermione and Remus, Tonks and her Auror friends, families of wrongful imprisonment victims, members of the Reform Coalition that had grown around Harry's cause. They'd toasted Sirius, toasted justice, toasted the future they were trying to build. Harry had smiled through all of it, accepted congratulations, said the right things at the right moments. But by 3 in the morning, he'd slipped away to the drawing room, where the black family tapestry hung restored and the weight of everything he'd done pressed down like a physical force. He was still there at dawn, sitting in an armchair beneath Sirius's name, when Hermione found him. "You should sleep," she said, settling into the chair opposite. "Can't. Too much in my head. The trial's over." "You won." "Did I?" Harry stared at the tapestry, at the golden thread spelling out his godfather's name. Fudge is ruined. The precedents are set. The corruption is exposed. But Sirius is still dead. My parents are still dead. Voldemort is still out there. What did any of this actually change? Hermione was quiet for a moment. Everything. And nothing. Both at once. That's very philosophical for 5 in the morning. I've been thinking about it all night. She drew her knees up to her chest, looking younger than her years. You changed the system, Harry. Made it harder for the next Fudge to destroy the next Sirius. That matters, even if it can't undo what's already happened. And the nothing part? The war's still coming. Voldemort doesn't care about legal precedents. He's going to kill people, lots of people, and no courtroom victory will stop him. Hermione met his eyes. You knew that when you started this. You said it yourself, the lawsuit was never just about revenge. It was about building something that would last after the war ended. Harry thought about that. About the months of work, the alliances forged, the enemies made. About Rookwood's archives and the secrets they contained. About the memory he still hadn't viewed, the one labeled with Voldemort's name and the word, prophecy. I need to show you something, he said. He pulled the memory vial from his pocket. The silver contents swirled in the early morning light, catching reflections that seemed to move with their own purpose. What is that? From Rookwood's archives. A memory of Voldemort discussing the prophecy, the one about me and him. The one that got my parents killed. Hermione's eyes widened. Have you watched it? Not yet. I was waiting for. He trailed off, not sure what he'd been waiting for. Courage. Permission. The right moment. Harry considered. Part of him wanted to face this alone, it was his history, his burden, his parents' deaths at the center of everything. But another part of him remembered what Sirius had said in his pensive message, burn it all down and build something better. He couldn't build anything alone. Yes, he said. I want you there. They moved to the library, where Dumbledore had left a pensieve during the trial preparations. Harry poured the memory into the basin, watching it spiral and settle into images he couldn't quite make out. Ready? Hermione asked. No. Harry touched the surface anyway. The memory dropped them into a dark room. Stone walls, low ceiling, flickering torchlight casting dancing shadows. A long table dominated the center of the space, surrounded by figures in black robes, Death Eaters, Harry realized, though their faces were mostly hidden. At the head of the table sat Voldemort. He looked different from the creature Harry had faced in the graveyard and the Department of Mysteries. This was the Dark Lord of the First War, still snake-like, still terrifying, but somehow more human. His movements were smoother, his voice less the hissing rasp it would become. The prophecy concerns the Potter child, Voldemort said. Snape has confirmed as much. Harry felt Hermione stiffen beside him, but he kept his focus on the scene. The details remain unclear, Voldemort continued. Snape only heard part of it before being discovered. But the meaning is evident, a child born at the end of July, to parents who have defied me 3 times, will have the power to destroy me. One of the Death Eaters, Lucius Malfoy, Harry realized, younger but still recognizable, spoke up. Surely, my lord, a child cannot threaten you. Your power is beyond, do not presume to tell me what can or cannot threaten me. Voldemort's voice dropped to a whisper that somehow carried more weight than a shout. Prophecies have power precisely because they are spoken. The magic is in the declaration, the acknowledgement, the commitment of fate to a particular path. He rose, pacing behind his chair. The Potter child will be dealt with. But this requires precision. I must be certain the prophecy cannot be fulfilled, and that means understanding its full contents. The Department of Mysteries, another Death Eater said. Harry didn't recognize the voice. The Hall of Prophecy contains recordings of every true prophecy ever spoken. Indeed. And Rookwood has been working to gain access. Voldemort turned to face a figure Harry now recognized, Augustus Rookwood, seated near the end of the table, his face set in an expression of eager servitude. Report. Progress is slow, my lord. The prophecy records are heavily protected. Direct retrieval would trigger alarms throughout the department. Rookwood's voice was oily, ingratiating. However, I've identified a potential alternative approach. The prophecies can only be retrieved by those they concern. If we could manipulate Potter, the father, into attempting retrieval himself. James Potter would never serve our purposes willingly. Not willingly, no. But there are ways to compel action. Threats against his family, manipulation of information, false leads suggesting the prophecy might reveal how to protect his son. Rookwood smiled. People do extraordinary things when they believe they're protecting those they love. Voldemort considered this. The approach has merit. But it is too slow. The child must be dealt with before he can grow into whatever threat the prophecy predicts. Then we need the secret keeper, Lucius said. The Potters are hidden under Fidelius. Without the secret keeper's cooperation, the secret keeper is being handled. Voldemort's thin lips curved into something that might have been a smile. Wormtail has proven surprisingly useful. His loyalty is not to his friends, but to whoever he believes will win. A simple creature, but effective. The room seemed to grow colder. Harry watched, unable to look away, as the architects of his parents' murders discussed their plans with the casual efficiency of businessmen planning a merger. There is one complication, Rookwood said carefully. Sirius Black has been investigating Ministry infiltration. He's gotten closer to identifying our network than anyone else. Voldemort's red eyes fixed on Rookwood. Explain. Black is suspicious of several key officials, myself included. He's been compiling evidence, making connections. If he shares his suspicions with Dumbledore, if the Order begins a serious investigation, then Black must be silenced. Voldemort's voice was flat, final. Permanently. Killing him outright might raise more questions than it answers, Lucius pointed out. Black is from one of the oldest families. His death would be investigated. Then we don't kill him. We destroy him. Voldemort turned to face the assembled Death Eaters. Wormtail's defection provides an opportunity. When the Potters die, Black will be blamed. The perfect scapegoat, a blood traitor from a dark family, everyone will believe he finally embraced his heritage. He'll demand a trial, someone objected. Veritaserum, there will be no trial. Voldemort looked at Rookwood. You will ensure it. Black will be arrested, imprisoned, forgotten. His evidence will disappear. His accusations will be dismissed as the ravings of a guilty man. Rookwood bowed his head. It will be done, my lord. See that it is. Black's investigation ends tonight. And the Potter child. Voldemort's smile widened. The Potter child will follow shortly. The memory dissolved. Harry emerged from the pensive gasping, his hands gripping the stone basin so hard his knuckles were white. Hermione was beside him, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks. Harry, they planned it. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Hollow. Distant. All of it. My parents' deaths, Sirius's destruction, everything. They sat around a table and planned it like it was nothing. Like we were nothing. Harry, I'm so sorry, Rookwood knew. He sat there and agreed to frame Sirius, knowing he was innocent, knowing he'd suffer for years. Harry's hands were shaking now. And Voldemort, he didn't even care about the prophecy, not really. He just wanted to eliminate a threat. A baby. A threat from a baby. He stumbled away from the pensive, needing distance, needing air. The library felt too small, the walls pressing in. The prophecy, Harry said suddenly. The full prophecy. Dumbledore told me what it said, but he never told me how Voldemort learned about it. It was Snape. Snape told him. Hermione's expression shifted. Snape was a Death Eater. Before he turned spy for Dumbledore, he overheard the prophecy being made. He reported it to Voldemort. And that's why my parents were targeted. Harry felt something cold settling into his chest. Snape is the reason my parents are dead. But he turned against Voldemort. He's been working for Dumbledore ever since, after my mother was killed. Because he loved her, everyone says. But he didn't love her enough to keep her son from being hunted. Harry's voice was rising. He heard a prophecy about a baby, me, and he ran to tell the darkest wizard in history. He set everything in motion. Harry, I don't think, no. I need answers. Harry moved toward the door. I need to talk to Dumbledore. About Snape, about the prophecy, about all of it. He's been keeping secrets for too long. It's 6 in the morning. Can't this wait until, it's waited 16 years already. Harry paused at the door. You should get some sleep. This might take a while. He left before she could argue. The headmaster's office at Hogwarts was quiet in the early morning light. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking more tired than Harry had ever seen him. The silver instruments on their tables had stopped whirring, as if the room itself was holding its breath. You've viewed the memory, Dumbledore said. It wasn't a question. I have. And now I want the truth. All of it. Harry took the chair across from Dumbledore without being invited. Starting with Snape. A long pause. Dumbledore seemed to age another decade in the silence. Severus overheard part of the prophecy being made, he said finally. He was young, foolish, desperate to prove his worth to the master he'd chosen. He reported what he'd heard without understanding what it would lead to. Without understanding. He told Voldemort that a child was prophesied to destroy him. What did he think would happen? I suspect he didn't think at all. Or perhaps he convinced himself that Voldemort would simply verify the prophecy and prepare defenses. Severus is not, a stupid man, but he has always been capable of profound self-deception when it suits his purposes. And after my mother died because of what he told Voldemort. Severus came to me. Broken, desperate, willing to do anything to atone for what his actions had caused. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I made a choice, perhaps the most difficult choice of my life. I gave him a chance to redeem himself. He's been working against Voldemort ever since. Working for you. Spying for you. While he terrorizes students and treats me like garbage because I look like the father he hated. Harry's hands were clenched. Did you ever think about what it was like for me? Spending 7 years being tormented by the man who got my parents killed. I thought about it constantly. Dumbledore met Harry's eyes. And I chose to prioritize the war over your comfort. Severus's position as a spy was invaluable, is invaluable. The information he provides has saved countless lives. Not my parents' lives. No. Not their lives. Dumbledore's voice cracked slightly. I have made many terrible choices, Harry. Keeping Severus's role secret from you was one of them. I told myself it was necessary, that you couldn't be trusted with the information, that your hatred of him would compromise everything. Perhaps I was right. Perhaps I was simply a coward, avoiding a conversation I knew would be painful. Harry sat in silence, processing. The anger was still there, hot and sharp and demanding release, but something else was emerging too. Understanding, maybe. Or at least the beginning of it. Dumbledore had made impossible choices. So had Snape. So had everyone who'd been caught up in the First War, forced to pick sides and live with the consequences. It didn't make what they'd done right. But it made it human. The prophecy, Harry said finally. The full thing. You told me what it said, but you never explained what it meant. It means what prophecies always mean, everything and nothing. The power the Dark Lord knows not could be love, as I suggested. Or it could be something else entirely. Prophecies are not instructions. They are possibilities, shaped by how we respond to them. Voldemort responded by trying to kill me. He created his own enemy. Yes. The supreme irony of his existence. By acting on the prophecy, he ensured its fulfillment. If he had simply ignored it, let you grow up in peace, you would never have become a threat. Dumbledore shook his head. But Tom Riddle has never been capable of ignoring a perceived threat. Fear is the foundation of everything he does. Harry thought about that. About Voldemort's careful planning, his meticulous elimination of anyone who might challenge him. About the Death Eaters sitting around that table, discussing murder with bureaucratic efficiency. He's afraid, Harry said slowly. Of the prophecy. Of me. That's why he kept trying to kill me, why he's been obsessed with me for years. Yes. And his fear makes him dangerous, but it also makes him predictable. Dumbledore leaned forward. The war is coming, Harry. Voldemort has been gathering strength, positioning his forces. What you've accomplished with the trial, exposing corruption, destroying his network inside the ministry, has set him back significantly. But it won't stop him. I know. Do you? Do you truly understand what's coming? Dumbledore's eyes were piercing. Your legal victory has made you a symbol. People look to you now, not just as the boy who lived, but as someone who fights back, who wins. That makes you more valuable than ever, and more dangerous to Voldemort than ever. Then let him come. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. I've spent my whole life reacting to what Voldemort does. Running, hiding, surviving. I'm done with that. If he wants to fight, I'll fight. And if fighting means sacrificing everything you've built. The coalition, the reforms, the precedents. Then I'll build them again. Or someone else will. Harry stood. Sirius told me to burn down the corruption and build something better. I've done the burning. Now I need to make sure there's something left to build on when the war is over. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. You've grown, Harry. More than I expected, more than perhaps I had any right to hope for. He rose slowly, moving to stand by the window. I won't be here forever. I'm old, and this war will demand prices from all of us. But knowing that you're ready to carry on, that gives me more peace than you can imagine. I'm not ready. I'm just not willing to fail. Sometimes that's the same thing. Dumbledore turned back to face him. There's something else you should know. About the prophecy, about what it means for you specifically. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What? The prophecy says that neither can live while the other survives. Most people interpret this to mean one of you must kill the other. But prophecies are rarely so straightforward. Dumbledore's expression was grave. There is another interpretation, one that I have long feared is the true meaning. Tell me. The prophecy may mean that your lives are linked. Bound together in ways that go beyond mere conflict. When Voldemort tried to kill you as a baby, something happened, something unprecedented in the history of magic. You survived the killing curse, but you also absorbed something of Voldemort himself. Harry felt cold. What are you saying? I'm saying that the connection between you, the scar, the visions, the way you can sense his emotions, these are not coincidences. They are symptoms of a bond that was forged that night. Dumbledore's voice was very quiet. And I fear that bond may have implications we don't yet understand. What kind of implications? That, Harry, I cannot say with certainty. But I can tell you this, whatever the prophecy ultimately means, you will have to face Voldemort. Not just in battle, but in some deeper, more fundamental way. And when that moment comes, you will need to be prepared for anything. Harry thought about the memory he'd just watched. About Voldemort planning his death with the same casual efficiency he'd plan any other operation. About the cold calculation in those red eyes. "Then prepare me," he said. "Whatever it takes. Whatever I need to know. Stop keeping secrets and prepare me for what's coming." Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Very well," he said finally. "No more secrets. From this moment forward, you will know everything I know about Tom Riddle, about the prophecy, about the war we're fighting." He paused. "Starting with the Horcruxes." "The what?" "The secret to Voldemort's immortality. And the key to his destruction." The sun was high in the sky by the time Harry left Hogwarts. His mind was reeling with everything Dumbledore had told him. Horcruxes, fragments of Voldemort's soul, hidden in objects, keeping him tethered to life even when his body was destroyed. The diary Harry had destroyed in his second year had been one. There were others, scattered and hidden, each one a piece of the monster that needed to be found and eliminated before Voldemort could truly be killed. It was overwhelming. Impossible. The kind of challenge that would have paralyzed him a year ago. But Harry wasn't the same person he'd been a year ago. He'd learned to break down impossible problems into manageable pieces, to build coalitions, to fight battles that couldn't be won with spells alone. The Horcrux hunt would be different from the trial. But the principles were the same: gather information, build a team, systematically dismantle the opposition's defenses. He could do this. He had to do this. The apparition took him to the edge of Grimmauld Place's wards. Harry paused there, looking up at the ancient house that had become his home, Sirius's house, now his. Somewhere inside, Hermione was probably still awake, worried about him. Remus might have arrived by now, checking on the aftermath of the celebration. Ted and Andromeda would be back at their own home, beginning the long process of rebuilding after the Death Eater attack. Life going on. The world continuing to turn. Harry was about to enter when he felt it, a prickling at the back of his neck, the instinctive awareness of being watched. He turned, wand already in his hand. The street was empty. Morning shadows lay across the pavement, cast by buildings that had stood for centuries. Nothing moved. But the feeling persisted. "I know you're there," Harry said quietly. "Show yourself." A figure stepped out of the shadows. He was tall, gaunt, wrapped in a traveling cloak that had seen better decades. His face was familiar from photographs Harry had studied during the trial preparation: sharp features, dark eyes, the unmistakable look of the Black family bloodline. "Regulus," Harry breathed. Then corrected himself, "No. You're dead. Not Regulus." The figure smiled, and it was a cold expression that held no warmth. "Though I understand the confusion. I'm told I resemble my father." Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "Who are you?" "Someone who's been watching your trial with great interest. Someone who has information you need." The stranger stepped closer, and Harry caught a glimpse of something at his collar, a silver pendant bearing the Black family crest. "My name is Corvus. Corvus Black. And I believe we need to have a conversation about the family legacy. There's no Corvus Black on the family tapestry. There wouldn't be. My grandmother removed my father's name, and me along with it." Corvus's smile widened. "But blood is blood, Lord Black. And the blood remembers, even when the tapestry forgets." Harry studied the stranger, trying to assess the threat. The man seemed unarmed, his hands were visible, empty, but that meant nothing in the wizarding world. "What do you want?" "To help you. Or rather, to help us both." Corvus glanced around the empty street. "Perhaps we could continue this conversation somewhere more private. Your ancestral home, for instance." "I promise, I come in peace." Every instinct told Harry to refuse. This was too convenient, too perfectly timed, a mysterious relative appearing right after his greatest victory, offering help he hadn't asked for. But Corvus had mentioned family legacy. And Harry had learned, during the trial, that the Black family's secrets ran deeper than anyone had imagined. 5 minutes, Harry said. And you go through the door first. If you try anything, you'll kill me. Yes, I understand. Self-preservation is a family trait. Corvus moved toward the house without apparent concern. After you determine the wards will let me pass, of course. I wouldn't want to trigger any unfortunate defenses. Harry watched him carefully, wand still raised. The wards shimmered as Corvus approached, seeming to evaluate him, and then, surprisingly, parted to allow passage. The blood recognition had accepted him as family. Interesting, Corvus murmured. The wards remember me after all. Harry followed him inside, keeping a careful distance, ready for treachery that might come at any moment. The conversation that followed would change everything. They sat in the drawing room, beneath the restored tapestry. Hermione had appeared at the noise of their entry, her expression shifting from concern to suspicion to cautious interest as introductions were made. She now sat beside Harry, her wand resting on her lap, clearly ready to act if necessary. Corvus ignored her, his attention fixed on the tapestry. My father's name, he said, pointing to a spot that appeared blank. Marius Black. Squib. Born 1891, burned off 1912. My grandmother was very thorough. Marius Black was a squib. The family's greatest shame, yes. Worse even than Sirius, in the old ways of thinking, at least your godfather had magic to reject. My father had nothing but blood and name. Corvus's voice was bitter. He was cast out at 21. Given a small amount of gold, told never to return, erased from family history. And you? Half-blood. My mother was a Muggle woman my father met after his exile. I inherited enough magic to pass, but not enough to satisfy anyone's standards. Corvus finally turned to face Harry. I'm telling you this because you need to understand, the Black family has secrets that go back centuries. Things the Ministry doesn't know, things even Voldemort doesn't know. Things that could be very useful in the war you're about to fight. What kind of secrets? The kind worth killing for. Corvus reached into his cloak and produced a small book, leather-bound and ancient. My father spent his exile researching the family he'd been cast out of. He found things in old records, buried archives, places the pure-blood historians don't talk about. This journal contains everything he learned. Harry looked at the book but didn't reach for it. Why bring this to me? Why now? Because you're the first head of House Black in generations who might actually do something with it. Sirius would have, but he never had the chance, too busy running, too consumed by war. Corvus set the journal on the table between them. You've shown you're willing to tear down corrupt systems, to expose secrets that powerful people want buried. I'm betting you're willing to do the same with your own family's darkness. What darkness specifically? Corvus smiled. Read the journal. But I'll give you the summary. The Black family didn't become one of the most powerful houses in Britain through talent alone. They made deals, with goblins, with giants, with creatures most wizards don't even believe exist. They gathered knowledge that was supposed to be destroyed, preserved it in hidden caches throughout Britain. What kind of knowledge? Magic. Dark magic, ancient magic, magic that predates the Ministry and its regulations. The kind of power Voldemort spent years trying to accumulate. Corvus paused. And the Black family vault in Gringotts, the deepest one, not the one Sirius had access to, contains more than gold. It contains artifacts, books, things that have been hidden for so long even the goblins have forgotten what's there. Harry felt cold. You're saying my family were dark wizards. I'm saying your family were survivors. They did whatever it took to maintain power through centuries of conflict, persecution, and change. Some of it was terrible. Some of it was necessary. All of it is yours now. Corvus leaned forward. The question is, what will you do with it? Harry was silent for a long moment. The trial had taught him that power came in many forms: legal, political, social, financial. He'd learned to wield those forms against enemies who'd seemed untouchable. But this was different. This was a kind of power he'd been taught to fear, to reject. "I won't use dark magic," he said finally. "No matter what the Black family collected, no matter how useful it might be against Voldemort. I'm not asking you to." Corvus's expression was unreadable. "I'm asking you to know what you have. Knowledge isn't the same as use. And right now, Voldemort is gathering every scrap of ancient power he can find for his war. If there are Black family resources that could counter that, then I need to know about them before he does." "Exactly." Harry looked at the journal. At the Black family crest on Corvus's pendant. At the tapestry on the wall, with its generations of names and burn marks and secrets. His family. His legacy. His responsibility. "Leave the journal," he said. "I'll read it. But I'm not making any promises." Corvus stood, seeming satisfied. "I didn't expect you to. But read it carefully, Lord Black. And when you're ready to learn more, when you're ready to access the deepest vaults, contact me." He produced a card with an address written in elegant script. "The family has more allies than you know. It's time you met them." He moved toward the door, then paused. "One more thing. The Goblins' claims, the ones Director Ragnarok mentioned at the trial, about Ministry violations of the Covenant of Scales. They're going to present them soon. Within the month, probably." "I know. We discussed it. What you may not know is that those claims include violations involving Black family assets, violations that occurred centuries ago, long before the recent corruption." Corvus's expression was grave. "The Goblins have a very long memory. If their claims are fully prosecuted, it could bankrupt not just individuals, but potentially destabilize the entire wizarding economy." Harry felt something cold settle in his stomach. "You're saying the trial I won might have consequences I didn't anticipate." "I'm saying that when you open doors, you can't always control what walks through them. Your victory exposed corruption. It also established precedents that can be used by anyone, including beings who have their own grievances against wizard kind." Corvus smiled grimly. "Welcome to the family business, Lord Black. It's never simple." He left before Harry could respond. The meeting with Ragnarok came 3 days later. Harry arrived at Gringotts with Ted Tonks, both of them dressed formally for what they knew would be a difficult negotiation. The trial victory had made them allies of convenience with the Goblins, but convenience only stretched so far. The director's office was deep within the bank, past layers of security that made the Ministry look careless. Goblin guards escorted them through corridors carved from living rock, past vaults whose doors bore warnings in languages Harry didn't recognize. Ragnarok waited behind a desk carved from a single massive gemstone. His expression was unreadable, but Harry had learned enough about Goblin body language to sense anticipation. "Lord Black. Mr. Tonks. Please, sit." They sat. The chairs were uncomfortable by design. Goblins didn't believe in making guests feel at ease. "You've heard about our intended claims," Ragnarok said. It wasn't a question. "I've heard rumors." "They're not rumors. Within the fortnight, Gringotts will present formal claims to the Wisengamot for reparations under the Covenant of Scales. Violations spanning 6 centuries, totaling compensation that would." Ragnarok paused, something like satisfaction crossing his features. "Let us say, the numbers are significant." "How significant?" "Significant enough to bankrupt the Ministry. Potentially significant enough to destabilize every wizarding institution in Britain." Ragnarok's eyes glittered. "Your trial established precedent that illegal government actions create liability. We intend to use that precedent extensively." Harry felt the weight of what he'd done settling onto his shoulders. He'd known, abstractly, that the Goblins had their own agenda. He hadn't fully understood how that agenda might intersect with his own. If you bankrupt the ministry, Ted said carefully, you also destroy the institutions we've been trying to reform. Everything we accomplished in the trial becomes meaningless if there's no functioning government left to implement changes. That is your concern, not ours. Ragnar's voice was flat. Goblins have endured wizard governance for 1,000 years. We've been cheated, coerced, forced to participate in your corruption while denied any voice in your affairs. The precedent Lord Black established gives us our first real opportunity for redress. And you're willing to destroy everything to get it? We're willing to pursue justice. If wizard society cannot survive justice, perhaps it deserves to fall. The silence that followed was heavy with implications. Harry thought about everything he'd learned in the past months. About systems that protected the powerful. About corruption that ran so deep it had become invisible. About the countless victims who'd never received acknowledgement. The goblins weren't wrong. They'd been wronged, systematically and repeatedly, for centuries. The same system that had destroyed Sirius had stolen from them, coerced them, treated them as tools rather than beings with rights. But wholesale destruction wasn't the answer. It couldn't be. Because in the chaos that followed, people would suffer, not the powerful, who always found ways to survive, but the ordinary witches and wizards who depended on functioning institutions. There has to be a middle path, Harry said. Ragnar's eyes narrowed. Explain. The ministry wronged you. I don't dispute that. But collapsing the wizarding economy won't help your people, it will create chaos that hurts everyone, goblins included. What happens to Gringotts if wizarding Britain can't function? What happens to goblin businesses that depend on wizard customers? We have considered these factors. Have you? Or have you been so focused on revenge that you've convinced yourself the consequences don't matter? Harry leaned forward. I know something about revenge. I spent months wanting to destroy everyone who'd hurt Sirius, wanting to burn down everything they'd built. But I learned that destruction alone isn't enough. You have to build something better, or all you've done is create rubble. Ragnar was silent for a long moment. What do you propose? A compromise. You present your claims, all of them, but you negotiate outcomes rather than demanding immediate payment. Harry thought quickly, pulling together ideas he'd discussed with Hermione. The ministry acknowledges the historical wrongs. They commit to specific reforms, expanded goblin rights, representation in appropriate governmental bodies, compensation paid over time rather than as a lump sum that would destroy the economy. That is significantly less than what we're owed. It's significantly more than you've received in the past 1,000 years. Harry met Ragnar's eyes. I'm offering you a partnership, Director. The reforms I'm pushing won't just benefit witches and wizards, they'll benefit everyone who's been marginalized by the current system. Goblins, house elves, werewolves, all the beings that pure-blood society has treated as lesser. Pretty words. But words have been offered before. Then let me offer actions. I'll advocate for goblin representation on the Wisengamot Reform Committee. I'll push for legal recognition of goblin property rights, the kind of recognition that would have prevented the violations you're claiming compensation for. And I'll use my influence, my fame, if you want to call it that, to make sure these changes actually happen. And in exchange, you give us time. Pursue your claims through the reformed system rather than trying to collapse the old one. Work with us instead of against us. Ragnar studied Harry for a long moment. You are very young to make such promises. I'm old enough to know what they cost. Another silence. Then, slowly, Ragnar nodded. We will consider your proposal. But understand, Lord Black, if Wizard Society fails to deliver on these promises, as it has failed so many times before, we will not hesitate to pursue full redress. The Covenant of Scales has no statute of limitations. Understood. There is one other matter. Ragnar reached into his desk and produced a small key, ornately carved from what appeared to be bone. This was delivered to us yesterday, with instructions that it be given to you. It opens the deepest black family vault, the one that has been sealed since the time of Phineas Nigellus. Harry took the key. It was cold in his hand, thrumming with old magic. Who delivered it? A representative of interested parties. They said you would understand when you saw what the vault contains. Ragnar's expression was unreadable. A word of caution, Lord Black, some doors, once opened, cannot be closed. Be certain you wish to see what lies beyond before you use that key. Harry pocketed the key, feeling its weight against his leg. Thank you for your time, Director. I'll be in touch about the reform proposals. He and Ted left the bank, walking out into the summer sunshine of Diagon Alley. That went better than I expected, Ted said. Though I'm not sure we've actually solved anything. We've bought time. Harry looked at the key in his hand. Now we need to use it wisely. The news came that evening. Harry was at Grimmauld Place, reading through Marius Black's journal, a dense, obsessive account of family history that confirmed everything Corvus had claimed and more, when Hermione burst through the flue. It started, she said, breathless. Voldemort's making his move. What happened? Azkaban. Full-scale assault. Hermione's face was pale. The Dementors have switched sides. They're freeing every Death Eater in the prison. Harry felt cold. The Dementors had been Azkaban's primary defense for centuries. With them turned, the prison would be nearly impossible to hold. Casualties? Unknown. The Ministry's scrambling to respond, but they're completely unprepared. Hermione's voice cracked. Harry, this is just the beginning. If Voldemort has the Dementors, if he frees all those Death Eaters. The war just escalated. Massively. The Ministry we've been trying to reform might not survive the month. Harry stood, his mind racing through implications. Everything they'd built, the legal precedents, the coalition, the reform proposals, all of it was predicated on having a functioning government to implement changes. If Voldemort seized control. We need to call a meeting, he said. Everyone, the Order, the Reform Coalition, anyone who's willing to fight. We need to coordinate a response before Voldemort can capitalize on this. Dumbledore's already calling an emergency order meeting. Then let's go. Harry moved toward the flue, then paused. He looked back at the room where Sirius's portrait now hung beside the fireplace, a magical painting created from memories and photographs, commissioned after the trial. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I thought we'd have more time. Portrait Sirius smiled sadly. There's never enough time, pup. Do what you have to do. Harry nodded and stepped into the flames. The war he'd been preparing for had finally arrived. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Justice served. The Order of the Phoenix assembled in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place within the hour. It was a larger group than Harry remembered from his first exposure to the organization. The trial had drawn allies out of the woodwork, people who'd been waiting for someone to stand against corruption and now saw that same spirit needed against a more immediate threat. Aurors stood beside shopkeepers. Pure-blood reformers sat across from Muggle-born activists. The coalition Harry had built to fight injustice was transforming into something else, an army. Dumbledore stood at the head of the long table, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The news from Azkaban had hit everyone hard, but the headmaster seemed to carry it like a physical weight. The situation is grave, Dumbledore began without preamble. Azkaban has fallen. The Dementors have joined Voldemort, and every Death Eater in prison since the First War is now free. We estimate at least 40 experienced fighters have returned to his ranks. Murmurs of dismay rippled through the room. What about the guards? Tonks asked. Her hair was a flat, anxious brown. Harry had learned to read her moods through the color. The human staff. Most escaped through emergency port keys. Some were not so fortunate. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. We have confirmed 7 casualties. Others are unaccounted for. 7 dead. Harry thought about the families who would receive that news, the children who would grow up without parents. The war had barely begun, and already the cost was mounting. "What's the ministry's response?" Ted asked. "Chaos, primarily. Minister Scrimgeour is attempting to organize a counteroffensive, but the loss of the Dementors has crippled their defensive capabilities." Dumbledore shook his head. "Rufus is a good man, but he's inherited a ministry that was hollowed out by corruption long before he took office. The institutions simply aren't prepared for this kind of assault. Then we need to help them prepare." Harry spoke up, drawing every eye in the room. "We've spent months exposing how broken the system is. Now we need to help fix it, not just for justice, but for survival." "What do you suggest?" Remus asked. "Coordination. The ministry has resources we don't: horrors, facilities, legal authority. We have things they need: intelligence, flexible response capability, people who aren't bound by bureaucratic procedures." Harry looked around the table. "Amelia Bones has been an ally throughout the trial. We should reach out to her, offer support, work together instead of operating in parallel." "The ministry has never been friendly to the Order," Moody growled, his magical eye spinning suspiciously. "They'd as soon arrest half of us as accept our help." "Things have changed." Harry met the old Auror's gaze. "Fudge is gone. The corruption we exposed has weakened the pureblood power block. And right now, Scrimgeour knows he can't fight this war without every resource available." "Harry's right." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "The time for operating in shadows has passed. We must present a united front, or Voldemort will destroy us piecemeal." The discussion continued for hours: strategy, resource allocation, communication protocols, defensive preparations. Harry listened, contributed when he had something useful to add, but part of his mind was elsewhere. The key to the Black family vault sat heavy in his pocket. Corvus's journal waited on his desk upstairs. Somewhere in the depths of Gringotts, secrets that had been hidden for generations were waiting to be uncovered. He'd told Ragnarok that he wouldn't use dark magic. He'd meant it. But knowledge wasn't the same as use. And if there was anything in that vault that could help them survive what was coming. The meeting ended near midnight. Harry caught Hermione as the others were filing out, pulling her aside into the library. "I need your help with something. Now." "Harry, we should be focusing on the war, this might be connected." He showed her the key Ragnarok had given him. "The deepest Black family vault. It's been sealed for over a century. And someone, I'm not sure who, wanted me to open it." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "The mysterious Corvus? Probably. Or whoever he's working with." Harry set Marius Black's journal on the table between them. "I've been reading his father's research. The Black family collected things, Hermione. Not just gold and artifacts, knowledge. Magical theory, historical records, things that were supposed to have been destroyed. Dark magic. Some of it, yes. But not all." Harry opened the journal to a marked page. "Look at this. Records of goblin treaties from before the ministry existed. Documentation of agreements between wizard families and magical creatures. Historical precedents that could support everything we've been trying to accomplish with the reforms." Hermione scanned the page, her expression shifting from skepticism to interest. "This is remarkable. If these records are accurate, they predate most of the legal frameworks the ministry operates under." "Exactly. The pureblood families have been claiming authority based on traditions and precedents, but what if those traditions were corrupted? What if the original agreements were more equitable, and got twisted over time to benefit the powerful? You think the Black Vault might contain proof of that?" "I think it might contain a lot of things. And right now, with the war escalating, we need every advantage we can get." Harry met her eyes. "But I also know that some of what's down there could be dangerous. Really dangerous. That's why I want you to come with me, to help me evaluate what we find, make sure I don't make any stupid decisions." Hermione was quiet for a long moment. "When?" "Tomorrow morning. Before the world gets any more chaotic." "All right." She picked up the journal. "But I'm reading all of this tonight. If we're opening ancient vaults full of family secrets, I want to know what we might be walking into." Harry nodded, feeling some of the tension ease from his shoulders. Whatever was waiting in that vault, he wouldn't face it alone. Gringotts at dawn was different from the bustling bank Harry was used to. The marble halls were nearly empty, the goblin tellers just beginning their morning routines. Harry and Hermione approached the main desk, where a familiar face waited for them. Lord Black. Griphook's expression was unreadable. "You've come to access the deep vault. Director Ragnarok said I should." "He did. Though I suspect his reasons and your reasons may not perfectly align." Griphook stepped down from behind the desk. "Follow me. The vault you seek is not accessed through normal means." They followed him through corridors Harry had never seen, past security checkpoints that scanned them with increasingly paranoid thoroughness. The architecture changed as they descended, polished marble giving way to rough-hewn stone, then to something older still. The walls here were carved with runes that predated Hogwarts, predated the Ministry, predated everything Harry had learned about wizarding history. "How old is this?" Hermione whispered. "The deep vaults were carved before Gringotts was founded," Griphook answered. "Before there was a Gringotts, or a Ministry, or organized wizard society as you know it. The families who first claimed these spaces were the founders of everything that came after. They stopped before a door that looked like it had grown from the living rock rather than been carved from it. The Black family crest was embedded in its surface, but different from the version Harry knew, older, simpler, with symbols he didn't recognize flanking the familiar ravens and serpents." "The key," Griphook said. Harry pulled the bone key from his pocket and inserted it into a lock that seemed to appear only when the key touched the stone. The mechanism resisted for a moment, then turned with a sound like something ancient waking from a long sleep. The door swung open. Beyond was darkness so complete it seemed to absorb the light from their wands. Harry stepped forward, and torches flared to life along the walls, revealing a chamber that was less a vault and more a library. Shelves stretched into shadows, filled with books and scrolls and objects that defied easy description. Tables held artifacts that pulsed with dormant magic. The air itself felt heavy with accumulated knowledge, centuries of secrets pressed into every surface. "Merlin's beard," Hermione breathed. Harry moved deeper into the vault, his eyes scanning the shelves. He recognized some things, books on dark magic, definitely, their spines inscribed with warnings. But there were other texts too, bound in materials he couldn't identify, written in languages that seemed to shift as he looked at them. "What is all this?" "The accumulated wisdom of the Black family." Griphook had remained at the door, unwilling or unable to enter further. Everything they gathered, everything they preserved, everything they deemed too valuable to destroy and too dangerous to leave accessible. Harry picked up the nearest book. The cover was blank leather, but when he touched it, words appeared in silver script, "A True History of Wizard Kind," compiled by Arcturus Black III, 1847. "Hermione. Look at this." She joined him, her eyes widening as she read the title. "A True History? What does that mean?" Harry opened the book carefully. The pages were covered in dense handwriting, interspersed with copied documents and diagrams. "The history taught to young wizards is a comfortable fiction," the first page began. "We learn of noble founders and principled growth, of civilization emerging from chaos through wisdom and good intention. The truth is far less flattering. The magical families that became the Sacred 28 did not earn their positions through merit. They seized power through force, through alliance with beings they later betrayed, through systematic elimination of anyone who might challenge their dominance. The Ministry of Magic was not created to serve all magical people, it was created to cement the authority of those who already held it." Harry kept reading, his stomach sinking with every page. The book documented atrocities, goblin rebellions that were actually responses to broken treaties, werewolf populations that were persecuted to steal their lands, muggleborns who were exploited and then excluded when they became too numerous to control. "This is horrible," Hermione said, reading over his shoulder. "But it explains so much. The laws that seem arbitrary, the prejudices that don't make logical sense, they're not accidents. They're features of a system designed to maintain power. And the Black family knew. They helped create it, and they documented it." Harry set down the book, feeling sick. They kept records of their own crimes. Not crimes to them. Victories. Hermione was already pulling other books from the shelves, scanning their contents. "Harry, look, there's documentation here for everything. Land transfers, treaty negotiations, voting records from the Wizengamot going back centuries. This is the proof we would have needed for the reform proposals. It's also proof that my family helped build the system we've been trying to tear down. Which means you're uniquely positioned to expose it." Hermione turned to face him, her expression intense. "Don't you see? This is exactly what you've been looking for. Evidence that the current system isn't just broken, it was designed to be broken. Designed to benefit the powerful at the expense of everyone else." Harry looked around the vault at the accumulated secrets of his family. Centuries of manipulation, exploitation, and careful documentation. He'd told himself he wouldn't use dark magic. But was this dark magic? It was history, terrible history, shameful history, but history nonetheless. "We can't take everything," he said finally. "But we can take the evidence. The documentation that supports what we've been arguing, that the reforms we're proposing aren't radical changes, they're restoration of principles that were corrupted. And the rest?" Harry looked at the shelves of dark texts, the artifacts pulsing with dangerous power. "We seal it. Keep it out of Voldemort's hands, at minimum. Maybe someday, when the war is over, we can figure out what to do with it properly." They spent hours in the vault, sorting through materials, selecting documents that could support the reform agenda without exposing the full extent of Black family crimes. It was delicate work, taking too much risked overwhelming their allies with information, taking too little meant leaving useful evidence behind. By the time they emerged, Harry carried a bag full of carefully selected documents, treaties, agreements, records that demonstrated how far Wizarding Society had strayed from its supposed principles. Griphook was waiting for them. "You found what you sought." "Some of it." Harry sealed the vault door behind him. "The rest stays locked away. For now." "Wise." Griphook's expression was unreadable. "Director Ragnarok will be pleased to know the deep vault has been accessed. There are agreements that have waited centuries for acknowledgement." "What kind of agreements?" "The kind your ancestors made with mine, Lord Black. Before the betrayals, before the wars, there were partnerships. Mutual benefit, shared knowledge, respect between peoples." Griphook's voice held something Harry had never heard from a goblin before, something almost like hope. "Perhaps, with the evidence you now possess, those partnerships can be restored." Harry thought about the reforms they'd proposed, the compromise he'd offered Ragnarok. Maybe it wasn't just about preventing economic collapse. Maybe it was about something more fundamental, repairing relationships that had been poisoned for centuries. "I'll do what I can," he said. "That's all I can promise. It is more than anyone has promised in a very long time." The emergency Wizengamot session was called 3 days later. Minister Scrimgeour had requested it, needing authorization for emergency war measures. The chamber was packed, every seat filled, the galleries overflowing with observers and journalists who sensed that something significant was about to happen. Harry sat in the Black family seat, the weight of the documents in his bag feeling heavier than their actual mass. He'd coordinated with Ted, with Amelia, with the reform coalition they'd built. What he was about to do was either brilliant strategy or political suicide. Scrimgeour opened the session with a grim accounting of the war's current state. Azkaban fallen. Death Eaters freed. Dementor attacks multiplying across Britain. The ministry struggling to respond to an enemy that seemed to be everywhere at once. We need emergency powers, Scrimgeour concluded. Authority to act without the normal constraints of procedure. The enemy doesn't wait for votes, neither can we. The debate that followed was fierce. Pure-blood traditionalists supported the minister, seeing emergency powers as a way to restore the authority they'd lost in the corruption trials. Reformers opposed, fearing that emergency powers would be abused, that the same people who'd corrupted the system before would use wartime authority to protect themselves. Harry waited through hours of argument, watching the chamber divide into predictable factions. When the moment finally felt right, he rose to speak. Lord Black has the floor. The chamber fell silent. Everyone knew what Harry had accomplished with the corruption trials, the precedents he'd established. His voice carried weight now in a way it never had before. Minister Scrimgeour is right that we face an unprecedented threat, Harry began. Voldemort has gathered forces that our current institutions aren't equipped to handle. We need to respond with strength and speed. Murmurs of approval from the emergency powers supporters. But I cannot support concentrating authority in the hands of the same ministry that enabled Voldemort's first rise to power. The murmurs shifted, becoming uncertain. We've just spent months exposing how the ministry's institutions were corrupted from within, how Death Eaters infiltrated key positions, how bureaucrats abused their power for personal gain, how innocent people were destroyed because no one with authority cared to stop it. Harry let his gaze sweep across the chamber. If we grant emergency powers now, to an institution still recovering from that corruption, we hand Voldemort's remaining allies exactly what they need to complete their work. Then what do you suggest? Scrimgeour's voice was sharp, frustrated. We can't fight a war by committee. No. But we can fight it with accountability. Harry pulled the documents from his bag, the treaties, the agreements, the evidence he'd gathered from the Black Vault. I have here records that predate the ministry itself. Agreements between the founding families and the magical beings they partnered with. Evidence of a time when wizarding governance was more inclusive, more accountable, more effective. He began distributing copies to the nearest members, who passed them along the rows. The ministry we have today isn't the system our founders intended. It's been corrupted over centuries, twisted to benefit the powerful at the expense of everyone else. The reforms I've been advocating aren't radical changes, they're restoration. Return to principles that actually worked. Ancient treaties are irrelevant to our current crisis, Lord Parkinson objected. We need action, not historical debates. These treaties aren't just historical curiosities. They're binding magical agreements that were never properly dissolved. Harry turned to face Parkinson directly. The Covenant of Scales. The Werewolf Accords of 1247. The Giant Protocols. All of them contain provisions that are still technically in effect, provisions that could give us allies against Voldemort, if we're willing to honor the commitments our ancestors made. The chamber erupted in confused conversation. Harry pressed on. Voldemort is recruiting magical beings by promising them what the ministry has always denied: respect, autonomy, fair treatment. We can't outbid him with promises we don't intend to keep. But we can offer something he never will: genuine partnership, backed by legal recognition and historical precedent. You're suggesting we negotiate with werewolves? With giants? The speaker was a witch Harry didn't recognize, her tone incredulous. They're dark creatures, they're beings who've been persecuted and marginalized for centuries. Some have joined Voldemort because they see no alternative. I'm suggesting we give them one. Harry held up the ancient treaties. These agreements show that partnership is possible. Our ancestors managed it, before prejudice and greed destroyed what they'd built. We can rebuild it, if we're willing to try. Scrimgeour was studying the documents with a thoughtful expression. Even if these treaties are valid, implementing them would take months of negotiation. We don't have months. We might have less time than we think. But we also have advantages we haven't used. Harry looked around the chamber. The coalition that came together for the corruption trials, it's still intact. Reformers, investigators, people who believe in justice and accountability. Give us authority to negotiate on behalf of the Wizengamot. Let us reach out to the beings Voldemort is courting. Not to promise what we can't deliver, but to open conversations, demonstrate good faith, show that there's an alternative to joining the darkness. And the emergency powers? Modified. Time limited. Subject to Wizengamot review every 30 days. With specific prohibitions on the kinds of abuses we've just finished exposing. Harry met Scrimgeour's eyes. I know you're not Fudge, Minister. I believe you want to do the right thing. But the institution you lead has a history of corruption that can't be erased overnight. The safeguards aren't about you, they're about ensuring that whoever holds power after you can't abuse it. The debate continued for hours after that, but Harry could feel the momentum shifting. The documents from the Black Vault had changed the conversation. They'd taken an abstract argument about emergency powers and turned it into a concrete discussion of historical obligations, legal precedents, and practical strategy. When the final vote came, the results were closer than Harry had hoped but better than he'd feared. Emergency powers were granted, but with the limitations he'd proposed. A special commission was established to review the ancient treaties and recommend which provisions could be implemented immediately. And Harry Potter, Lord Black, the boy who lived, the wizard who'd torn down a corrupt minister and was now rebuilding the system in his own image, was named to lead the outreach efforts to magical beings. It wasn't everything he'd wanted. But it was a start. The next weeks blurred together in a haze of activity. Harry met with werewolf pack leaders in secret locations, offering them the protection the ministry had always denied. Some were suspicious, rightfully so, given how wizards had treated them, but others were willing to listen, especially when Harry could point to actual legal precedents supporting their claims. Hermione led the Treaty Review Commission, her obsessive research skills finally finding their perfect application. She uncovered provisions that had been deliberately buried, agreements that powerful families had worked for centuries to suppress. Each discovery strengthened the reformers' position and weakened the pureblood traditionalists who'd built their authority on corrupted foundations. Ted Tonks handled the legal challenges, and there were many. Pureblood families who'd benefited from the old system fought desperately to preserve it, filing motions and objections and procedural challenges that kept the courts occupied for weeks. But the precedents established in the corruption trial held firm, and slowly, inexorably, the reforms advanced. And through it all, the war continued. Voldemort struck unpredictably, a village here, a ministry outpost there, attacks designed to spread fear and demonstrate the government's inability to protect its citizens. The Dementors roamed freely now, their cold presence felt even in places they hadn't yet reached. But the resistance was organizing too. Harry's outreach efforts bore fruit as werewolf packs declared neutrality, then cautious alliance. A clan of giants in the Scottish Highlands agreed to defend certain territories against Death Eater incursion. Even some house elves, inspired by Dobby's example, began quietly sabotaging pureblood households that supported Voldemort. It wasn't an army, exactly. But it was something that hadn't existed before, a coalition of magical beings working together against a common enemy, united not by fear but by the promise of genuine partnership. 6 weeks after the fall of Azkaban, Harry received a message that changed everything. The letter arrived by Phoenix. Not Fox, this bird was smaller, darker, its feathers more rust than gold. It appeared in Harry's bedroom at Grimmauld Place just before dawn, dropping a sealed envelope on his pillow before vanishing in a burst of flame. The seal bore a crest Harry didn't recognize, a serpent wrapped around a sword, with words in what might have been Latin or something older. Inside was a single sheet of parchment. Lord Black, your efforts have not gone unnoticed. The restoration you pursue has awakened interest in quarters you may not have anticipated. There are those who remember the old ways, the true old ways, not the corrupted traditions the pureblood families have claimed as heritage. We have watched your trial with approval and your reforms with cautious hope. The war you fight cannot be won through politics alone. Voldemort has gathered power that your ministry cannot match, knowledge that your scholars have forgotten, allies that your coalitions cannot counter. But there are other powers in the world. Older powers. Powers that have been waiting for someone worthy to wield them. If you would know more, seek the place where your godfather's family first rose to prominence. The Black Fortress remembers those who carry the blood. Come alone. Come prepared. Come before the next new moon, or the opportunity will pass. A friend. Harry read the letter 3 times. His first instinct was to dismiss it as a trap. The war had made him paranoid, rightfully so, and mysterious summons to unknown locations were exactly the kind of thing that got people killed. But the Phoenix delivery troubled him. Phoenixes were creatures of pure light magic, they couldn't be compelled or corrupted. Whatever had sent this message had access to powers that didn't align with Voldemort's darkness. And the reference to the Black family's original seat of power. Harry had read about it in Marius Black's journal. A fortress in the far north, abandoned for centuries, supposedly destroyed during one of the Goblin rebellions. But the journal had hinted that the destruction was staged, that the family's true stronghold had simply been hidden from those who might seek to claim it. He showed the letter to Hermione that evening. "It's obviously suspicious," she said immediately. "Unknown sender, vague promises of power, instructions to come alone. This has trap written all over it." "I know. But the Phoenix could be controlled by magic we don't understand. Could be an illusion. Could be a dozen things that aren't what they appear to be." Hermione set down the letter with obvious frustration. "Harry, you've spent months building a coalition, creating systems of accountability, demonstrating that one person shouldn't have to face everything alone. Now you're considering walking into an unknown situation by yourself. I'm considering the possibility that this is genuine." Harry picked up the letter again. "Think about it, Hermione. Everything we've learned about the Black family suggests they had connections we don't understand, relationships with beings and powers that predated the ministry. What if some of those connections survived? What if there are allies we don't know about who've been waiting to see if anyone worthy would emerge? And what if there aren't? What if this is Voldemort, or one of his followers, or some other threat we haven't anticipated? Then I'll deal with it." Harry met her eyes. "I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I've learned things, about magic, about politics, about myself. I can handle dangers I couldn't have faced before." That's exactly the kind of overconfidence that gets people killed. Maybe. But it's also the kind of confidence that wins wars. Harry folded the letter and put it in his pocket. "I'm not going to rush into anything. I'll research the Black Fortress, see if I can verify what the journal says. I'll prepare for every contingency I can imagine. And if, after all that, I still think this is worth pursuing. You'll go anyway." "I'll go because it's worth pursuing. There's a difference." Hermione was silent for a long moment. "Promise me something," she said finally. "If you go, you'll leave instructions. Information about where you're going, what you expect to find, how long you'll be gone. So that if something goes wrong, the rest of us can respond. I promise. And promise me you'll come back. Not because the cause needs you or the war needs you or any of that. Promise me because you're my friend and I don't want to lose you." Harry pulled her into a hug, feeling the tension in her shoulders slowly ease. "I promise," he said. "Whatever's waiting at that fortress, it won't be the end of me. Not when I have so much left to do." The new moon came 10 days later. Harry had spent the intervening time in careful preparation. He'd researched the Black Fortress extensively, confirming that historical records showed it destroyed in 1612 but finding subtle hints in family documents that suggested the destruction was a deception. He'd prepared emergency port keys, communication mirrors, protective enchantments, everything he could think of that might help him survive whatever he was walking into. He'd also written letters, to Hermione, to Remus, to the members of the coalition he'd built, explaining where he was going and why. The letters were sealed and set to deliver themselves if he didn't return within 48 hours. The fortress's location, according to the journal, was a remote island off the northern coast of Scotland. Harry apparat to the nearest mainland point, a windswept cliff overlooking grey waters, and then used a series of coordinates hidden in the journal to reach the island itself. It was smaller than he'd expected. Maybe half a mile across, mostly bare rock with a few scraggly trees clinging to sheltered spots. At its center rose the ruins of what had once been a massive structure, stone walls crumbled by age, towers reduced to stumps, everything covered in centuries of moss and decay. Except. Harry looked more closely. The decay was wrong. Too uniform, too perfectly distributed, like a painting of ruins rather than the real thing. He reached out with his magic, probing the fortress with techniques he'd learned from Dumbledore's lessons about Voldemort's protections. The illusion shattered. What had appeared as ruins transformed into a structure that took Harry's breath away. Black stone towers reaching toward the clouded sky, their surfaces inscribed with runes that pulsed with power. Walls that seemed to absorb light, making the fortress a hole in the world's fabric. And at its center, a great hall whose doors stood open, waiting. Harry approached slowly, wand drawn, every sense alert for danger. The doors were massive, 20 feet tall at least, carved from some metal Harry didn't recognize, covered in patterns that seemed to move when he wasn't looking directly at them. As he stepped between them, he felt wards wash over him, not attacking, just assessing. Testing his blood, his intentions, his worthiness. Apparently, he passed. The doors swung wider, revealing the hall beyond. It was vast, larger than the Great Hall at Hogwarts, larger than any interior space Harry had ever seen. The ceiling was lost in shadows above. The walls were lined with portraits that watched him with living eyes. And at the far end, seated on a throne of black stone, was a figure he almost recognized. "Welcome, Lord Black." The voice was familiar, though Harry couldn't place it immediately. "We've been waiting for you." Harry kept walking forward, closing the distance, trying to make out the figure's features. As he approached, details resolved. A man, ancient beyond reckoning but still vital, with the sharp features and dark eyes of the Black family bloodline. He wore robes that seemed woven from shadow itself, and his presence filled the hall with a pressure that was almost physical. "Who are you?" The figure smiled. "My name was stricken from the family records long before Sirius was born, long before your grandparents were born, in fact. But blood remembers what names forget." He rose from the throne, moving with a grace that belied his apparent age. "I am Phineas Black. The first of that name. Founder of the house you now lead." Harry felt cold. Phineas Black died centuries ago. Phineas Black disappeared centuries ago. There's a difference. The ancient wizard descended from the throne's dais, stopping a few feet from Harry. "I have watched my descendants for generations, waiting for one who might prove worthy of what I built. Most failed. They became obsessed with blood purity, with social status, with petty power games that had nothing to do with our family's true purpose." "What purpose?" "To be guardians. Protectors of balance between the magical world and other things. Things that exist beyond your ministry's understanding, beyond even Voldemort's knowledge." Phineas gestured, and the air between them shimmered, showing images that Harry struggled to comprehend, vast spaces, ancient beings, powers that made human magic look like children's toys. "The mundane world and the magical world are not the only realms of existence, Lord Black. There are others. And the barriers between them are not as stable as most wizards believe." "Why are you telling me this?" "Because the war you're fighting is about to become much larger than you realize." Phineas's expression grew grave. "Tom Riddle believes he's pursuing immortality and power. He doesn't understand that the magic he's been gathering, the Horcruxes, the ancient rituals, the alliances with dark beings, he's weakening barriers that were never meant to be touched. If he succeeds in his goals, if he achieves what he thinks he wants, what happens? Things break through. Things that make Dementors look like minor nuisances. Things that would destroy Tom Riddle along with everyone else, because they don't distinguish between light and dark, good and evil. They simply consume. Harry thought about the Horcruxes Dumbledore had told him about. About Voldemort's obsessive pursuit of power, his willingness to corrupt his own soul for immortality. How do I stop him? By becoming what I was. What the Black family was supposed to be, before they forgot. Phineas extended his hand, and something appeared in it, a ring, silver and black, inscribed with the same moving patterns as the fortress doors. The Black family's true power isn't dark magic or blood purity. It's guardianship. We were granted abilities, and responsibilities, that most wizards can't imagine. If you accept this ring, you accept both. What kind of abilities? What kind of responsibilities? The ability to see threats others cannot perceive. The ability to call on powers that exist between worlds. The ability to close tears in reality before they become catastrophic. Phineas met Harry's eyes. The responsibility to defend against dangers that most people will never know exist. The responsibility to make choices that may not be popular, may not be understood, but are necessary. The responsibility to carry knowledge that would break lesser minds. Harry looked at the ring. It pulsed with power unlike anything he'd felt before, neither light nor dark, but something else entirely. Something older, more fundamental. I've spent months arguing for accountability, he said slowly. For systems that prevent individuals from accumulating too much power. Now you're offering me power that can't be checked or balanced. Yes. And that's why you might actually be worthy of it. Phineas smiled slightly. The previous heads of our family wanted this power. Craved it. They would have used it for personal gain, for dominance, for the same petty games that consumed them. You understand the dangers of unchecked authority. You would use this power reluctantly, carefully, only when truly necessary. You can't know that. I've watched you for a year, Lord Black. Through the portraits, through the family magic, through channels you cannot imagine. I've seen how you fought for justice instead of revenge. How you built coalitions instead of demanding obedience. How you questioned your own choices even when they seemed successful. Phineas extended the ring toward him. I know you better than you know yourself. And I believe you're ready. Harry stood at the crossroads of everything he'd built and everything that was being offered. The ring promised power, real power, the kind that could end the war, stop Voldemort, protect everyone he cared about. But it also promised isolation, burden, responsibility that couldn't be shared or explained. He thought about Hermione, waiting for him to return. About Remus and Tonks and all the others who'd fought beside him. About the coalition of magical beings he'd convinced to trust in partnership instead of domination. He thought about Sirius, who'd been destroyed by a system that concentrated power in the wrong hands. No, he said. Phineas's expression didn't change. You refuse? I refuse to take power that can't be checked. That's exactly what we've been fighting against. Harry met the ancient wizard's eyes. But I'll learn what you have to teach. The threats you're describing, the barriers Voldemort is weakening, those need to be addressed. I just won't do it as a lone guardian with unchecked authority. I'll do it the way I've done everything else, by building something that outlasts me. Phineas was silent for a long moment. You would create a new order. A group dedicated to guardianship, with oversight and accountability. Yes. Recruit people who understand what's at stake, train them, give them the knowledge they need. Not one person with all the power, a system that can continue even when individuals fail. Harry gestured at the fortress around them. Your approach worked for a while, but look where it ended up. Your descendants forgot their purpose, became corrupt, nearly destroyed everything you built. A single guardian is a single point of failure. We need something more resilient. Phineas began to laugh. It wasn't a mocking sound, it was genuine amusement, tinged with something that might have been relief. In all my centuries of watching, you're the first to refuse the ring while accepting the mission. He closed his hand around a silver band. Perhaps that's exactly what's needed. A new approach for a new age. The fortress seemed to shift around them, walls becoming less oppressive, shadows lifting slightly. Very well, Lord Black. I'll teach you what I know. Not as a successor taking my place, but as a founder building something new. Phineas moved toward a door Harry hadn't noticed before. Come. There's much to learn, and your war won't wait forever. Harry spent 3 days in the Black Fortress. He learned about barriers between worlds, about creatures that existed in spaces no human eye could see, about the true history of the Black family and their role as guardians against threats that had nothing to do with Dark Lords or political corruption. He learned about Voldemort's Horcruxes from a new perspective, not just fragments of soul, but tears in the fabric of reality itself, wounds that weakened the barriers every time they were created. Dumbledore had been right that they needed to be destroyed, but for reasons beyond what the headmaster had understood. And he began to plan a new organization. Not a secret society like the Order of the Phoenix, operating in shadows. Something more formal, more accountable, with clear rules and oversight and the ability to continue even when its leaders fell. When Harry returned to Grimmauld Place, Hermione was waiting in the library with a look that mingled relief and fury. 3 days. You were gone for 3 days with no word, no contact, the fortress blocked communication. I couldn't send messages. Harry sat down heavily, feeling the weight of everything he'd learned. But I'm back. And I have a lot to tell you. He talked for hours, explaining everything Phineas had shown him. Hermione listened with growing amazement, asking questions, taking notes, her brilliant mind already working on implications and applications. If what you're saying is true, she said finally, then the war against Voldemort is just the beginning. There are larger threats waiting. Yes. But we have time to prepare, if we destroy the Horcruxes and stop Voldemort from weakening the barriers further. Harry pulled out the notes he'd made in the fortress. I have information about where the remaining Horcruxes are hidden. Phineas helped me understand the patterns in Voldemort's thinking, the places that would have significance to him. So we hunt the Horcruxes, destroy Voldemort, and then we build something new. The organization I'm planning, I want you to help me design it. You understand systems better than anyone I know. How to create structures that are accountable but effective, that can handle power without being corrupted by it. Hermione was quiet for a moment. This isn't just about the war anymore, she said slowly. You're talking about reshaping how magical society operates. Creating a new institution that would exist outside Ministry control, with responsibilities that most people can't even comprehend. Yes. And I know that sounds hypocritical after everything I've said about accountability and oversight. But some threats require specialized response. You can't handle reality-tearing anomalies through normal judicial processes. Harry met her eyes. The key is making sure the new institution has checks on its power. Internal oversight, external review, transparency about its activities even if the details have to be classified. It could work, Hermione admitted. If we're careful. If we build in the right safeguards from the beginning. Then help me be careful. Help me build it right. Harry reached out to take her hand. I can't do this alone. I was never supposed to do any of this alone. That's the whole point. Hermione squeezed his hand. When do we start? The final confrontation with Voldemort came 3 months later. They'd hunted the Horcruxes systematically, destroying them one by one. The cup in Bellatrix's vault, retrieved through a daring Gringotts heist that tested every alliance Harry had built. The diadem in the Room of Requirement, found through Hogwarts' own ancient wards responding to the heir of 2 founder houses. The snake, killed in battle when Voldemort finally made his move against the Ministry. Each destruction weakened Voldemort, but it also drew him closer to desperation. He attacked more frequently, more violently, sacrificing followers in attempts to eliminate the threat Harry represented. The final battle took place at Hogwarts. Voldemort came with everything he had left: Death Eaters, Dementors, giants who'd chosen darkness over neutrality, creatures from the edges of reality that he'd summoned without understanding what he was doing. The defenders met them at the castle gates, aurors and teachers, students who refused to flee, the coalition of magical beings Harry had assembled over months of negotiation. Harry faced Voldemort in the Great Hall, surrounded by the chaos of battle but somehow isolated in their own private sphere. "You've been persistent," Voldemort admitted. His voice was different now, weaker, less certain. The destruction of his Horcruxes had taken something from him that he couldn't replace. "More persistent than I expected from a child. I had good teachers." Harry's wand was steady, his mind clear. "And I had something to fight for beyond myself. Noble sentiments. They won't save you." Voldemort raised his wand. "Nothing can save you now." The spells that followed were beyond anything Harry had experienced before. Voldemort was still powerful, still one of the most dangerous wizards in history, but he was also diminished, desperate, fighting not just for victory but for survival. Harry matched him. The training with Dumbledore, the knowledge from Phineas, the instincts honed through years of combat, everything came together in those moments. He wasn't trying to overpower Voldemort. He was trying to contain him, limit the damage, wait for the opening that had to come. It came when Voldemort reached for power he no longer had. He tried to summon something, one of the creatures from the barriers, a being of pure destruction that would have devastated both armies. But the ritual required soul fragments Harry had already destroyed. The magic rebounded, tearing at Voldemort's already fractured essence. Harry saw the opening and took it. The disarming charm he cast was nothing special, the same spell he'd been using since his second year. But it connected with a Dark Lord whose soul was in pieces, whose power was fractured, whose certainty had finally cracked. Voldemort's wand flew from his hand. For a moment, they stood facing each other, the boy who'd been marked by prophecy and the monster who'd created himself through fear and cruelty. "You could kill me now," Voldemort whispered. "Finish what you started." "I could." Harry kept his wand trained on the Dark Lord's chest. "But that's not what this was ever about. Not for me." He lowered his wand slightly. "Tom Riddle. You are under arrest for murder, conspiracy, terrorism, and crimes against humanity. You will be tried by the Wizengamot under full legal process, with opportunity to defend yourself against all charges." Voldemort laughed, a broken, disbelieving sound. "You're going to put me on trial? After everything?" "After everything, yes. Because that's how justice works. Because the system we're building has to apply to everyone, even monsters." Harry met those red eyes without flinching. "Because I refuse to become what I fought against." The aurors closed in, binding the fallen Dark Lord with magic that would hold even his diminished power. Voldemort went without further resistance, his laughter fading into something that might have been confusion or despair. Harry stood in the center of the Great Hall, surrounded by the debris of battle, and felt the weight of victory settle onto his shoulders. It was over. The war was over. And now the real work could begin. The trial of Tom Marvolo Riddle lasted 6 weeks. It was the most publicized legal proceeding in wizarding history. Every charge was documented, every victim named, every crime catalogued with the meticulous precision that Ted Tonks had perfected during the corruption trials. Voldemort's defense, assigned by the court, since no one would represent him voluntarily, argued that their client was mentally unfit, that the creation of Horcruxes had damaged his ability to comprehend right and wrong. The prosecution, led by Amelia Bones, demonstrated that Riddle had been fully aware of his actions and their consequences. The verdict was unanimous, guilty on all counts. The sentence was death. Harry attended the execution. He felt he owed that much to everyone who'd died, to his parents, to Sirius, to the countless victims of a terror that had lasted decades. When it was over, he walked out of the ministry into a London evening, Hermione beside him as always. "It's strange," he said. I thought I'd feel something more. Relief, satisfaction, something. What do you feel? Harry considered the question. Tired. And, ready. Ready to focus on what comes next instead of what came before. Hermione took his hand. The council is meeting tomorrow. The new oversight structure you designed, they've approved it. Official recognition, ministry support, everything. Good. Harry looked up at the sky, where the first stars were appearing. There's so much to do. The treaty implementations, the barrier monitoring systems, the training programs for new guardians. We'll do it together. Hermione squeezed his hand. That was always the point, wasn't it? Building something that doesn't depend on any one person. Something that can continue even when we're gone. The Black family legacy. Reimagined. Harry smiled slightly. I think Sirius would have appreciated the irony. Using his family's resources and influence to build something that serves everyone instead of just the purebloods. He'd be proud of you. Hermione's voice was soft. All of them would be. Your parents, Sirius, everyone who sacrificed to give you the chance to do this. Harry thought about them, James and Lily, who'd died protecting him. Sirius, who'd suffered for 12 years and then died fighting at his side. Dumbledore, who'd spent his life preparing for a war he knew he might not survive. They'd given him everything. Now he had to earn it. Come on, he said. We've got a world to rebuild. Epilogue 10 years later the ceremony took place on the grounds of Hogwarts, in a pavilion built specifically for the occasion. Representatives from every magical community attended, wizards and witches, goblins and centaurs, werewolves and house elves, beings who'd spent centuries in conflict now gathered to celebrate a decade of peace. Harry Potter stood at the center of it all, older now, touched by grey at his temples, but with the same green eyes and lightning scar that had made him famous before he could walk. 10 years ago, he said, addressing the assembled crowd, we ended a war. But ending a war isn't the same as building a peace. Wars end when one side defeats the other. Peace requires something harder, it requires us to defeat our own worst instincts. Our fear, our prejudice, our hunger for revenge. He looked across the audience, seeing faces he'd fought beside, negotiated with, sometimes fought against. We've accomplished remarkable things in this decade. The Magical Rights Act of 1998. The Barrier Guardianship Council. The integration of magical beings into governance at every level. A system of justice that holds the powerful accountable and protects the vulnerable. He paused, letting the weight of those achievements sink in. But our work isn't finished. It never will be. Every generation will face new challenges, new threats, new temptations to sacrifice principles for expedience. That's why we built institutions, not to solve every problem, but to give each generation the tools they need to solve their own. Harry stepped back from the podium, and Hermione took his place. She'd been elected to lead the Wizengamot Reform Commission, then appointed Minister of Magic, the first Muggle-born to hold the position in over a century. What Lord Black is too modest to say, she began, with a familiar glint in her eye, is that none of this would exist without him. He took his grief and turned it into purpose. He took an unjust system and forced it to become just. And when he had the opportunity to claim power for himself, power that no one could have checked or challenged, he refused. She smiled at Harry. He taught us that real strength isn't about what you can take. It's about what you choose not to take, even when you could. That's the lesson we need to remember, all of us, as we carry this work forward. The applause that followed seemed to shake the very foundations of the castle. Harry watched from the edge of the pavilion as Hermione continued her speech, outlining plans for the next decade, new reforms, new partnerships, new structures to address challenges they hadn't yet imagined. A hand touched his shoulder. He turned to find Remus standing beside him, older and grayer but still bearing the same quiet strength. You did good, Harry. Remus's voice was rough with emotion. James and Lily, Sirius, they'd be proud. I had help. Harry looked at the crowd, at Tonks entertaining a group of children with her metamorphic abilities, at Ted and Andromeda sitting with goblin dignitaries, at the hundreds of people who'd believed in his vision and helped make it real. I could never have done any of this alone. That's what makes it matter. Remus smiled. You understood that from the beginning. That's why it worked. Harry thought about everything that had led to this moment. The grief that had started it all, the raw, howling pain of losing Sirius. The discovery of injustice that ran deeper than he'd imagined. The choice to fight with laws and precedents instead of spells and violence. The price of injustice had been 12 years of his godfather's life, the childhood Harry should have had, the family he'd never known. But the price of justice, real justice, the kind that changed systems instead of just punishing individuals, had been paid too. Years of work, countless battles fought in courtrooms and council chambers, the constant struggle to build something that would last. It was worth it. In the end, Harry realized, that was what Sirius had asked him to do. Not just to burn down the corruption, but to build something better in its place. Not revenge, justice. Not destruction, transformation. He'd done it. They'd done it together. And now, looking out at the world they'd built, Harry felt something he'd rarely experienced in his life. Peace.